Hello, everyone. This is Catherine Payne, Chair of the Hawaii State Board of Education. Before I call the meeting to order, I would like to remind everyone that as part of the response to the threat of COVID-19, Governor David Ige issued a 10th supplementary proclamation dated July 17, 2020, suspending Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 92, public agency meetings and records to the extent necessary to enable boards as defined in Section 92-2 to conduct meetings without any board members or members of the public physically present in the same location, among other things. The Board of Education will be holding virtual meetings until further notice. The public can still call in or log on to listen to board meetings live. The live broadcast is audio only for both board members and the public. Video of the board members and any presenters will not be broadcast. An image of the agenda will be shared on the screen. This is to reduce the amount of bandwidth that this meeting takes up and to preserve the quality of the audio. To board members, a couple of housekeeping reminders. Make sure you raise your hands in WebEx to participate in discussion and wait to be called on until speaking, before speaking. Mute yourselves when you are not speaking and unmute yourselves when you are called on. State your title and name when you present so members of the public know which board member is speaking. Put your hands down after you have finished speaking, and it is also helpful to say, I yield the floor, because then we know you have concluded your speech. If you lose connection or experience any technical difficulties during the meeting, contact board staff immediately. The meeting is now called to order at 1:02 p.m. We will now move on to public testimony on board agenda items. Before we do that, I would like to make a few remarks about last week's meeting. We exceeded the limit of 1,000 attendees for our meeting for the first time ever, and some people were not able to access the meeting. Staff worked to get this, the highest limit allowable under WebEx for 3,000 attendees in place for this meeting, so that we hope that everyone who is interested will be able to log in. I see that we are getting close to 1,000 people now, so I think it will be helpful that we exceeded the $1,000 limit, for 1,000 person limit for this meeting. Members of the public who signed up to testify, you must be logged onto WebEx using the same name you used to sign up for testimony. Board staff will call on you in the order in which you signed up to present oral testimony. Board staff will unmute your mic. Please test your speakers and microphones before your name is called to ensure that they are working. Instructions on how to do so can be found on the board's website. If you are not audible because of technical issues, you will be muted and the next testifier will be called. Testifiers have a 2-minute time limit. Our agenda states that testifiers have 4 minutes, but the chair has the discretion to adjust testimony time. We have 62 people signed up to testify, so I have set the testimony time for 2 minutes. We've done this so that we can hear from everyone who signed up. People and people who don't have to wait a really long time, although the 62 people means that we will exceed 2 hours of testimony. And we still need to have time for the board to discuss your testimony and take action. I respectfully ask for your understanding. I also want to note we received a lot of testimony in writing, not as quite as much as last time, but quite a lot. We heard from the community, from parents, from grandparents. I heard from teachers that I've known and worked with over the years and principals. We heard from teachers with children. We heard from sub-teachers, from custodians. We heard from students, community groups, individual advocates. We heard from politicians. Lots and lots of folks are very concerned about what we are going to do. So I want to say again that we have heard you. There is no uniform call to a specific action from all these testimonies. We've heard from people that want us to open school on the 4th, and we've heard from people who don't want us to open school until after some months of no cases in Hawaii. So there is that range of people, and we serve all of you. So we need to be respectful and listen to everything and then make the best decision that we can. With that, I would like to have our staff member call on the testifiers one by one.
Mahalo, Chair. We have Senator Kurt Favela, Angela Hopi Cruz, followed by Caroline Batule. Senator Favela, District 19, Eva Beach, Ocean Point, Eva by Gentry, Iroquois Point, Coconut Eva Villages. Senator Favela, can you hear me?
Hi, hello.
Hi, Senator Favela. I can hear you as well.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can. We're getting a bit of feedback.
How about now?
Okay, that's much better.
Okay, I was too close earlier. Thank you.
Okay, mahalo. Senator, your testimony time begins now.
Yeah, again, thank you guys. I just wanted to bring up, what we talked about the last time and go a little bit further because we have, since in the last month, we had over 1,000 positive cases and today we had about 124. It's not that, let everybody know, I'm not saying that we're not to open the schools, but I think we should open up slowly and push it back to at least have everybody and the teachers have a better way of opening up. I feel that we should have the teachers come in, get their classes ready and prepare to have homeschooling or on computer schooling for at least the first quarter till we can see if the numbers go up or down. And the reason for that, if we have an emergency shutdown, instead of opening school slowly and we have an emergency shutdown, I'm afraid that we're going to shut everything down again. And then for the students and teachers and parents out there, it's going to be sad because the kids want their graduation. They want to go to their proms and football games and sporting events because sports bring scholarships and having these kids to go into higher learning. So again, if we rush to open, and I'm not saying we're rushing now, but with the cases that we have now, it's very, very premature of us to try to go ahead and open and then somebody get, sick and then we do a whole shutdown. Our state of Hawaii cannot handle a full shutdown again. I think we should start taking things a little bit more slowly so that we can do better for our children so that they don't have to miss out on events. It's very sad when I talk to kids in the stores and they tell me that they're going to miss out on junior prom, senior prom, sophomore banquet, those kinds of events, social events that we want these kids to go to. And especially for sporting events, it really means a lot to me. And then graduation. We don't want graduation to be the same the last time. So I'll wrap up again so that everybody else, that our economy is
Mahalo, Chair. Continuing testifiers in the following order: Angela Hopi Cruz, Caroline Batule, Reina Viernes, Renee Adams. Angela, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Angela, you will hear a chime at 30 seconds where you will know you need to wrap up your testimony. And then finally, you will hear the sound of the buzzer. Your testimony time begins now.
Mahalo nui to our Honorable Baird board members. I pray that our leadership operates in good faith and not out of fear, with aloha and not with aggression, with open hearts and minds. As a concerned community member and parent to 3 children attending public schools along the Waianae Coast, I respectfully ask for the postponement of physical return to public school campuses and to kick off with virtual learning. Back to school preparation for my ohana included wearing mask practice. Stressing to my children that their kumu and hoa will see that they're showing their aloha to them by wearing their masks properly. And my kindergartner asked me, Mama, will I die from corona? Is that why we have to wear our masks? Cementing for me the fact that now is not the time to return to school. The social, emotional, and mental health toll we are exacting on our children, gambling on a safe return will be long lasting. As a social worker and professional, how might our children look at school should a COVID-19 related death be traced to their school engagement? How will they view learning? How will they view their teachers and those that trust, those that we are taught to trust? These are not the conversations that we want to kick off the school year 2020-2021 with. It has been stressed with CDC that per guidelines, 1 to 10 gathering is what we should be maintaining. At 124 cases, we should be sounding the alarms while maintaining as much calm as possible. The most fearful thing and scary thing about this virus is the asymptomatic aspect to it. We will not see physical symptoms until 2 to 3 days later, and at that point, it is too late. And that would be catastrophic for the Waianae Coast community, where we experience high rates of underlying health conditions, obesity, 71% of the population, asthma, 34% of the population, and diabetes, 12% of the population. These underlying conditions prove lethal for those who suffer from COVID-19. Sending back our teachers under these conditions is irresponsible at best. On average, the cost of COVID-19 treatment is $30,000. Are we able to suffer those harsh economic realities compounded by COVID-19? What more hospitalization? What more loss of
Caroline Batuli, Reina Viernes, Renee Adams, Kevin Bullocks. Carolyn, can you hear me? Carolyn Batuli. Final call for Carolyn Batuli. Reina Viernes, Renee Adams, Kevin Bullocks, Jenny Herzog. Renee, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You will hear a warning at 30 seconds that lets you know it's time to wrap up your testimony, and then you'll hear the final buzz. Your testimony time begins now.
Aloha, and thank you, board members, for having this crucial meeting today. I'm here to testify in favor of a teacher-led distance learning program. I'm a parent of a soon-to-be 8th grader and a soon-to-be junior that is also a special needs student. We do not have the option for face-to-face learning. My special needs child is at high risk. Even though my 8th grader is healthy, we can't afford for her to go to school and bring home the virus. I also care for my 86-year-old mother-in-law at home. I feel like so many are also in my position where we live in multi-generational homes. We have to protect our ohana as well. We still have no word from you on if staff members or students get sick. What will the protocols be? The risks are too great for our family. There are too many unanswered questions. Having a teacher-led distance program would be more efficient for both my general education student as well as my special needs student for now. I realize having any type of learning that is not at school will be a very difficult task for our teachers, staff, and students. However, with training and time, I feel we can do it. We cannot formulate the academic and/or therapeutic needs of our most vulnerable population in a few days. This needs to be done before the students return to physical or distance learning. So for the students to return in the first week of August just doesn't make any sense to me. We need more time. We need to be patient and thorough. We need to show our teachers and staff grace. These are our kids. This is our future. Obviously, school is not the same. Let's not make it worse by not allowing our educators, team members, custodians, bus drivers, and office staff enough time to adjust and learn so that they may turn around and sufficiently and safely do their job. Mahalo.
Renee Adams, Kevin Bullock, Jenny Herzog, Robin O'Hara. Renee Adams, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Mahalo, Renee. You will hear a 30-second warning to wrap up your testimony, and then the chime will finally conclude your testimony. Your testimony time begins now.
Aloha mai kako. O Renee Adams ko uinoa he kumu wau ma Samuel Enoka Kalama Intermediate, Makamokupuni o Pi'ilani. I have submitted written testimony today. I'm addressing action items A, B, and C. Today, there were 124 new cases, including 4 from Maui, bringing the total just for the month of July to 1,083. The total from March to June was 937. In addition, the DOE confirmed that 8 COVID-19 cases were reported across 7 campuses during the summer school programs. During this past week, teachers returned to school despite the surging numbers. At the end of last week's marathon BOE meeting, there was confusion over when this agenda item could be discussed. If it takes that long to respond to an emergent situation, how long will it take for the governor, the board, the DOE to respond as it gets worse? The only mechanism for change written into the plan is a drawn-out process that begins with Unit 5 APC members meeting with school admin. How long will it take for response? From there is undetermined. I'm again asking for everyone to return to school via distance learning. From the beginning, Dr. Sarah Park has said this is the only way to be safe. As most predicted, there has been a surge, and an hour and a half ago, the Lieutenant Governor said that we cannot do effective contact tracing because of those numbers. He said we must limit gatherings to 10. Teachers should not be looked upon as not doing our part to save the economy. Please explain why any of our lives is expendable in order to save an economy, a ladder with uneven rungs. Chances are those hurt the most will be at the bottom of that ladder. I agree with Member Voss. We need to provide for those who must have continued services protected by IDEA. Either use the campus space for those who need the campus most, or we need to find a way to provide for them at home. And this needs to be done now. You hold the lives of all school communities and larger communities in your hands. Be responsible for anyone who is harmed by going back towards state.
Kevin Bullock, Jenny Herzog, Robin O'Hara, Jill Abelli, David Miyashiro. Kevin, can you hear me? Kevin? Kevin Bullock, Kauai High School. Kevin?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay,
Mahalo. Kalamai, if I mispronounced your last name,
that's
you will
all
get
right.
a 30-second warning to let you know you need to wrap up your testimony, and then you will hear the final buzz.
All right,
Kevin, your testimony time begins now.
all right. I'm just going to talk about the last BO meeting I was in the other day, and I kind of thought of this when I sat in it. As I sat at my computer listening to testimony, I realized that all the members of the board, including the superintendent, were not sitting in the same room in order to keep themselves safe. But they were discussing having us, the teachers, to sit in classrooms with students. I thought, wow, that seems kind of funny, doesn't it? They're not willing to sit with people at a meeting, but we're expected to do that, exactly that. I was just curious about that, and thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Jenny Herzog, Robin O'Hara, Jill Abelli, David Miyashiro, Allison Colhett. Jenny, can you hear me? Jenny Herzog. I'm going to go through roll call again, Chair, just to allow the testifiers to get a little bit more time to connect if they're having user error problems. Again, Jenny Herzog, Robin O'Hara, Jill Abelli, David Miyashiro, Allison Colehep, Burke Burnett. Jenny, can you hear me? Jenny Herzog. Final call for Jenny Herzog. Robin O'Hara.
Yes, hello.
Aloha, Robin. You will get
Yes,
a 30-second warning to wind up your testimony and then the final buzzer.
may I address the
Robin.
chair before my time starts?
Yes, Robin.
Chair Payne, I just wondered if I could just have a little extra time, maybe a minute to get through that. I want to testify on 2 different items that I signed up for.
I'm really not able to allow you to do that because I'm sure there are others who would also like to testify for longer. I just would
Okay.
need you to make your points as succinctly as possible. We have heard,
Okay.
I don't know if you submitted written testimony, but we've read all
Yeah.
the testimony too. So
Okay. Thank you. I just will try and condense it on the fly. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay.
Robin, your testimony time begins now.
Okay, I wanted to address Director Voss's concerns about the impact of delaying in-person learning that will have on our vulnerable keiki. Please know that we are very concerned about these children as well, and we're making accommodations for them, such as offering in-person learning 4 or 5 days a week, depending on their needs. There are students with very significant needs, and some of the parents have opted out of the in-person learning because of the risk it would pose to their medically fragile child. These are students who may not be able to feed themselves or use the bathroom on their own and need very specialized services. So it's imperative that those who work with these students be given the proper training and PPE needed to service these children. They need the type of PPE used in hospitals, and we need time for training before welcoming back students. We're in a worldwide crisis, and schools cannot look the same as they did before the pandemic. We need to prepare for the real possibility that once students attend school on campus, there will be outbreaks all around the state, and we will have to shut down and move to 100% distance learning. Trying to force schools to open and get in 180 days during a worldwide pandemic crisis is not reasonable request, because we need to focus on safety and preparing not only for being on campus with students, but to be prepared to do distance learning brilliantly when we inevitably shut down. Teaching and learning cannot be effective if we are not prepared properly and don't feel safe. We're losing teachers already, taking leave without pay because they have vulnerable people at home. We just need a little patience, because it was the lack of it that got our country in such dire straits by opening too quickly. We're being asked to be in the highest risk situation there is, indoors for extended periods of time with more than 10 people who are all outside of our family unit, and do it with very minimal protection. Many of us do not feel safe. Our students will not be in bubbles. Bubbles aren't even possible in secondary schools, and we're not prepared, not only because we need training, but we are competing for PPE and don't even have enough computers for our students yet. What are we going to do when we don't have enough teachers coming to school? Our custodians aren't working. Our office isn't even being cleaned. How are we going to clean the entire school?
Jill Abelli, David Miyashiro, Allison Colehep, Burke Burnett, Karen Fukuda, Amanda Lacker. Jill, can you hear me? Jill Abelli. Jill, final call. David Miyashiro. David, can you hear me?
Aloha, board.
Aloha, David. You will have a 30-second chime warning, and at that time, you should wrap up your testimony, and then you'll hear the final buzzer. Your testimony time begins now.
Aloha. I just wanted to start by wishing the best to our educators this week as you folks bravely return to classrooms and prepare to support our students. Regarding item A, we are extremely concerned that public materials did not specify a plan for ensuring systemic training and implementation on safety procedures. We have to make the most of every single minute, every single hour of these 9 days, or else we very well could be back having the same discussion again just days before August 17th. Regarding item B, we strongly disagree with the request for the waiver. We have to recognize our schools are a lifeline for students and families, and we should explore all options regarding the 180 days to make up for missed time. We have to be willing to put on existing institute days, PD, holidays, or even just extend the end of the year. Let's protect the integrity of the school year on behalf of our students, families, and educators. Last, on item C, we appreciate the space for this discussion. It's a really important one, but it is deeply troubling that these predictable and expected issues are being discussed literally days before the original return of students. I did want to note that organizations in the community, including Hawaii Kids Can, HEA, HSTA, Parents for Public Schools, and others have been testifying on these very topics since the initial spring school closures back way in March. Educators, students, and families want clarity, transparency, and urgency at this time. We know this is extremely challenging. We know that folks across our community are suffering, and we need to support each other. We can make it through this together. I have to believe that. I talk to our student advocates about that every week. We will get to a better tomorrow, but we can only do it by supporting each other and by listening to each other. So again, thank you for the opportunity to share feedback with you today. Mahalo.
Allison Colehep, Burke Burnett, Karen Fukuda, Amanda Lacker, Brooke Nasser, John Fitzpatrick. Allison, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Okay, you're coming in a little shaky. You'll have a 30-second warning chime that will let you know you need to wrap up your testimony, and then the final buzzer. Your testimony time begins now.
My name is Allison Colehep, and I'm a special education teacher at Honolulu School on Kauai. I'm providing testimony today to express the concern and anxiety that all of our teachers feel with respect to not feeling ready and prepared by August 4th for the new school model. Many parents have expressed to me interest in distance learning because they don't feel the campus is safe. At our school, we're not going to be doing any kind of temperature screening. Parents have also expressed to me concern over how busing is being conducted. So much is expected, but we aren't given time to figure out how to do it. Both teachers and parents want to know that their children are in a safe place and kept safe when they attend school, and there's still so much uncertainty. At our school, enrollment has increased dramatically from 210 to 245 and increasing. Many families seem to be coming to the island because of the low infection rate, but are we going to be able to maintain this low rate is questionable. We originally were going to do everyday K through 3, but had to change to AB because we need to give our families time to also adjust to this change, but also because of the dramatic increase in enrollment. Our school was approved for the exception for not keeping the 6-foot distance in certain areas, but as our numbers increase, we're still going to have to start moving students closer together just to fit the AB rotation model. As a SPED teacher, I'm worried about how to deliver IEP minutes and assessments in an AB model and distance learning model. I need time to figure this out so that it's done correctly and safely. Again, we need time to figure out the new models. And I'm respectfully requesting more teacher training time, a phased approach to begin the school year, and a reduction in the 180 days of instruction so that we can begin our school year prepared and safe for our students. Thank you.
Burke Burnett, Karen Fukuda, Amanda Lacker, Brooke Nasser, John Fitzpatrick, Juan Espinal. Burke, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Burke, loud and clear. You'll have a
Aloha.
10-second warning, and then that will let you know to wrap up your testimony, and then you'll hear the buzzer. Your
Thank you.
testimony, you're welcome. Your testimony time begins now.
Thank you very much. Aloha kako. My name is Burke Burnett, and I'm the parent of an 8th grader at Kaimuki Middle School, and I'm also a scientist based at Bishop Museum, although today I'm speaking to you today in a personal capacity. I spoke last week about the critical need to assess ventilation. There's many other issues I could talk about, But today, I just want to ask all of us to take a step back and look at the big picture. We are seeing a dramatic spike in COVID in Hawaii, 124 today. DOH Director Bruce Anderson stated recently, quote, "I'd be willing to bet we're going to get cases very quickly showing up among kids in classrooms." It is obvious to any reasonable, responsible, informed person that now is not the time to reopen in-person classroom instruction. We all have to take a step back and ask ourselves, what are we doing? This is crazy. The current reopening plan is reckless. It will make people sick. Some of them will die. It is that simple, and we all know this. The most fundamental mandate, indeed the sworn duty of our public officials, is to protect public health and safety. I call upon all of you, I call upon your fundamental human decency to remember that duty. That requires instructing our Department of Education to halt its current reopening plan. I urge the Board of Education to consider a phased reopening plan, such as proposed by our grassroots group, Hawaii for a Safe Return to Schools. This plan is an excellent starting point in developing a better blueprint for how we can best proceed from here. Mahalo.
Karen Fukuda, Amanda Lacker, Brooke Nasser, John Fitzpatrick, Juan Espinal, Charles Gill, Rebecca Hadley Schlosser. Karen, can you hear me? Karen Fukuda. Final call for Karen Fukuda. Amanda Lacker. Amanda, can you hear me?
Aloha.
Aloha, Amanda. You'll get a 30-second warning to wrap up your testimony, and then the buzzer will sound. Your testimony time begins now.
Mahalo to the Board of Education for housing this emergency meeting so that we can have discussion and hopefully your vote today in support for the schools. I want to reference page 11 of our opening school year packet, which is the student safety and welfare of the BOE policy 305-1, where it states the Department of Education shall provide a caring environment conducive to the physical, mental, social, and emotional well-being of students while they are participating in school activities. By starting school on August 4th, we are not providing that caring environment because the schools are not prepared yet. Principals still need time to prepare and train the long-term subs, the emergency hires, the teachers, the custodians, the cafeteria workers, and many more volunteers. Principals did not have all the time to do this as school just started opening up yesterday for teachers to come back on campus. I'm hoping the Board of Education can get some answers by the Department of Education of how many adults on campus have to test positive to close the school. How many students have to test positive to close the school? How many schools have to close because of positive cases, and how many schools have to close for the statewide to close again? In the superintendent's message that she had sent out to teachers in the community, she mentioned that we need to build relationships with our students, but she forgot to mention that in her opening school year, that the first 2 weeks are for testing. Now, I don't know a single student that's going to build a relationship if they have to test the first 2 weeks of school. That's why teachers like to take the time and get to know our students so that we can get to know them, their routines, and then go from testing, not testing, then getting to know them. So please provide us a little bit more time so our schools can.
Brooke Nasser, John Fitzpatrick, Juan Espinal, Charles Gill, Rebecca Hadley Schlosser. Brooke, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, Brooke, mahalo. You'll have a 30-second warning to wrap up your testimony, and then the chime will sound. Your testimony time begins now.
Thank you. Madam Chair, board members, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am a Hawaii public school teacher because, like my colleagues, I believe wholeheartedly in the value of education, and I want what is best for our students and our communities. But I'm here today because our concerns are not being addressed. Teachers and staff are being put in a precarious position during a pandemic that the state has not yet managed to get under control. First, we want strict, comprehensive statewide safety protocols, and secondarily, extra time for planning for those safety protocols, as well as distance learning. Recent statements seem to pit teachers and staff against students and parents and suggest that educators are not doing our jobs or looking out for the best interests of our students. And they never mention the reason for these concerns that we have, namely the ongoing and rising threat from COVID. The superintendent's recent statement said, "I recognize this comes at a cost for public school parents and our students." Well, what is the true cost? Is it one illness, one death, 20 deaths? I don't think anyone has yet addressed the true cost for in-person learning. I understand that the state is determined to get kids back into school for face-to-face learning. I understand why that's important for both parents and students. As a teacher, I want face-to-face learning. It's what I was trained to do. But there are costs. I work with adolescents, teenagers, so I'm already starting with compliance issues. But classrooms aren't the problem. I can control my classroom. We're concerned about all of those other social environments that we can't control. And what happens? What are the real costs if we don't do this? What happens when students and staff become ill or someone dies? It's not simply a question of health and safety, but of liability, especially if we could have done something to prevent it. We're all in this together, and we want this to work. Thank you so much for your time.
John Fitzpatrick, Juan Espinal, Charles Gill, Rebecca Hadley Schlosser. John, can you hear
Hello,
me?
can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. There's a lot of background noise going on right now.
Yeah, so aloha, my name is John Fitzpatrick. I apologize, the fire alarms at our school are going off. And I think as we talk about opening up our schools, it's quite apparent that there is a major alarm that we need to sound for the safety of our fellow teachers that are highly susceptible to being to catching COVID-19 and dying. To our fellow teachers that need to go home and take care of their parents. Like my dad had a liver transplant, so if I take COVID-19 home to my dad, he will certainly die. So I'm sorry the fire alarm's going off, and I just want to let you know that people at our school and friends that I have that are sending their kids to school or want to do distance learning are really scared for the health of their fellow citizens and family members and our community. The lack of leadership at the federal level doesn't make me feel safe. The fact that even without our 2,000 students going to school with our teachers, we can't contact trace enough people doesn't make me feel safe. We do need to have a solid plan together that if there is outbreaks or even before there's outbreaks, that there's testing going on. For me, my smallest or my class sizes are between 12 and 14. My largest class size is 18. That is 80% higher than what Ohana bubbles are going to be. I'm going to be seeing up to 120 students per day. So I really want to thank you guys for hopefully pushing the start date back because our principal said we were not quite ready yet. I do want to really push for maybe distance learning, and I hope the board takes testing away. We shouldn't be testing our students. We should be building relationships with our students. And I thank you guys for your time, and I yield the floor.
Juan Espinal, Charles Gill, Rebecca Hadley Schlosser. Juan, can you hear me?
Aloha, yes, ma'am.
Aloha, Juan, mahalo. You'll get a 30-second warning to wrap up your testimony and then the final buzzer. Your testimony time begins now.
Mahalo. And aloha to everybody. Big thank you so much for having me here. My name is Juan Espinal. I am now going into my ninth year teaching as an elementary school teacher here in Kona, at Kona Wine Elementary on the island of Hawaii. And I am speaking on action item A, where I truly believe that I need more training. I have just come to my campus as of yesterday, and I love my campus. I really do. It is therapeutic to be here, but I cannot deny the frustrations and the feelings that I have as I really start thinking about doing this work. And the reality is that you all have staff all over this state that are willing to die for this. And that is the honest truth, because we have already sacrificed so much. Any teacher will tell you we do not do it for anything but the love of our community. So you got a group of people that are willing to die for this. As you continue to make your decisions, as you continue to make your choices, I hope you start to think past just August 4th, past August 17th. I'm talking about those 10 years from now as we look back at the decisions that are made now and whether or not they were the right decisions for the health and safety of our entire state. And as we think about that, please understand that when you think of training out here in Kona, we have not always had the benefit of getting as much professional development. So I please urge you to consider us out here on the other islands as well. Lastly, to the board, I'd like to say big mahalo for the Employee Assistance Program. That therapy is something that I am so thankful for, and I recommend it to everybody. Mahalo through all these tough times. Please have a beautiful rest of your day.
Charles Gill, Rebecca Hadley Schlosser, Judith Ryan, Corey Rosenly. Charles, can you hear me? Charles Gill. Final call for Charles Gill. Rebecca Hadley Schlosser. Rebecca, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. You'll have the 30-second warning and then the buzzer. Your testimony time begins now.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Hadley Schlosser, and I am a kindergarten through second grade special education teacher at Nani Kipono on the Leeward Coast. I'm speaking in favor of today's items. As we've seen over the last few days, our daily count of positive COVID infections has risen. Yesterday's 109 should have come as a wake-up call to us all. To know that 23 of those with a positive result were children is concerning. To also hear that there were 8 infections during summer school or extended school year is even more concerning, since most of these students are our most vulnerable students with special needs. As a person with underlying health issues, I have diabetes, asthma, and I'm in stage 3 of chronic kidney disease because I was born with only one kidney. I am very concerned about catching COVID-19, but I am a professional and will do my job. We are not asking for more time because we don't want to work. We do. We just want to ensure the safety of all members of the school community. We are woefully unprepared to have students begin attending school face-to-face at this time. I urge you to think about the health and safety of our keiki, as well as the staff who work at the school and with the school. Should one of our school community members be diagnosed with COVID, it could have a devastating impact on the entire school. While the staff at my school is fortunate in that our principal was proactive and ordered PPE and other supplies for us, and we have them in our possession now, other schools were not so fortunate. I've seen posts on Facebook where teachers were given 2 pairs of gloves, a small pack of wipes, and if they were lucky, a mask. There are schools that haven't even received their PPE yet. Given the lack of available resources, it is not wise to start the school year now. I'm very concerned that we are rushing to reopen schools without taking into consideration the health and safety needs of all members of the school community. We need a strong message to come from you in relation to opening schools up to face-to-face instruction. That message should be that you care for your school community made up of teachers, custodians, administrators, educational assistants, cafeteria staff, office staff, and anyone who works.
Judith Ryan, Corey Rosenly, Amy Peruso, Susan Piccola Davis. Judith, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, Judith, loud and clear. You'll have the 30-second warning and then the final buzzer. Your time begins now.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank the members of the Board of Education for allowing me to give testimony today on the reopening of schools. My name is Judith Ryan, and I'm a DOE PK teacher and a concerned parent on the island of Kauai. I would like to start off saying that I'm appreciative for all of our custodial staff and what they do to keep our schools clean and in working order. Please listen to my short story on how our school facilities will not be ready for the students to attend face-to-face until this pandemic is over. On March 13th, it was the last day of I Welcome Children in my classroom. On March 24th, teachers were allowed back in their classroom to get materials that they might need to teach their students online for an undetermined amount of time. On that day, I stored my materials, tables, and shelves, which in pre-K can be a lot. When I went back to school in May, it was the last time it was cleaned. It was March 13th. I spoke to the custodial staff on 5/26 about the cleaning, and I was told that they were waiting on cleaning supplies and to come in, and they were short-staffed. I entered my room a couple of times over the summer, where each time I spoke to custodial staff regarding cleaning. I was told that the supplies didn't come in, and there wasn't enough staff to complete everything that needed to be done. On July 15th, I spoke to the custodial staff again. When was my classroom going to be cleaned? I was told there was not enough staff, and I was promised it would get cleaned soon. I checked again on 7/20. My room still was not cleaned. As of 7/26, my classroom was still not cleaned, and let alone COVID-19 cleaned. I wrote an email to my administrator letting them know that it was not cleaned, let alone COVID cleaned. There was no time for staff or training that was provided. I'm concerned that the custodial staff cannot clean our rooms in a 4-month period without students. How will they be able to clean appropriately with our students here? Thank you for your time.
Corey Rosenlee, Amy Peruso, Susan Piccola Davis, Ty Vincent, MD. Corey, can you hear me? Corey Rosenlee. Final call for Corey Rosenlee. Amy Peruso. Amy,
can you hear me?
Corey?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Your testimony time begins now.
To Chair Payne and the Board of Education, first of all, thank you for holding this meeting. HSTA supports the following motions on the BOE agenda. Number 1, HSTA supports the 9 additional training and professional development days and delaying students' first day. 2, HSTA supports the waiving of the 180-day school year. 3, HSTA supports the position that everyone on campuses must wear masks. On behalf of HSTA, I would also ask that the BOE hold another meeting so the questions posed by all 3 unions and the employees they represent be answered before in-person schooling begins. Specifically on the motion to get further written guidance from the Department of Health and the DOE. HSTA agrees with today's agenda item that this lack of guidance and transparency caused problems, delayed implementation, and led to a general erosion of public trust. This trust further eroded when HSTA found out through the media last night that 8 COVID cases were reported across 7 campuses during this year's summer school. This important information was never shared with HSTA during any of our negotiations, nor during the process set up to consider exceptions to the 6-foot distancing rule. Given 8 cases for 8,000 students this summer, what happens when we have 180,000 students return? Could we expect a similar ratio of 180 cases in our schools? Will these outbreaks be shared with the public and this board? Trust demands transparency. How can in-person schooling start if there's no written guidance on this and other important information? HSTA requests that the BOE get those answers before the August 17th scheduled return of students to campuses. How else can we ensure our schools are safe for our keiki? Thank you.
Amy Peruso, Susan Piccola Davis, Ty Vincent, MD, Zan Tim. Amy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mahalo, Amy.
Aloha.
Aloha. Your testimony time begins now.
Mahalo. I submitted testimony, written testimony as a legislator representing House District 46, and I trust that the chair, the board members, and the superintendent will have a chance to read that submission. I wanted to take this opportunity to make a few comments as a parent of a public school child. My daughter loves her teachers. She loves her friends and wants nothing more than to go back to school. But she's racked with anxiety because my mother, who has some underlying health conditions, lives with us. So she actually asked me 2 weeks ago, her eyes filled with tears, if she could be homeschooled because she was so afraid, not that she would get sick, but that she would unknowingly and inadvertently transmit the virus to my mother, who she adores. I told her that I would come here to ask that the BOE not only support delayed reopening, but also consider a plan like the phased approach to reopening being proposed by the grassroots parent-teacher organization that has emerged from this crisis. This phased reopening plan for Hawaii schools that follows recommended public health protocols, including a mandatory mask requirement, strict social distancing requirements, and improved classroom ventilation, can be really powerful for our system. These organizers suggest that the transition from one phase to another should be determined by specific benchmarks based on the documented level of viral community spread and on input from public health experts working with educators. I told my daughter that you are reasonable people who understand the gravity of the situation, and that I am confident that you will, with community support and guidance, adopt an approach that centers student and teacher health and safety. I hope you realize that this is the central issue of this moment, and that we will be with you as you rise to the occasion.
Susan Piccola Davis, Ty Vincent, MD, Zan Tim Tim, Lynn Otaguro. Susan, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, Susan. Mahalo.
Great, thank you. Thank you, board, for having this special meeting. And the first thing I want to talk about is the agenda items. I oppose the new schedule because they still haven't come up with a contingency plan, and the back and forth between the DOE and the unions causes confusion. I don't know the process between the DOE and unions, but the superintendent seems to mistakenly anticipate what the Board of Education is going to ask of her, goes into discussion with assumptions and without transparency. Item B, I oppose the waiver request. I do not believe that this new schedule should take away from the students' full 180 days. Board's recommendations, I oppose 1, because staff training should not take away student hours. I oppose 2, because distance learning has still not been described or told to anybody of how it's going to be provided. Number 3, I oppose masks because mandating anything in Hawaii is very difficult. Number 4, the Department of Health has been anything but transparent. It's unbelievable that they will not allow anyone to know where the cases are. A school has individual responsibility to make decisions based on data, and they can't because the data is not even available to the public, not even Mayor Caldwell. Items nobody's talking about, but I've heard about the ventilation, school buses, kids waiting out on the street in clusters. How are the kids going to get back and forth to school on time when buses have less students on them? And from last week's discussion, the superintendent's request to have a private meeting with a few board members to discuss an agenda item from last week. It is against the Sunshine Law and is not fair to the
Ty Vincent, Zan Tim Tim, Lynn Otaguro, David Leverton. Ty Vincent, can you hear me? Ty? Final call for Ty Vincent. Zan Tim Tim. Zan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You'll have a 30-second warning, and after that, you'll have the final buzzer. Your testimony time begins now.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of parents. I'm a parent of a soon-to-be 8th grader and 10th grader in the Waipahu district, and I feel that the DOE has not put out sufficient guidelines to the opening of the upcoming school year. There are so many unanswered questions. Schools in general can't control simple things like common cold, flu, and ukus, how they're going to control the coronavirus. And also, how are they going to enforce and implement the 6-foot distance in all directions, not only in the classroom, but outside on the sidewalks when kids are passing in class, when there's waiting for school to start, recess, lunch, after school. I mean, there's so many areas where the kids are not monitored fully and can be watched if they are doing the distancing and wearing their mask. I believe that there should be masks required from everyone, faculty and students at all times, and also that temperature should be taken of faculty and staff before the school day starts. If somebody has a fever, they get isolated and they go home immediately. That should be done at every single school. There is also no infectious disease control or treatment plan that's being shared not only with the school, with the teachers, but the parents. What are the schools going to do when a student or teacher or faculty member tests positive for the coronavirus? There's no detailed plan being shared. Who's going to be disinfecting the bathrooms? How often? What about commonly touched items like desks, chairs, doorknobs, textbooks, computer, lab equipment, music instruments, sports equipment? Who will be disinfecting all of those items that kids touch on a daily basis? You cannot expect teachers to do that. Do I need to train my kids to disinfect everything they touch every time they walk into a classroom? Also, will there be ventilation systems, especially with rooms with AC? Are substitute teachers being trained on all safety protocols, which I don't think they are right now because teachers themselves don't even know everything that they need to do.
Lynn Otaguro, David Leverton, Nicole Harrison, Justin Manuel Bergonio. Lynn, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Your
Chairman,
testimony time begins now.
Chairman Payne and the board, my name is Lynn Otaguro. I have a daughter who is a teacher and friends who want to return to in-person instruction, and they are going to go in spite of the risk because they care so much about their kids. But they are placing their trust in the state to do everything it can to limit the risk of infection in our schools, and we are not ready. I am asking the board to delay the start of school, take a critical look at the DOE's plans to reopen, and consider a phased approach to reopening. This is different from my testimony, but as we look at it, I think this is the best approach. Governor Ige has limited gatherings to 10 or less, but not in schools, because they have a more controlled environment and safety precautions, including cohorting. But preparations are incomplete because schools have not received guidance in many areas. The DOE and DOH must provide the information that was asked for in the July 23rd testimony by many staffs and administrators. And if we look at cohorting, we have to look at it not in a vacuum, but in light of how schools actually operate and how students behave. Cohorting relies on contact being limited to one teacher and a classroom of students. In practice, many people work with the students from many classes. Everything is mixed up. People work with students from different schools. So that cohort becomes large. In practice, people are asking teachers to meet in small groups. In practice, students walk down the hall. So we need that. We need, at the very least, clarification and guidance on how to limit the risk. And the DOE must provide training to both parents and teachers on COVID-19. But recently we learned that 8 people were infected in summer school. And this is a problem, not just because of, but because it's
David Leverton, Nicole Harrison, Justin Manuel Bergonio, Diane Lim Tam. David, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I can hear you as well, David. Your testimony time begins now.
Hi, my name is David Leverton. I've got 3 public school age elementary kids on the Big Island, and I just wanted to take some time as a parent to thank you, the school board, and our leaders and administrators for your hard work. You've got some challenging balances, I understand. The balance of teacher safety, the balance of student safety, and doing what's best for the kids. But I think we've got to keep this North Star. The mission of the Hawaii State Department of Education is to serve our community by ensuring equity, empowerment, and excellence in education for all students. I want to talk a little bit about the equity aspect. The plan to shorten the school year and even open them just for a few hours a week poses a lot of challenges to many of our most vulnerable children across the area. Right now in Hawaii, we have 1 recorded case of COVID. So many students across the islands, school is the absolute safest place for them to be. And every hour that the school doors are closed, this achievement gap gets worse and worse. And this troubles a lot of us because, many of our communities, white collar professionals, they're able to work from home, and they've got a great homeschool program with virtual curriculums and things like that. But many parents in our community don't have the luxury of working from home or establishing and overseeing a distance learning program. These are the folks who are on the front lines, keeping our supermarkets open and stocking warehouses, farming, fixing cars, things like that. They're the folks that have kept Hawaii from a complete shutdown during this pandemic. And many of these families don't have high-speed internet or a computer at home. And so I believe achieving academic equity in a distance learning environment requires a really renewed focus for us on the people who are already struggling, knowing that sometimes, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, extended time away from school is resulting in social isolation and harming a lot of our students. So I just want to encourage you guys to think about your equity mission as you balance a lot of the needs for the community. Thank you.
Nicole Harrison, Justin Manuel Bergonio, Diane Lim Tam, Debbie Anderson. Nicole, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Nicole. You get a 30-second warning to wrap up your testimony, and then you'll hear the buzzer. Your testimony time begins now.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify. First off, I would just like to say that we as teachers, we miss our students. We want to be back in school, but we are not ready. We don't have the proper training. Luckily enough for my school that I teach at, I'm at Hilo Union School on the Big Island, and my principal and admin worked hard to be proactive and providing some PPE for us. But to say that, to start us off on August 4th is just scary, especially with the risk of not knowing who is asymptomatic. How are you going to test that? What's going to happen? Like if a student gets sick, can they sue you? Can they sue me? Who's going to be held liable? Also, I personally, I'm afraid for my family because they're high risk. And if one of my students that I do miss, starts and we're not prepared and they're asymptomatic, and I catch it and I bring it home, I don't want to be responsible for one of them dying. So I urge you to please delay and mandate masks for all public campuses. Thank you very much for listening. Have a wonderful day.
Justin Manuel Bergonio, Diane Lim Tam, Debbie Anderson, Sharon Valente, Sherry Nakamura. Justin, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Justin, loud and clear. Your testimony time begins now.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board, and Superintendent Kishimoto for taking the time to hear us out this afternoon. My name is Justin R. Bergonio. I am not a public health expert. I am not an epidemiologist. I am not a policymaker. I am a sixth-year math teacher at Waipahu High School. And I'm going to be honest, I'm not worried about this school year. I am scared shitless. I'm scared for my students who live with their 5 siblings, 2 parents, and grandma in a 1-bedroom apartment that could become a single COVID cluster. I'm scared for my colleagues at Waipahu, some mere inches away from retirement, weathering this school year because they, quote unquote, have no choice. I'm scared for my father who works days as custodian at an elementary school and nights at Rainbow Drive-In. I'm scared he will one day wake up having difficulty breathing. I'm scared that the combination of community spread with the opening of in-person classes and the reopening of the state to tourism during flu season will overwhelm our frontline workers, one of whom is my cousin, who just wants to look forward to his son's first birthday, but can't because he's too busy intubating and jumping between patients on ventilators in the war zone that used to be the ER. I'm scared shitless, which is why, along with the rest of Hawaii, I'm entrusting you all, Honorable Chair, members of the board, and Superintendent, to make the right decision. Please consider delaying the reopening of public schools, and please consider the possibility of distance learning as proposed by the grassroots group Hawaii for a Safe Return to Schools. As I have 30 seconds left before I say my goodbyes, I just wanted to say in reply to equity, please think about the equity of students who are going to school in Title I areas because their parents are probably out of work and without health insurance coverage. And so it wouldn't be necessarily equitable to give them the coronavirus as well as medical bills. Thank you for your time. Stay safe. Aloha.
Diane Lim Tam, Debbie Anderson, Sharon Valente, Sherry Nakamura. Diane Lim Tam, can you hear me? Diane? Diane?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Diane, yes.
Hi.
Your testimony time begins now.
Aloha, I'm a parent of 2 children in public school here. Parents are receiving inconsistent messaging regarding distance learning, and it's causing a lot of confusion and frustration. Inconsistencies like which platforms are being used, instructional delivery mode, availability. Regarding platforms, we're told you might get Acellus, Plato, Canvas, Blackboard, Google Classroom, WebEx, etc. But what does that actually mean for the student's learning experience? Kalani High School just told us today that they're using Plato, which is for remedial classes. My child has a GPA of 4.5 and takes AP courses. She does not need remedial classes. She needs an actual DOE certified AP teacher. With Plato, she's unable to take any AP classes. There's so much confusion. Many parents don't know the difference between distance learning, virtual learning, e-school, nor the difference between hybrid and blended options. How can we make informed decisions when information is not forthcoming from the DOE? Furthermore, it feels like we're being coerced and even punished for choosing distance learning. Some parents received letters saying that you will get no teacher support if you choose distance learning. We were told just today, distance learning is very restrictive, strictly online, no teacher involvement, no athletics, no activities, no big variety of classes, and no AP courses. Why not? They were able to deliver that in the 4th quarter. Some parents are opting to do homeschooling by filling out Form 4140. If they do so, schools will suffer an additional loss of up to $13,000 per student. We don't want our decisions to hurt schools further, but we feel like administrators are not working with us in the best interest of the students. On the top of page 4 of the BOE executed resolution, it states distance learning where the teacher delivers instruction virtually or online. Please ensure that all students will have access to classes where Hawaii DOE teachers are able to teach our children directly. Kalani's principal told us, quote, "It is not equal. We got to do the best we can, and it is what it is," end quote. It is incumbent on the board and the DOE to ensure that the taxpayer-funded education system provides for equal access to learning opportunities for all. Thank you.
Excuse me, this is the board chair. Pardon me, my voice is bad, but I would like to ask everyone testifying, just as a reminder, to please refrain from using profanity. Thank you.
Debbie Anderson, Sharon Valenti, Sherry Nakamura. Debbie, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Debbie, we can hear you. Thank you. Your testimony time begins now.
Aloha, Chair Payne, and especially our 3 neighbor island representatives, Maggie, Kaimana, and Keely. I'm speaking geographically today because my concern is that why should we be stuck with a uniquely monolithic statewide response so that the governor and superintendent are making decisions primarily from the island of Oahu? We have a system that was discussed in the June 18th memo that is actually a tri-level, and we have 15 complex area superintendents. We can tell that when we're talking about community spread, there have been significant differences among the different islands. So that Lanai, no cases. Molokai has had 1 case. Right now we have 1 case on the Big Island. There's been very different ways that Mayor Kawakami on Kauai, Mayor Kim on the Big Island, Mayor Victorino. There's different ways that the mayors are handling things. We believe that it would be possible if there is more local control, principals meeting with their CASs, so that places where they have very few cases would be able to provide more in-person learning. It is basically an enormous strength that we have some more isolated communities and complexes, and it would be very possible. Now, somebody asked me about equity, and there has been a lot of money that follows the populous areas, the decision making, and there has been more loss for basic staffing and less equity, internet access to these more isolated areas. So in this instance, where the small population.
Sharon Valente, Sherry Nakamura. Sharon, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Sharon. Mahalo. Your testimony time begins now.
Aloha. Mahalo for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Dr. Sharon Valenti. We have 2 sons. Our youngest will be a senior in high school this fall. Kevin has multiple medical issues. As a parent, one wants nothing less than the absolute best for your child. And for my son, the absolute best is protecting him from a potential life-threatening virus. As a community member, I am concerned about all of our ohana, from all KK to teachers to administrators to bus drivers, extending to their families at home, especially Kupuna. Professionally, my expertise is in evaluation, such as the construction of logic models. I have served as a grant reviewer for the U.S. Department of Education to evaluate if planning is sufficient to support the desired outcomes. The starting point for such a review is the vision and mission of the Department of Education. For our students to be educated in the current environment, a necessary precondition is the training of our teachers, not just in technology, but in pedagogy of hybrid as well as online teaching. I understand training was offered, Again, putting on my evaluator hat, when were the offers made? How were the offers communicated? If we were to look at the numbers of faculty who were able to attend the trainings offered, stratified by areas within each county, how does that compare to the total population of teachers in each strata? Many other comments, but I'd like to jump to, let us remember the spirit of aloha from Chapter 5 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes. Aloha is the essence of relationships in which each person is important to every other person for collective existence. I ask you to please contemplate and give full consideration to the aloha spirit for the education, health, and joyful learning for our keiki. Mahalo.
Sherry Nakamura, Executive Director, Hui for Excellence in Education. Sherry, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Sherry. Your testimony time begins now.
Aloha Chair Payne and members of the board. My name is Sherry Nakamura, Director of He'e Coalition. I am commenting on action item 3C. We are in support of all elements of this item. We believe that in normal circumstances, in any large organization, there needs to be a balance of centralized management and local flexibility. But in a crisis, in a pandemic, we think that the balance should shift to a more standardized approach, especially when it comes to health and safety. In our written testimony, we provide the example of the UH system's process to health and safety vis-a-vis COVID-19. A daily screening through a phone app, face covering, 6 feet social distancing, and hand washing are required for all UH campuses. It is clear, easy to understand, and standardized. We support the extra days for training, but unless these health and safety requirements are explicit, we may never have enough time to prepare. Thus, mandating masks and having written requirements from DOH is needed. On distance learning, we also believe that a more centralized approach is appropriate and strategic. All students need access to the internet and devices, and perhaps it would have been better to have prioritized CARES money for this. We need one supported learning management platform and an integrated student information system across the state. This way, professional development can be done systematically, students can know what to expect, and families could have one consistent way to communicate with schools. Unfortunately, this is not our situation now. The best we can do is give schools more time for training on the myriad of distance learning tools they are utilizing. Given the current COVID situation, we might be forced to start in a distance learning mode. Nonetheless, we still think there is time for the department to shift to a more unified solution. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
This is Board Chair Payne. I'm going to call a brief break now and would like to return to our meeting at 5 minutes to 3. Thank you.
Aloha, I'm Corey Rosenlee, your HSTA president.
I am grateful and so honored to be a part of you.
to our dear Keiki. Your public school teachers want you to know that distance cannot separate us. We are finding new ways to support you and your families. We're overcoming challenges and learning valuable lessons together. We miss you, and once it's safe, we can't wait to welcome you back. Until then, stay healthy and know that we're here for you. Always.
HSTA has been there for us through thick and thin, has really helped us out, especially with negotiating our contract.
They're fighting for us, definitely. Fighting for better work conditions and for a competitive salary, and also that they're trying to take care of our students.
Aloha. I'm Corey Rosenlee, President of the Hawaii State Teachers Association. I've been a social studies teacher for more than 20 years, and this is my school, James Campbell High School. So what is HSTA? HSTA is our union. It's made up of over 13,000 members across the state. And I'm proud to say 98% are members of HSTA. HSTA's vision is united in the pursuit of excellence for Hawaii's public schools. Our mission is to support and enhance the professional role of teachers, to advocate for teachers' interests, to collaborate with the community to assure quality public education for Hawaii's youth, to promote human and civil rights, to support and nurture diversity in our multifaceted community. By taking action together, we harness our collective power. When we negotiated our contract in 2017, more than 6,000 teachers marched on the Capitol to demand a fair agreement. Thousands more across the state sign-waved outside their schools. Others signed petitions and delivered testimony to advocate for better learning and working conditions. By working together, members overwhelmingly ratified this 4-year contract. It provided for gains such as raises of nearly 14% and improvements in the teacher evaluation system, including shifting to a 5-year evaluation cycle for tenured teachers from every other year. A recent midterm settlement provides $45 million for our members in medical benefit coverage and professional development. Other improvements beyond the contract. HSTA has negotiated stipends for mentor teachers and convinced the DOE to allow teachers to use their educational administration credits for reclassification, moving them up on the salary scale.
I'm Osa Tui, Vice President of the Hawaii State Teachers Association, former math teacher and now the registrar here at McKinley High School. The HSTA was incorporated in 1971, and since then, we've been a strong voice at the table whenever there are discussions about public education here in Hawaii. We represent not only classroom teachers, but also non-classroom positions such as counselors, librarians, student activities coordinators.
Previously stated. So 2:30, we will reconvene.
Fight for the voices of educators and students to be heard through rallies, protests, and in the most extreme cases, strikes. Our teachers walked the picket lines in 1973 and 2001. And when our members came together with collective action during those walkouts, they benefited greatly with better contracts, significant raises, and improvements in working conditions. It's hard to believe that only a few decades ago, before HSTA was formed, that teachers didn't get lunch breaks, were forced to clean their own classrooms, and endured open-ended work days. We have learned through the decades that we are stronger together.
Hi, I'm Logan Okita, HSTA Secretary Treasurer and a first grade teacher here at Nimitz Elementary. Our staff and volunteer leaders across the state work very hard to protect and support our members at every step of their journey. Aspiring educators, along with early career and second career educators, benefit from our workshops, training, and networking events. Those dealing with college debt can learn how to decrease or even eliminate their college loans at our free seminars. We also look out for members' financial needs, free financial and retirement planning workshops, as well as travel, retail, and restaurant discounts. Members benefit from exclusive access to insurance plans, including life, accident, critical illness, and long-term care insurance that's as much as 75% cheaper than plans available on the open market. HSTA members are also covered by a free $1 million liability policy that would easily cost $1,000 a year if it could be purchased individually. We offer member-led professional development courses with teachers teaching fellow teachers to improve their practice and helping HSTA members qualify for reclassification and raises worth thousands of dollars. HSTA also offers training and support all the way through the National Board Certification process, allowing members to improve their practice and earn a $5,000 a year bonus. If they teach at certain designated schools, the annual bonus is $10,000.
Teachers coming into the field, they need to join the union so that they can be a part of that family. You can turn to anybody that you need to and get information that you might not have known before. Being only 3 years in Hawaii, I have gotten so much from my union family that has helped me to be a better teacher here in Hawaii.
The union has helped me to help our kids. I think that's one of the major parts that the union does.
Okay, the meeting is now back in order, and I would ask board staff to please continue with the testimony.
Mahalo, Board Chair. Shanna, Logan, Andrew, Sanchez, John Clark. Shanna, can you hear me? Shanna Logan. Shanna? Final call for Shanna Logan. Andrew Sanchez. Andrew Sanchez. Final call for Andrew Sanchez. Chair Payne, because we just reconvened and because of your further clarification earlier on the recess, I'd like to circle back to the first testifier for this part of our meeting.
Yes, please
Shanna,
do that.
thank you. Shanna Logan, Andrew Sanchez, John Clark. That was Shanna Logan, Andrew Sanchez, and John Clark. Shanna, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, Shanna Logan.
Okay.
Shanna, can you lower the sound on your device? We're getting a lot of feedback.
Hang on 1 second. Is that better?
Much better, Shanna. Thank you. You will get a 30-second warning, and then you should wrap up your testimony. You'll hear the final buzzer. Your testimony time begins now.
Aloha, everyone. Oh, that sounds bad.
Shanna, we're still getting a lot of,
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Aloha, everyone. I'm a former public school teacher in the Hawaiian Studies program on Hawaii Island. And I'm a parent of a student in the special education program at Roosevelt High School on Oahu. I fully respect and trust my son's teacher to keep my son safe, and I agree with the action items listed on the board's agenda today. However, I do not agree with the reopening of schools on August 17th and ask the BOE to support the HSTA and HGEA in their stand to hold the DOE accountable for proper training, support, safety protocols, and COVID cleaning of classrooms prior to reopening. So 3 points to consider. Number 1, since my son is in special education, I'd like to know how the BOE and the DOE is complying with the Felix consent decree during lockdown, as well as how they will do it in school, especially when it comes to transportation and mental health services. Second, I'd like the BOE to consider the continuation of the Hawaiian Studies program under Hawaii State Constitution, Article 10, Section 4, and how to support kupuna and mako who are unable to work now the schools are closed since they are classified as casual hires and they may not be able to teach virtually. Number 3, safety of faculty, students, and staff during school activities such as lunch, recess, bus rides, school health rooms, and sports activities. So I appreciate everyone, and I pray that we will have some time to consider these points. Mahalo.
Andrew Sanchez, John Clark, Andrea Iona. Andrew Sanchez, can you hear me?
I can't hear you. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you. I can't hear you.
Andrew, can you hear me? Testing for
Can you hear me?
Andrew. Testing for
Hello?
Andrew Sanchez.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Andrew Sanchez.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Andrew, we can
Oh.
hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you so much.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
I'm ready. Thank you
You're
so
ready.
much.
Your testimony time begins now.
Okay. Aloha kako, esteemed board members. My name is Andrew Sanchez, and I come to you today as a concerned parent in order to provide my oral testimony regarding action items A, B, and C in support of additional training for our teachers, reducing the 180-day school year and starting the school year utilizing a teacher-led distance learning model. I am a father of 2 beautiful daughters, both deemed high risk, and one of them being a special needs student. I feel that part of my duty as a responsible community member requires me to address the lack of regard for the sanctity of life that seems to be running rampant within the Hawaii Department of Education. As has been previously mentioned, the total number of COVID cases for the month of July is 1,083 confirmed infections. I read an article yesterday that indicated there were 23 confirmed infections of children. The risk that our keiki face is real. The risks our kumu and kupuna and our entire community face are very, very real. We, the parents of our keiki, are extremely concerned regarding how the DOE has handled this global pandemic, as the response has been lackluster, to say the least. The state and its citizens were recently informed of 8 COVID infections that were not reported to the greater school populations. How is this happening? How are these critical truths being stifled? This totalitarian regime, which sweeps critical information under the rug and hides extremely important information, such as this, from its community members, must improve. This is not ethical, moral, and this is not pono. In closing, I'd like to acknowledge the utter hypocrisy we're witnessing as we provide these testimonies to you all. I understand that many DOE staff are required to work from home. You are making it abundantly clear that you care not for the lives of our keiki, kumu, and kupuna as we address this pandemic that has affected our global community. Mahalo.
Testifiers, as a reminder, you have 2 minutes of testimony. There will be a chime sounded at 30 seconds that will inform you that you should wrap up your testimony before the final buzzer. Our next testifier, John Clark, Andrea Iona, Hoku Ward. John, can you hear me?
Aloha, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, John. Mahalo. Your testimony time begins now.
Thank you. As chairperson of the Education Committee of the Evan Neighborhood Board, a member of the Joint Venture Education Forum, and founder of a team-based nonprofit here in Hawaii, I've been working with and following DOE for well over 8 years. I also have 2 teenage daughters who attend public schools here in Ewa Beach. I am in support of the concepts placed forth by Hawaii Safe Return. So essentially all 3 of these items, A, B, and C. At a recent WebEx presentation with the leadership at James Campbell High School, I asked what will happen when, not if, but when a student becomes infected. The questions were ignored all 3 times. To me, that's scary. I understand the apparent complexity of the issue, but refusing to answer the question just leads to decreased trust. There's a vast continuum of perspectives, and I get that. We have everyone in the community from the far left to the far right, open up now, close down now. But it seems to me like we're conflating 6 specific issues: teaching and learning, working in childcare, employment, and community. All those are related in their own way, and we have to find what I would say is a Venn diagram solution, a solution which can work to resolve all of these challenges. It won't be easy, but I believe we can do it if we look at the classic SWOT analysis. COVID is undoubtedly an overwhelming threat to our community, but there's got to be an opportunity there, an opportunity to not go back to the old ways of doing things. I believe the superintendent has done well, but decentralizing decision-making should not be the central part of what we do. There needs to be a centralized framework that leads from the front. So giving over to the CDC and HIPAA, we're going to run into FERPA challenges. But I do want to thank you for allowing this testimony. Aloha and mahalo.
Andrea Iona, Hoku Ward, Akemi Faria. Andrea, can you hear me? Andrea Iona? Final call for Andrea Iona. Hoku Ward. Hoku, can you hear me? Hoku?
Hello. Hello.
Hoku, yes.
Hi, aloha.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay,
Your testimony time begins now.
Okay, aloha board members. My name is Hoku and I'm a mother of 4, 2 of which are students in Hawaii's public school system. As I speak with you virtually today for the safety of all in attendance, I wonder why teachers and students statewide are being denied that same right. Rushing the reopening of our economy at the expense of safety and lives is a mistake. I come to you as a concerned parent who, as I witness the recent trends of COVID-19 spread in our communities and the contradictory guidelines that follow, can't help but step back and wonder, how do we keep missing the mark? Understandably, the situation has remained very fluid from the onset of this pandemic. However, the lack of transparency and clarity from our state leaders has created an environment of distrust for many parents, myself included. Board members, I appeal to you today to delay the reopening of schools and to implement the 4-step phase approach so that our teachers are well prepared for the task at hand and our keiki can feel confident returning to an environment that is ready to receive them. Beginning with adequate training for all school personnel and 100% virtual learning would allow teachers the time to prepare for their new roles, while facility upgrades are made and will give students an opportunity to transition into this new learning environment before physically stepping foot into a classroom. Common sense tells us to listen to the numbers and the data, not deadlines, politics, or gut instincts. The data shows patterns that help determine the course we take and should be considered first before making big decisions. Rather than boasting about the state's contact tracing capabilities, why not take a proactive approach to mitigate spread rather than reacting later when it's too late? Opening dates and political interests aside, we must look to the data to provide our path forward. The phased reopening of schools using data-driven benchmarks is the most effective and safest way forward and is in the best interest of our kumu, our keiki, and our communities. Mahalo for your time.
Akemi Faria, Huang Do, Carly Kanehiro, Lisa Morrison. Akemi, can you hear me?
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Akemi. Your testimony time begins now.
Aloha and thank you, board members, for allowing me to testify today. I am a 3rd grade teacher on the Big Island of Hawaii. I wanted to testify and express that action items A and C are necessary for all stakeholders involved. To speak to action item A, from personal experience, information and guidelines during the summer have been very vague and far and few in between. Teachers and admin need clarity of how to safely reopen. When offered professional development in July, I was providing instruction online for students in the Summer Learning Hub, so I did not get to participate. Although very time-consuming, distance learning is possible. Parents have expressed interest in distance learning, and I, as a teacher, do not have answers for them. Clarity is not there at our school. To speak to action item B, the gradual 4-step phase approach to open schools, starting with 100% distance learning, is needed. Our students will be in hot classrooms with no AC, wearing masks all day, facing forward without small group instruction. Our PPE supplies are not enough to make me feel comfortable. It was clear that PPE has been deferred and has priority to hospitals, as it should. Delayed shipments of all supplies have impacted us. Therefore, our facilities are not ready.
We are losing valuable teachers due to concern of bringing the virus home to loved ones. There is a shortage of subs. Our sub list has been cut in half. I have no childcare for my child and will need to take leave 3 days out of the 5 in person to care for my daughter. I requested telework, and due to a recent DOE memo, I do not qualify. Half of my students will not have instruction face-to-face with me. I just wanted to also state that these students, they are my family. These students are a part of our lives. We will consider anyone dying at our school as a family member dying.
Kwang Du, Harley Kanehiro, Lisa Morrison, Elise Swope. Kwang, can you hear me?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Your testimony time begins now.
Hi, yeah, thank you for letting us voice our concern, and I do hear a lot of the teachers' concern and everything, but I have a child that's going to first grade right now, and distance learning during the March summer timeframe has been really difficult on us. I understand maybe older kids, they can do it, but for younger kids, it's really hard with working family. I do sympathize with the teachers, but I feel like our school principal were really ready and provided us a lot of updates weekly prior to the school starting, and I felt like our school was prepared. So I just wish that we wouldn't make a blanket statement to just delay everything for all the schools, and maybe perhaps let each individual local school parents and teachers decide on opening up. I just want to, voice that concern, because I feel like there's never going to be a perfect situation, and I do understand there are health concerns and stuff like that. But my child's been going preschool this whole time since the pandemic, and that school has never once got a COVID case. So they must be doing something right, and I just want the schools to consider that and maybe look at other preschools, how they're doing things right. And that's all I wanted to say, but thank you so much.
Carly Kanehiro, Lisa Morrison, Elise Swope, Joy Jerry. Carly, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Carly, we can hear you. Your testimony time begins now.
My name is Carly Kanehiro, and I'm a social studies teacher at James Campbell High School. I urge you to delay the reopening of schools until planning, training, and preparation for all parties involved, evaluating building safety, and purchasing PPE is in place. Once the state is able to do that, I urge you to seriously consider starting schools virtually. There has not been enough planning and preparation to do this. We need to take a more holistic approach to having our keiki return to school. As they say, it takes a village to raise a child. It will literally take a village to help our children to go back to school safely, and everyone must do their part in order for this to be done effectively. Although in order for everyone to do their part, these very real and legitimate concerns need to be addressed. Teachers have not been trained in safety protocols on how to effectively disinfect classrooms unless they've been teaching themselves over the summer on their own time. Which disinfectant spray do they use? How long do we let it sit? Which will make it effective? What kind of mask should one not use? How do we disinfect classrooms in between classes while making sure students are safe, that they each get hand sanitizer, that they're socially distancing going into the classroom while looking for COVID symptoms, because we can't take temperatures since we're not medical professionals, while getting them started on instruction? How? Can we have students wipe their own desks? Where in the world can we find disinfectant wipes? We are already in a teacher shortage crisis in the state of Hawaii and the United States for various reasons, for not feeling supported, respected, valued, everyone's demands, and for the sheer amount of work required. Here we are again, feeling this tenfold during a pandemic. It's also brought to my attention that the DOE is proposing a reopening of schools on August 17th. What's the plan? What's going to be accomplished in those 2 weeks? Are all of these big questions going to be addressed? Are we expected to not have these questions answered and yet still made face-to-face instruction because our superintendent said that because of this 2-week delay that our labor partners will have an aggressive push that their members will be
plastic books. So please consider involved in making sure our kids.
Lisa Morrison, Elise Swope, Joy Jerry, Hillary Lang, Dana Moore. Lisa Morrison, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lisa. Mahalo. Your testimony time begins now.
Thank you very much. Aloha and mahalo to Chair Payne and members of the board for protecting the pay differentials for teachers at your last meeting. I'm so pleased that the 3 Kumu working with my son in Papa Ikolu at Paia Elementary on Maui will continue to receive the extra pay so my son has highly qualified teachers. They spent countless hours this summer preparing for in-person and virtual learning. But even with that incredible dedication to prepare during their unpaid time and the helpful parent meetings held by the school, their principal said honestly she hopes the decision will prevail today to delay the start of students back to school, because she, along with the majority of administrators and teachers, recognize just how much more preparation we need to give our keiki the best chance possible for an education. And I want to caution the board and the community against upholding 180 instructional days as a magical number that guarantees student achievement. There's many activities in a given school year, orientations, waiver days, celebrations, half days, hurricanes, that might mean an individual student will have less than 180 days of instruction. It's a small give to use some time to better prepare the adults at school to work with our keiki. My own son had 137 instructional days last school year, and he learned so much, and I saw the progress he made. If I may, as a teacher, suggest one way to recover what are currently several lost days of instruction, it would be to drop standardized testing, which I know the DOE has committed to applying for a waiver on for this year. Just by itself, that will compensate for the extra time you can provide schools now to get better prepared for the difficult and strange year ahead. Teachers nationwide can tell you that these tests don't tell us anything we don't already know from working with our students, and they take up weeks and weeks of what could be actual learning time. They're so meaningless. As a parent, I'll be refusing the test for my own son as long as they are required in his public school. Mahalo, and as a final request, I'd like to ask that you consider holding your now virtual meetings at 3 p.m. so that those of us who work directly with students can participate. Thank you.
Elise Swope, Joy Jerry, Hillary Lang, Dana Moore, Marshall Lum, Estella Berg. Elise Swope, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, Elise. Your testimony time begins now.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. This is Dr. Elise Swope. I'm a clinical psychologist. I worked for close to 20 years in the public schools on Oahu, first for the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Division and then for the Department of Education. I covered Waimanalo to Waialua on a current need basis as referred by principals. I am no longer in the schools, quasi-retired. I have 2 children. My youngest just graduated from Caltech. My testimony is coming from a different place. I am first and foremost a scientist, and as a consequence of my son's hard work, have access to cutting-edge information from Caltech. I first became aware of this pandemic in November when Caltech emailed all of the parents about potentially going remote for spring semester. And at that time, they posted an article, which was a meta-review of prior pandemics in the United States. It has since been altered online, but the original document was published by the Journal of the American Medical Association, and I did submit that with my written testimony. In that document, they explained that the single most important thing in a pandemic in terms of community spread is whether schools are open or closed. It can make a difference of up to 80%. Now, I'm concerned as a vulnerable community member. I'm now 60 years old. I have diabetes. I have autoimmune disease. If I get this, it's a very serious situation. As it is for many of the people on Oahu, this is the second oldest state in the nation, I'm concerned that opening schools at this time will infect a lot of people. Teachers are vulnerable, children are vulnerable, community members are vulnerable. So I urge you to consider the scientific evidence and keep the schools.
Joy Jerry, Hillary Lang, Dana Moore, Marshall Lum, Estella Berg. Joy Jerry, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Joy, we can hear you. Your testimony time begins now.
I'm a parent of a second grader at Kihei School on Maui, and I just thank you guys, the BOE, for taking our testimonies today. And I have submitted written testimony, but wanted to submit oral testimony as well. I'm 67 years old and my Hanai son is 7. He has a 504 plan or the IDP. He has learning struggles as well as emotional problems. In-person school is extremely crucial for children like mine. We've been out of school for 5 months now. August 4th start is what we have been counting on. So I'm not naive to this virus, but growing up in the 50s and 60s, we went through many viruses and some serious illnesses. They're not fun, but they're part of life. There are too many kids that are suffering far more from mental and emotional issues because of schools being closed. And COVID has more than physical consequences. And unless you live with a child like mine, you can't say that the rare chance of him getting COVID outweighs the damage that he has suffered from not going to school. Teachers and staffs are wanting to stay out of the classroom, but my child's approved for a 5-day week in-person classroom. I feel that if Walmart, Target, police, fire departments, restaurants, YMCA, gyms, post office, airlines, and other essential workers can go back to work, that teachers who are essential should be able to prepare to go back to work. I don't understand why teachers feel more vulnerable to COVID than other people who are working in Hawaii. Private schools on Maui are going back 5 days a week. We can figure it out as we go along because we don't have all the answer. And as much as we want to have all the answers, we won't get there unless we start school. We've had 5 months to get prepared. If you can promise that we'll start on August 17, I think parents will understand, but we can't allow schools to be closed indefinitely because.
Hillary Lang, Dana Moore, Marshall Lum, Estella Berg, Lonnie Powers. Hillary, can you hear me? Hillary Lang. Final call for Hillary Lang. Dana Moore. Dana Moore. Final call for Dana Moore. Marshall Lum. Marshall Lum. Final call for Marshall Lum. Estella Berg, Lonnie Powers. Keely Sanchez. January Liddell. Estella Berg, can you hear me?
Aloha, yes, thank you.
Aloha, Estella, we can hear you. Your testimony time begins now.
Mahalo for the opportunity to share my thoughts, and thank you all so very much for the hard work I know you've been doing for our keiki. Today, I ask you for your courage to face the reality that now is not the time to send our children back into school buildings. We all wish we could return to any small bit of normalcy, but wishing doesn't work. The science is the science. The math is the math. Exponential growth of COVID-19 will take place if kids are sent back to school before science-based benchmarks have been established and met. I fully support the 4-part plan developed by the grassroots organization Hawaii for a Safe Return to Schools. The current plan to resume classes August 4th or even August 17th or any date at all skips over the first two steps in their plan, which are the most important ones for success. We must follow a phased-in approach with transitions between phases being triggered by science-based benchmarks, such as a test positivity rate below 5% before returning to in-person classes. We have exceeded that rate on Oahu now. Once in-person classes do resume, all children deserve to be offered virtual learning with a qualified teacher from their home school. Distance learning provided by a third-party vendor is not acceptable. I know these things will be challenging to provide, so I ask you for your creativity today as well. Keep seeking better solutions. I also have a message for parents. You do not have to send your child into harm's way, nor do you have to accept a third-party vendor online platform with little to no connection with your home school. If the 4-part plan developed by Hawaii for a safe return to schools is not adopted, I call for students to strike. Mahalo.
Lonnie Powers, Kile Sanchez, January Liddell, Amy Milani. Lonnie Powers, can you hear me? Lonnie Powers. Final call for Lonnie Powers. Kile Sanchez. Kile, can you hear me?
Hello?
Kile?
Hi, yes, this is Kylie.
Oh, Kylie. Come
Sorry.
on. Your testimony time begins now.
Thank you. Aloha board members, my name is Kylie Sanchez and I'm entering my 7th year of teaching at Waianae Intermediate on Oahu. I am testifying in regards to action item C, number 2. We need to take a phased approach to reopening our schools to our precious keiki that begins with time, training, and distance learning. August 17th is an arbitrary date that will not solve our issues. Distance learning keeps kids safe and schools open simultaneously and preps them for college and career readiness. And our kids will be served and taken care of by their teachers as the most adaptable and resourceful people there are. This is the only answer. We can adapt, but it must be decided proactively rather than reactively. According to our superintendent's rhetoric, we are not doing what's best for kids, and I agree. We are sending them back too early, and I would like to aggressively push for distance learning for at least the first quarter. It is deliberate ignorance to assume parents will not send their kids to school if they are sick, not to mention a multitude of teachers do and will come to school ill. No longer should we be taken advantage of due to the fact we are students by being asked to jump in front of invisible bullets. I believe taking the quickest way back to normal via in-person teaching is illogical, and it makes community guidelines void and pointless. There is a double standard treating schools as an exception when we all know that these are the dirtiest, most poorly ventilated confined spaces. Our kids are not replaceable, and learning can occur without unnecessary risk for us, them, their entire families, and our communities at large. Only people who are so far removed would believe schools are a controlled environment. This is ignorantly hopeful. 124 cases today and 32 children. Nobody looks back to the pandemic of 1918 and says, wow, they missed so much school. They talk about the second wave of the flu as a result of the rush of business as usual. These critical decisions will undoubtedly affect teacher shortages. Let us do what we do best as teachers, take little support, supplies, and respect, and turn it into a world-class education that our keiki deserve. Thank you.
January Liddell, Amy Milani, Christine Oliveira, Cara Flores. January Liddell, can you hear me? January. Final call for January Liddell. Amy Milani. Amy. Final call for Amy Milani. Christine Oliveira, Cara Flores, Colette Cameron, Kenneth Hill, Keola Yeager. Christine Oliveira, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Christine. Mahalo. Your testimony time begins now.
Aloha Board of Education. I'm Christine Oliveira, speech language pathologist for Konawana Elementary School and Kealakahe Intermediate School on the west side of Big Island. My testimony today contains a list of questions concerning reopening our schools during an unprecedented global pandemic. These questions are relevant, irrespective of opening date, although we definitely need until August 17th to train and prepare for various instruction models. How will we educate our kids, and what will success look like this quarter, this semester, and this year, given all the added challenges we face? My ability to work virtually online at home was rescinded on July 28th. This forces me to go to a school building to participate in virtual meetings or conduct online therapy sessions, defeating the purpose of eliminating crowding at schools. So far, many of my students are not planning to return in person. Will I have the option to work virtually from home this year? I actually have a bit of an answer on that. In a meeting today, I was told I can apply for a petition and receive permission to continue telework from home. I would ask that you please consider reinstating this provision for everyone right now. When entering school property, my temperature is checked with no other health screening in place. Is this acceptable screening procedure when we know asymptomatic infections exist? What about testing? Is it safe to return to schools and classrooms without testing? How much PPE do we have on hand, and how much do we need? We received one cloth mask this week per teacher. Are masks and face shields allotted for children, or will parents be solely responsible for PPE for their own children? When will Governor Ige release funds for masks and PPE?
Cara Flores, Colette Cameron, Kenneth Hill, Keola Yeager. Cara Flores, can you hear me?
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Cara, we can hear you. Mahalo.
Okay.
Your testimony time begins now.
Aloha, I'm the founder of Hale Hawaii, and I also have 3 school-age children. The Board of Education needs to have plans based on benchmarks, not dates. The benchmarks need to be told to the state government. I would like to see the Board of Education and the Department of Education hold the state responsible for getting this public health emergency under control. You can't have in-person school and in-person learning when there's rampant community spread, as there is now, and it's increasing daily. We can't have kids going to school if it's unsafe. It's not okay for our teachers. It's not okay for the staff. It's not okay for the children. It's not okay for their families that they all go home to. We need to tell the state, because they plan to open on September 1st, and we know that that'll increase our caseload even more, that tourism is not safe right now. And if they're gonna choose that, then they're choosing to not have school, that they're putting the profit over our everyday residents and people. I support the 4-phase plan submitted by the Hawaii for Safer Return to Schools, and I highly recommend that you agree to follow that or something similar. We should not open schools until it's been proven safe to do so, and we're not doing well now. DOE staff are not responsible for healthcare. They're not healthcare professionals, and they shouldn't be expected to handle a public health crisis. The DOE previously said no in-person school until cases are 0. What happened? What changed? The virus is still the same. Thank you.
Colette Cameron, Kenneth Hill, Keola Yeager, Jennifer Lum. Colette Cameron, can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Colette. We can hear you. Your testimony time begins now.
Great. And aloha and mahalo to everybody, the chair of the board, but mostly all the individuals that are coming out. I hear you and I feel you. I'm coming to you from Wailua on behalf of Wailua Elementary School with some parents that met and discussed our concerns as to what is coming up, as we fully support everything that teachers, administrators, and staff members are experiencing we would like to come today to voice to those who maybe have not been heard or have no voice, those of the vulnerable children, the at-risk, and those with special needs. As we see national, state, local educators and policymakers offering plans to reopen or delay, it is critical that, of course, we keep these special risk kids at the forefront of our planning and potential a new planning system. Our primary concerns are for the physical, the social, the emotional health of these children across all races, culture, socioeconomical statuses, and learning abilities. There should be an availability to receive and be engaged in high quality learning in a safe and nourishing environment. Tragically, we know that for many of our local children and nationwide, school is one of the only safest places for them. Yes, I completely, and we all completely understand and comprehend the overwhelming concerns of COVID, but maybe there's a creative idea here we have yet to explore, particularly for these special needs kids. As we are looking at the teachers, administrators, and school counselors report over 20% of the mistreatment that happens with the children. We don't need to go down the roads of abuse. And of course, on top of disabilities, the substance, physical, and sexual abuses that are on the rise within these arenas. With that being said, again, we totally comprehend the overwhelming concerns of the COVID. Can we perhaps find a solution? Maybe we get enough distant learners and then these children can go in with only 4 kids in a classroom or some sort of an example. Thank you so much.
Kenneth Hill, Keola Yeager, Jennifer Lum, Vanessa Ott, Heketi Huahulu. Kenneth Hill, can you hear me? Kenneth? Final call for Kenneth Hill. Keola Yeager. Keola Yeager, can you hear me? Keola Yeager. Final call for Keola Yeager. Jennifer Lum. Jennifer Lum, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Jennifer, we can hear you. We can hear you. Your testimony time begins now.
Thank you, Chairman and Board. I am a teacher at Pearl City High School. I teach 9th through 12th grade. I teach also some of the most vulnerable students on campus as well as general ed. I am part of the group Hawaii for a Safe Return to Schools, and we have been proposing a 4-phase plan. I am testifying about agenda item C, 2 and 4. It says distance learning instructional mode will last for at least 2 weeks or until the superintendent believes all schools are prepared, whichever is longer. And 4, the board expects the DOE to rely on detailed, written, publicly available guidance from the DOH when formulating its guidance to schools, and the board urges the DOH to issue guidance. I have lost faith in both the superintendent and the Department of Health to make these decisions, and call for an expert-led multitask holder process conducted using internally defined benchmarks to ensure that the safest possible schools before students return to campus. I don't want the return to school to be based on feelings or opinions. I want it to be based on facts. We live in Hawaii, which is one of the smallest communities and closed off communities. So the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon actually turns into the 3 degrees. Everybody has contact with everybody. Today there were 126 cases, 32 of them were children. We recommend that the Board of Education appoint a task force for the safe return to campuses to be assembled, and I have trust in our Lieutenant Governor Josh Green to lead this effort. In collaboration with healthcare professionals and first responders, we and they are appalled that teachers and other staff on campus are being expected to triage potential COVID patients with no medical training nor proper PPE. Also, I just want to make sure that our substitutes get trained and paid for their training, and they deserve healthcare.
Vanessa Ott, Heketi Huahulu, Henry Sakata, Sky Darnell. Vanessa Ott, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Vanessa. Your testimony time begins now.
Thank you. Aloha. I support opening schools, but only when all of them are safe. A reasonable safe school plan has 6 essential components. 1, everyone must wear a mask. 2, everyone must wash their hands or use disinfectant when entering a room. 3, everyone must disinfect their seating area and desks when they sit down. 4, everyone must be reminded not to touch their face unless disinfecting their hands first. 5, no one may enter the campus if they have a fever. 6, the DOE must supply enough soap, paper towels, disinfectant, body thermometers, and cleaning supplies to accomplish all of this. Children are capable of learning how to be safe from germs. When I was a 3rd grade teacher, I taught my students to wash hands assembly line style when they came in the room. A class of 28-year-olds can do it in just over 5 minutes. We should be educating everyone how to live safely and without fear in public spaces, how to prevent contagions from spreading, how to be a good citizen. We must educate students, parents, and the public how to keep themselves and others safe. It's the DOE's job to educate. I know the DOE is on this kick to allow local school decision-making, but there's some things that should not be left up to the schools or individual teachers. Techniques for preventing the spread of disease is not new. I've been practicing what I'm preaching for years, and it works. This is a golden opportunity to create a new normal, one that is safer than the past. It's time to teach how to prevent spreading disease, practice it, fund it, and make these practices mandatory and subject to oversight in Hawaii public schools. Get our schools ready first, please, and then open them up. Thank you for your
Feketi Huahulu, Henry Sakata, Sky Darnell. Feketi Huahulu, can you hear me? Feketi Huahulu. Final call for Feketi Huahulu. Feketi Huahulu. Henry Sakata. Sky Darnell. Henry Sakata, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Your testimony time begins now.
Thank you, DOE Superintendent, BOE Chairperson, and members for this opportunity to testify. My name is Henry Sakata, and speaking as a parent of a child in the public school system, and I support item C. Earlier this month, my child's school published its first reopening plan. And I discussed it with my child and also discussed the implied risks. And we were both comfortable with it. Then the school surveyed parents and found that there are a great number of parents who wanted to opt for the 100% online. But the 100% online, as mentioned earlier in a testimony, excluded the electives. And it also did not provide in-person interaction with the teacher. So I discussed that with my child, and then my child also opted for the AB plan, which alternated between online and in-person at school. And we were both comfortable with that. And now it seems like there's going to be a third revision to the plan. I support anything that will guarantee that our children receive the education that they're entitled to by law. And I will support the teachers and the Board of Education on that, as long as they come up with a comprehensive and viable plan to ensure that education is provided and the safety of everyone. I want to end by repeating a proverb that was said earlier, that it takes a village to raise a child, and we are the village. The leaders, administrators, teachers, parents, and students are all part of this village. And we must execute our responsibilities to ensure that our children receive the education. And if we are in this together, then let's act like we are in it together. Let's come together and come up with a viable plan that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Sky Darnell. Sky Darnell, can you hear me?
Can you?
Sky? You're cutting in and out, Sky. Sky Darnell.
Hear me? Oh my gosh. Hello?
Hi, Sky. Yes, I can hear you right now.
Okay. Hi, I thank you for your time. I'm a 7th grade teacher at King Intermediate and also a parent of 2 public school children, 4th grade and 9th grade. I'm in agreement with a lot of the very great testimony that I've heard so far about the health and safety concerns. So I'll keep my comments to address the distance learning, as it was not part of the teacher training that I and most of my colleagues were trained for and licensed with. So I know that for myself and many others that I've been in PD trainings over the course of March till now, most of us this has all been self-initiated. We seek out what we need to learn and we go and look for who can teach us and we get it done. But the consistency at our schools will always variably be different. And so we need time at the schools to look for consistency and training amongst ourselves to provide the high quality education for all of our new students coming in this year. As a parent, I have the same equal concern for the teachers who will be teaching my own children. And I think after sharing the picture of my classroom on Facebook of how I've set it up, and I've sought out the feedback of other parents to tell me if they feel comfortable with how I set up my room. Many of them, they seem to have concerns about how their children's environments will look, and they have so many other questions that need to be answered. So thank you for giving us this opportunity, and please consider giving schools the autonomy to make decisions that will variably be different from school to school, and please support them in being able to communicate with the community members and parents with transparency and respect. Thank you.
Chair Payne and board members, this concludes oral testimony.
Thank you very much to all the people who testified and who sent in written testimony. We hear you and we will consider your thoughts as we make our decisions. We're now moving to action items, which is number 3 on the agenda. We're starting with the action on revisions to the department's 2020 to 2021 school calendar, including additional training and professional development days for teachers and staff at the beginning of the school year, and delaying students' first day to ensure health and safety preparedness for schools. I would like to call on Cynthia Covell, Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Talent Management, to present on this agenda item.
Aloha, Board Chair. It's actually Superintendent Kishimoto.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Go right ahead.
Thank you. This has been and will be a long crisis period. And every week, we will create a to-do list as we learn more and more about the adjustments we're going to need to make. There are going to be knowns and unknown costs to interruptions to education. And those are really statements that reflect some of the comments made today. We're going to work hard, though, to continue to be responsive as conditions keep changing. The Board of Education, in its last meeting, provided a directive to meet and confer with exclusive labor representatives on school reopening. And a meeting between myself, the Department of Education, Executive Director of the Hawaii State Teachers Association, Executive Director of the Hawaii Government Employees Association, HGEA, and Administrator of the United Public Workers, UPW, was held on July 27th, just this past week, to find common ground, if possible, on any revision to the department's 2020-21 school calendar relative to additional training and professional development days for teachers and staff at the beginning of the school year, and professional development days, continue to take reasonable steps to ensure health and safety, preparedness for schools, and potentially delaying students' official first day of instruction. I want to thank everyone for coming together for this conversation. I also want to thank and acknowledge that we worked over the weekend and into Monday to quickly do this work together in the midst of hurricane preparations. So let me just take a moment and thank all of the principals who were on site over the weekend transitioning their schools to shelters. Thankfully, they were not needed, but there is a lot of work that goes into transferring a school into a shelter and then transferring that shelter from the Red Cross back to a school to the principal. So thank you everyone for that work. There were key assumptions that we worked under when we came together with the three bargaining units. One was that the adjustment to the calendar must focus on quality education and support for students. That in-person instruction to start the year is imperative to prepare staff and faculty for the potential need to move to full distance learning if needed. We are an organization that is an in-person designed organization. We know from Q4, from the summer months, and from the surveys that we need to essentially prepare to teach using a different modality of blended and distance learning as we start out the year. The third key assumption is that the Department of Education desires to protect 100 instructional days and will adjust the instructional days during the school year if needed due to changes because of COVID pandemic. Fourth, the Department of Education is beginning the year with a financial deficit, and thus whatever modifications we make to the school calendar needs to be accomplished within our financial constraints. Fifth, there will be an impact on community partners by adjusting the student's report date from August 4th to August 7th, meaning that any change in the calendar comes with some implications, and we want it to be clear whether that's transportation being rerouted, changing the start date for our bus drivers, purchases for food for students. All of that needs to be adjusted every time we adjust the start date. We recognize that we also got feedback outside of our labor partners and outside of the Board of Ed meetings from parents, teachers, and staff that came directly to me to please start on August 4th, just as many as I got to please delay by a week or two to provide additional professional development. And so we do have that range of feedback. There were key agreements that we came to from the meeting. The key agreements were that staff and teachers will return to work on their contracted day. The teachers, for example, started yesterday, July 29th. In fact, out of about 13,000 teachers who started yesterday, we had just over 160 or 1.2% of our teachers who did not come to work. So most of our teachers, nearly 99% of our teachers were at work yesterday for their first day of work. And we thank them for being at the school getting ready for our students. The period of August 4th through the 14th, 2020 provides 9 additional days for quality in-service training and professional development. And so that was a key agreement, was the delay so that we can have 9 additional training dates. We know that UPW represents a team of employees, and HGEA as well, that really asked for some additional very targeted training. We thank them for that feedback as well. We also heard from principals at the last board meeting asking for additional time to get that work done. Of the 9 days that we are accounting for in my recommendation to the board today, 4 days will be dedicated for mandatory training, and the additional 5 days will be administrator directed PD for staff. And you heard some of the feedback today also about providing the opportunity for school-based planning and work and readiness, knowing that every school is not necessarily designed the same way or has the same challenges and opportunities, and we want to be able to allow principals to be able to have that administratively directed time to get ready as a school-based team. A master list of mandated training by row group has been developed, and each member is required to complete the training prior to August 17th. We shared that with a group of leaders today, and we will be rolling out that mandated training schedule and tomorrow to across our system. The first day of in-person student instruction will begin on August 17th, according to the adjusted calendar we are proposing, and August 17th would be a full day of school for students. Unions also agreed to further negotiate finding 3 days to convert to instructional days in the calendar. And we do understand that it may be a need to ratify those 3 days before we can present those and have those finalized on our calendar. I also made a request of our union leaders that with this adjusted calendar and this agreement to spend 9 days in key training that's needed, which will include, by the way, 7 days of mandated module training for in distance learning for our teachers. For those teachers who didn't complete that kind of training over the summer, we did have some that participated on their own. There will be that training for distance learning, and there will also be training related to health and safety matters. And so my request to the unions with this adjusted calendar was to join me in a clear message to their members, but really to the entire HIDOE community to be present on day one, the new day one for the system on August 17th to meet students at the schoolhouse door and to make sure that we are there for parents who will have continued questions for us. I do want to note for the board and the public, as I mentioned, there are impacts of this change to the calendar. One of those significant impacts is to 1,500 students who are part of our extended school year services. They have a right to these services. And because of the way the calendar would begin on August 17th, the time period from August 4th to August 14th is a challenge to have teachers in training and providing teaching in ESY. Therefore, the ESY program for that 2-week period will not be provided. This will mean that we will have to, one, notify parents immediately if board takes action to approve this calendar today. And so we are ready to send those notifications out tomorrow to our parents of students receiving ESY services. But we will also need to ensure that we go through the process of identifying compensatory services that our students will need as a result of this 2-week period of closing down ESY. I want to mention that the training dates will be conducted via online modules, virtual meetings to promote social and physical distancing, and face-to-face meetings with physical distancing. We appreciate the feedback we have gotten about the fact that we will need to provide some in-person training based on practicing some of the work that our employees are being trained on. I also want to mention that substitute teachers are going to be offered the opportunity to complete the 7 distance learning modules as well. Now, while 9 days of additional PD and training is certainly a value add, and I think it responds to a lot of the comments made by our employees, our leadership team, and at the last board meeting, we know that we're going to need to continue to keep track of additional clarity we'll need to provide throughout the year, additional problem solving, and additional work that will have to be done. And this is really going to require a week-by-week assessment of how implementation is going. We also recognize that whether we open up on August 4th or whether the board agrees to a shift in the calendar to open up on August 17th for students, that we will have some folks in the community who don't agree with the delay, and we want to just acknowledge that this is not, and none of our decisions are going to be easy. These are going to be very, very difficult decisions. But I appreciate everyone continuing to share their perspectives, their best thinking at the table as we continue to make decisions and to continue to provide that voice of confidence and hope for our students and our families who we know are struggling with making this design work, because ultimately we're not doing a full in-person opening. We are making an adjustment to the calendar that will still be an opening that has some of our students in person, some of our students using blended, and some of our students in distance learning. And it is a multifaceted approach to try to meet all the health and safety needs and to ensure that we can meet parents as best possible within the scope of needs that they have outside of schooling in their own lives as well. So I thank all of the principals who have worked really hard at setting up the first 2 weeks of schools. They are working and already talking, because of the posted agenda, what shifts they will have to make with the delay of student schedule for reopening, and also the shift to full day PD. And so I thank them for the work and the modifications that they're planning for and getting their teams ready for. With that, Board Chair, I will turn this back to you.
Thank you, Superintendent. And before we begin to discuss this agenda item, I'd like to again remind board members about the hand-raising protocols that were discussed with you earlier. And with that, we will need a motion to approve the recommendation. And the recommendation is in the memo that the superintendent shared. I will read it. The department recommends that the board take action to approve the department's proposed revision to the board-approved 2020-2021 official school calendar, which is attachment A. So before we discuss, may I have a motion, Board Member Takeno?
Thank you, Board Chair. I'd just like to amend the motion to provide more clarity. So the motion I'd like to put forth is move to adopt the revised school calendar for the 2020-2021 school year as attachment A to Superintendent Christina Kishimoto's memorandum dated July 30th, 2020.
Could I ask you to read that one more time?
Okay. move to adopt the revised school calendar for the 2020-2021 school year as attached as Attachment A to Superintendent Christina Kishimoto's memorandum dated July 30th, 2020.
Okay, I think I got that.
Thank you.
We have a slightly changed, the recommendation is our new motion, so I need a second to that, and then we can discuss it. Board Member Cox?
I second the motion.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Before we take a vote, we will have discussion and I will look for hands. Board Member Cox, and then followed by Board Member Takeno.
This is exactly what principals had asked for when we had the last meeting, when I had contacted several principals. This was what they were asking for to help get ready for school. And so I just think that there's all kinds of planning that's going to take place. Furthermore, they will be able to figure out exactly how many kids will not be in face-to-face schooling and will be having distance learning. So a lot of the questions that have been brought up are going to be figured out in those extra days that we have. I yield.
Board Member Takeno, and then I saw Board Member Voss's hand up. So Board Member Takeno first.
Thank you, Board Chair. As I read the memo, and I appreciate the department's work in working with the labor partners in reaching some proposed agreement and understanding for the board's consideration. I just want to, I guess, in my perspective, the content and the context kind of shifted in the memo with a lot of focus on training. But initially, when we were discussing this last week, there was an outpouring of concerns about the lack of safety protocols, the lack of PPE, issues solely and directly related to the health and safety of students, staff, and visitors. And it still concerns me that there's nothing in here that's going to validate that point or ensure that those concerns that were raised last week are going to be addressed within this 2-week period, because that is paramount to opening up the schools, making sure that there is the required PPE, there is that training that they need, or the fact that they got clear guidance as to what to do. I don't really see any type of mechanisms within there. I just want to make sure that it will be addressed and that we would get some sort of report to verify that. And then, you know, I just want to bring up something that it perplexed me that we as board members continue to get the most important and significant information from press releases, news conference, and media reports on matters that I believe require board approval or at least knowledge thereof. So Hawaii News Now report last night about the 8 COVID-19 cases reported at the DOE summer school program was news to me, as well as many of my board colleagues. For the past several months, we've been asking for data and information from the department to help us develop and formulate policy decisions on the reopening of schools for students in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. My concern is this lack of transparency is concerning, as it not only jeopardizes the credibility of the department and the board, but unfortunately only harms the students that we were entrusted to serve and protect. If there is a tipping point, I guess, I believe we could now be at that juncture. In order for all of us to work together in developing plans and put forth meaningful actions, we need to address and rectify this disjointed breaking communications between the board and the department, or else nothing productive that we do will have any meaning if we don't get the information or at least the data to consider while we start developing these plans. And with that, I yield my.
Thank you, Board Member Takeno. I think some of the things that you're concerned about, we can have a more robust discussion about when we get to item C. Do I see any other hands related? Oh, yes, Board Member Voss, go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I respectfully have a different perspective here. This proposed schedule change to the school calendar, it's just a very bad deal for students. Students would lose 9 instructional days. There'd be no instruction of any kind until at least August 17th. It's not clear how students would benefit from these 9 additional training days. I think we should reject this schedule, and I think instruction should begin next week, Tuesday, via distance learning at all schools. And then each school should decide when it's ready to transition to some form of classroom learning in that school. As that Big Island parent testified, every school is different. Some schools may be ready by next week, and if so, that would be best for the students in that school, particularly the special needs and vulnerable at-risk students. Other schools may need more time, and those schools should be given that time, and they should be permitted to use their existing professional development training for any training that they think is necessary. But each school knows best when it's ready to transition to in-class learning, not us and not the department. And most importantly, we as a board should not be taking away from our students any more instructional days that they're entitled to by law. To me, that's just wrong. Thank you, Chair. I yield.
Thank you, Board Member Voss. I saw Board Member Fallon and then Board Member Uemura. Board Member Fallon. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. Board Member Fallon, thank you, Chair Payne. I have a question. In reviewing some of the written testimony, there was one testimony that discussed the authority of the board to waive the number of school days and instructional time. And I'm wondering, just for the record, and it also referenced BOE policy 520 related to the SCC. So I'm wondering if in the memo that Superintendent Kishimoto referenced this policy, if you could clarify for the record exactly how the BOE policy 520 and HRS 302A work. Because I reviewed the 302A and it references individual school waivers. And then 520 speaks specifically to SCC. Can you please tell me how this, in your mind, works?
Board Member Fallon, to whom were you addressing that question?
Superintendent Kishimoto and the memo that she provided us.
All right, Superintendent.
Thank you. So in item B, we cite the policies and the HRS that allows for this waiver, and we did check the board's authority to do this. During the July 23rd GBM meeting of the board just last month, no, we're still in July, aren't we? The board approved the revision to board policy 500-20, which allows the board to grant general waivers from specific administrative rules, policies, or procedures under its jurisdiction or specific statutory provisions as allowed by law to apply to all schools under the same circumstances. And so with that action that the board took, we staged it so that if there were actions that the board was going to take post July 23rd impacting next school year or this school year that we're in right now, that you would be able to do those waivers for all schools and not have to go school by school. So you already took action last board meeting.
Thank you. I yield.
Okay, is there anyone else? I thought I saw Board Member Uemura. Yes, Board Vice Chair Kenneth Uemura. You're still muted.
How's that?
You're
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Penn. I just want to make a couple comments and then also go into the discussion of the memo. But first of all, I appreciate and I think, as do other board members, that the superintendent has really reconsidered her previous recommendation to the board that no changes to the school calendar year for the 2020-2021 school year was necessary to ensure students receive enough instructional time. Also, that the superintendent listened to the board discussions and the outpouring of testimony from school principals, vice principals, and teachers, as well as the 3 unions representing the education community regarding delaying the starting date of reopening our schools to allow for the proper preparation that is needed to safely reopen our schools. And that goes to the comment that Board Member Takeno referred to as what the original discussion was all about. This board action item is in response to the board's desire to have further discussion on delaying the school reopening date from August 4th to another date. So let me start my discussion by saying that while I'm on record in supporting the delay in reopening the schools from August 4th to a later date, I feel that it's important that I have a thorough understanding of how the 2-week delay to August 17th was arrived at versus a later date. Now, the memo that the superintendent wrote does not give us sufficient detail what the training and professional development entails, and therefore I have no sense as to whether the additional 9 days is sufficient to accomplish what needs to be done to have a safe and healthy school environment. So what I'm saying here is, rather than be locked into 9 days, we need to hear exactly what the plan is and how long it's actually going to take to give us a safe and healthy school environment. Now, with the rise in the COVID-19 cases, as you heard from a lot of testimony today, and if you read the newspaper and the media, we have no written guidance from the Department of Health. As one, should schools reopen with a rising trend in COVID-19 cases? 2, written protocols from the Department of Health when a COVID case is on campus. And 3, the Health and Safety Handbook references Department of Health, but there is no written guidance. So you can see there's a lot of confusion, and most of the questions I've been fielding is in regards to the health and safety, and that the plan doesn't address that, but the plan does refer to it in the Health and Safety Handbook. So I guess what I'm saying is that, you have to have a reopening plan that is easy to read so they can be effective to your audience. So if it's not, then really you're not getting your points across. So I would strongly recommend that the department will look at your reopening plan presentation in your site and make sure that it's easy to read and perhaps combining all of your information into one handbook versus providing links. I think that's going to provide a lot more public confidence in the reopening plan. So the last question I have, Chair, before I yield the floor, is to the superintendent. As a board, we're discussing delaying the reopening of the school year, and your recommendation is important. So I want to be assured that you're firmly committed to your August 17th start date, And if you have any concerns about that date, you should bring it up to the board now. And I think that's pretty important, because through the discussions and the testimony, there's a lot of things that have arisen that maybe the August 17th day that you are recommending may not be the ideal day. So Chair, I do have other questions on the reopening memo, but I would yield the floor so other members may ask their questions. I will, if appropriate, ask my other questions later. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Uemura. Superintendent Kishimoto, do you like to respond?
Yes, I'd like to respond because I'd like to just go back to the board's directive, which was for me to organize, and I did participate directly with my team in the consensus of the revisions to the school calendar. So the language says the department must negotiate with HSTA, HGEA, and UPW and get consensus on the revisions to the school calendar. We met this Monday, so we had a quick turnaround. We had to submit to the board by Tuesday. Like I mentioned, I thank everyone, the 3 unions, for being at the table with my team. We worked through this. We had discussions about impacts of each of our perspectives. We talked about impact, not just on employees, but as I mentioned, my first and foremost comment was to the team to start the consensus building conversation was we have to consider the students. And in that conversation, we came to consensus on the 9 days because it would allow us to do a couple of things. It would allow us to have dedicated training to distance learning and health and safety matters that would be mandated for those 4 days. We came to consensus that the DOE, the administration, would be, by the end of this week, pushing out that calendar of mandated training, which, as I mentioned internally, we discussed with some leaders today, and we're pushing out tomorrow. And we came to consensus that August 17th, we would be ready to open up for students, recognizing that we have to get to instruction for our students because we know that our parents and kids are waiting for us. And so it was really a good process. We did not come out of there with any disagreement about what I am bringing forward to the board. It was truly a consensus building process as the board asked for. To a related comment by board member Takemo, there was in that consensus conversation, which is what's reflected in my memo to the board, that the added training of 9 days would bring confidence to our members. That was a statement made as we were talking about being focused on training and dedicated training time for 9 days. That would include a balance between the mandated training, especially those modules for distance learning and health and safety, but also the balance of allowing our principals the time to do school-based training and discussions. And so that was an important part of that consensus building. The other piece that I want to connect to also is Board Member Voss's comment about is this good for kids? We had that conversation as well as part of our consensus building process. And we put on the table, we acknowledge there is an impact to students in less instructional days. And thus, we're going to do 2 things. One, we're committing to having all of our employees get this training so they are better prepared, just as our employees said they want more training. So acknowledging that and all the comments we've heard there. And then the other side of it is that sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. And then the other side of it for the students is that we were acknowledging that 9 instructional days less in the school year shouldn't be taken lightly. And we acknowledge that we want to reduce that to the extent possible. And so we agreed to come back to identify the 3 days in the calendar year that are non-instructional days that can be transitioned to or converted to instructional days. That still means that our students are getting 6 less instructional days, but really trusting that our principals and our teachers and our school-based teams are going to work together around maximizing all of that instructional time, knowing that there is learning that is necessary to this conversion to blended and distance learning, which we will be doing for the first time in the history of DOE in terms of how we are teaching for potentially an entire year. So just balancing those two in the consensus building process. Thank you for your question.
Student representative, your hand is up. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to echo what the superintendent has stated as far as what's best for students. I had the pleasure of meeting with the Hawaii State Student Council this past Saturday, and the main focus on this was returning to school. What was brought to my attention was that students are comfortable with returning to school as long as our teachers are. And with hearing that the HSTA, the UPW, and the HGEA have come together with the department to come to this date of August 17th is very reassuring. And I think that this would be very beneficial for students in the sense of we need to be ready the first time going into school. I yield the floor.
Thank you. I see Board Member Nama'u, followed by Board Member Fallon.
Mahalo, Chair Payne. This is Board Member Kili Nama'u. I just want to make a couple of comments, and I do have some small questions that maybe the superintendent can assist with. First of all, I want to mahalo to the superintendent and the department, as well as the unions, union representatives, for being able to come together and coming to some consensus to helping with the opening of schools, figuring out these additional 9 training days. I have met and have been speaking with several principals, teachers, parents in my own community in Maui County. And I can tell you that they are breathing much better now. It was very chaotic before. And I understand Bruce Voss and his concerns about the idea that our children will be lacking an additional 9 days of instructional learning. But I can also probably share that people will not be ready on August 4th. Our teachers, our administrators will not be ready on August 4th if they are forced to provide instruction to these students. It will be chaotic, and we need to take the time and honor them for this additional time that they have all requested. They really want this to happen. I also asked them further if they felt confident after those 9 days of training, if they would be able to open schools on the 17th. And all of them said yes. They felt that they had the confidence to open up their schools on that day. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions of superintendent. I just want clarification in regards to the substitutes. Will the substitutes, you did mention that the substitutes will be offered this training because in the memo it said they will not be reporting to work, and I just wanted to get that clarification, but also if they were going to be paid for this additional training that they're invited to participate in. And also in terms of, I have a concern about getting really good training for our custodial staff. My understanding is that some of them were given, what was given thus far was a PowerPoint perhaps to the head custodian on PowerPoint. And from what I'm hearing from the principals, that doesn't seem to be working for them. for the custodial staff, they would like to see boots on the ground. And if there's an opportunity for more in-person training for our custodial staff, because we're really going to be dependent on them to make our schools very safe and healthy. And so I'm just wondering if that training opportunities can be dealt with differently, perhaps, for the custodial staff. And then I have a question that may be more related to some of the other action items, but I do want to just bring this up since we're talking about calendar. If on August 17th, we are going to expect our schools to open up at that time, who's really going to be making that decision? Would that be a state mandated decision on that you will be asking all schools to do? Or will schools still have the opportunity to say, yes, we're ready, no, we're not. Maybe we had an AB calendar that you approved of, but things are spiking in our community. We feel much better if we could do 100% perhaps virtual learning. At what point do the schools and the principals have more opportunities to, with perhaps in collaboration with the CASs, will they have the opportunity to decide at their particular school how they can move forward and how they can reopen itself? Thank you.
Superintendent Kishimoto, go right ahead to respond to any of board member Namau's questions.
Yes, thank you to Board Member Namau. Appreciate the questions. In terms of our substitute teachers, the distance learning modules are meant to walk a teacher through the critical components of distance learning. They're 1 hour, it's about an hour each for each module. And so we are providing a full day of pay for substitutes who complete the 7 modules. So that is important, and we wanted to make sure that we could guarantee that all of our substitutes get that quality training and can work hand in hand with the teacher that he or she is substituting for. The matter about the custodians is an important matter. We have provided either 2 or 3 days of training over the summer, primarily to the head custodians. Head custodians work then with their teams at the school site. We did, as part of our conversation with, and I appreciate Executive Director Liz Ho from UPW, who gave us some additional feedback about some of the things we need to further think about for custodian training during these 9 days. And so we are taking that feedback and creating some additional modules to respond to that feedback, including the opportunity to do some in-person training with our custodial staff. In terms of the August 17th day, yes, what we're asking the board to do today is to approve a statewide calendar that adjusts us to a start date for students for August 17th. There are a couple of things related to that, though, that I'd like to mention that I think relate to your question. One is that schools, because they have to adhere to distance learning, to social distancing, they have students coming in on an A or B schedule. They have students coming in with, they have students coming in to prepare for full distance learning, and they have some students who are coming in for in-person learning. So we have that variation of models out there that is school driven. So the start date is not what we're asking for flexibility on. The schools and the principals had the flexibility to select their model, to then schedule their students based on the size of their campus and the social distancing requirements, and the work with ensuring that they could schedule their teachers and staff appropriately for that model. So they do have that in place. There is a group that is meeting to put in place a set of clear criteria, and this includes a couple of teachers who have been involved with distance learning training. We also have principals and CAS representation to create standards for full distance learning, meaning that if a school is a model that is not a full distance learning model, that in order to transition or make those changes, that there are clear criteria that would help walk a principal through that decision-making process with his or her staff and community, and be clear about the level of readiness that's needed for distance learning. Again, we are not a district that has done full distance learning before. We don't have any schools that have done full distance learning. And so part of this is the early work that has to be done within the first few weeks of school of making sure that students are prepared for distance learning, teachers are prepared for distance learning and get to try it out and get to make modifications and have a team within their school that they can get feedback from, that principals are ready to have oversight of that distance learning model. And just as importantly, we've talked about this several times, that parents and the adults in the home that are going to be supporting that young person are ready to understand how they can support their child, what distance learning means, how to get access through the help desk and so forth. And so that readiness and that practice are extremely important for the first few weeks of school as we prepare for either a planned distance learning model or a forced distance learning, full distance learning model because of changes in because of the pandemic. So I hope that answers your questions. Mahalo.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board Member Fallon, followed by Board Member Bakarsi.
Board Member Fallon, this question is for the superintendent. This is related to health and safety, and both the department director training and the administrator director training you reference in your memo. The department has been working with the Department of Health on the various protocols and procedures. In preparation for the training and going forward, what issues or concerns still remain from the department's perspective that still need to be addressed that may affect school opening and students returning to campus? And is there anything we should be aware of that that's currently under discussion in this regard? Thank you.
So thank you for your question. This is a great question. One, I want to reiterate that in the school reopening document we have that's online, we have posted all the updates and changes we have been talking about over the past 2 weeks. And so those are all in there. They're available in a red line version as well as a clean version so that folks can see what those changes have been. One of those, there's a couple of changes. One that I'll highlight related to health and safety, to your question, is the utilization of face masks. So we've created a poster-like guidance that shows that face masks essentially are used throughout the time that students and adults are on a school campus, and clarifies when it is appropriate to take the mask off because you are beyond that 6 feet of social distancing, you're outside. So it's very, very clear, and it answers the questions that have repeatedly been asked. And we went through that, I believe it was Board Member Takeno asked me that question also last board meeting. That is now in a easy to use visual. We have tested that visual out with some of our school-based members and gotten good feedback on it. And so we have now posted that. We've also posted the language that was already in the school reopening guidance that speaks to the process of what happens if there is an active COVID case or if there's a reported COVID case from outside of community that might impact the school. We have 2 flow charts. So we've converted the information into 2 flow charts so that it's easier to see and understand. Again, with feedback, we'll continuously look at whether there are more simplified ways of representing the information relative to health and safety. As we gather information about what else is needed for training or what opportunity groups of employee groups need in terms of not only opportunity to understand the health and safety guidance, to be able to actually guide them through going in and reading and understanding the sections of the guidance, understanding protocol for who to notify when they have a question or a concern, but also giving them the opportunity to ask the questions. So that's the feedback we're using to design our trainings. We're also looking at videotaped training modules that are available on demand. And so employees can go back to those health and safety training modules, which I think will be extremely helpful as we, of course, this is a complex matter, and asking the same question 10 times is what's going to happen, because as we go on through these complex different matters, we may forget and say, what did we say about X or Y or Z? And we want to be able to have on-demand videos. There were questions raised about cleaning materials. We've had subsequent meetings with HIEMA and the availability across every school for PPEs, cleaning materials, and so forth. And we have a team that's doing the follow-up by complex, by schools, to make sure that we're ready to open. We're not going to be able to open any site where there isn't cleaning materials and there isn't appropriate PPEs. And so that's not going to happen. It's a matter of making sure that if there's anyone that is feeling they don't have sufficient amount or enough to feel comfortable, and also clarifying the question that I believe it was Board Member Uemura asked at the last meeting, the HIEMA standard of practice is 2 months of supplies for PPEs and cleaning materials. And so we are adopting HIEMA's standard. So I hope that answers your question. Again, we will continue to get feedback about where we need to continue to clarify health and safety guidance or provide additional modules and opportunities for this kind of dialogue within our employee groups.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Oh, go ahead.
I just a couple of follow-up. So what I'm hearing you say, and so please confirm, the practices that you just described are statewide practices for purposes of consistency, correct? Related
yes,
to
Board Member Fowler, that's correct.
Yes, thank you. And just real specifically, where at this point in the discussion with the Department of Health, is the DOE related to decisions around school closures, who decides, and how that decision is made?
Yes, thank you for that question as well. The governor, I don't have the exact date on me, about approximately 2.5 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, indicated that he is charging the Department of Health with creating the triggers for state closure or rolling closures related to metrics around escalation of cases and types of cases and spread of cases. The Department of Health has a team that's working on that right now. Part of that work is to include the triggers for closing the Department of Ed. And so they will not issue that without consulting with me. So Bruce Anderson reached out already and indicated he'll be communicating with me around the comprehensive plan, but also what they're proposing around closure of schools at a significant level, such as an entire island or statewide.
Thank you, I yield.
Board Member Bakarse. Board Member Bakarse, do you have a question?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Mahalo Board Chair Payne, and mahalo to fellow board members for your questions. I'll try not to ask the same questions as we've gotten a lot of answers. I do agree with Vice Chair Uemura that this is a good start, and I too am a little concerned as if the 2 weeks is enough. Over the past week, I've been in numerous conversations with teachers and principals from around the island to hear some of their concerns and what they need to be successful. And they all are cognizant of the 180 days and the hours. And they also reminded us that given the fact that we've been having, I mean, right now, 2 days in a row of triple digit cases, and that we've, just been notified through the media that we've had 8 cases over summer school, that yes, their academic needs are really important, but primarily is keeping them safe and healthy, and that these teachers and administrators will be working extra hard to increase the quality or to keep up the quality and not just the quantity of time. They're also expressed concerns about the idea being thrown around about opening up the first 2 weeks as full distance learning. And we were reminded that a lot of our most disadvantaged students can't take advantage of the first 2 weeks of distance learning. They need to be in the schools to be able to receive equipment, receive minimal amounts of training, and to ensure that they're online. So, they had some serious concerns about that. Some of the questions that I also had was, what kind of reporting and frequency will the board be provided to ensure that we are ready to open come the proposed date of August 17th. We'll be receiving, weekly or every few days, and what are the actual benchmarks to show that we've accomplished that which we said we'd set out to do as far as training is concerned. Another area that there was a lot of question in is the PPE, and thank you for addressing that, Superintendent. But some of our schools and our leaders are sharing that they haven't received the amounts of PPE that they've requested or feel safe with opening up with. They have months ago ordered supplies or procured supplies and have not received them yet. And then they know that they can start with what they might have, but what would be the process once they run out? Is it a shutdown? And same goes with cleaning staff and other support staff. If they're not available, or if teachers are not available, what's the process to shut down? So these are some of the questions that were brought up, and some of the questions that I had. I would love to hear some thoughts on that. Mahalo.
Thank you, Board Member Bokasi. Board Chair, am I able to answer?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Muted.
Thank you. And so let me go through a couple of responses as kind of thoughts back as well. I think the board, through these conversations, certainly has an appreciation of the complexity of what we're accomplishing, how we're working, and the demands are everyone. Because these are situations that will continue to be informed by changes in guidance, changes in situations, changes in data, as you can even see, as you mentioned, data from the last 2 days in cases. And so we will be monitoring this on a weekly basis. I have a team that's going to be meeting as soon as we kick off the school year. Based on this calendar, I have a internal team that will meet every Friday. And the purpose of that team is to have a check-in on the implementation of school reopening, meaning how is instruction happening? Is there anything that is a concern or something that needs to be solved, a problem that they want to put on the table needs to be solved so that we can assign it quickly and solve it and bring it to the entire leadership team. But also that weekly meeting will allow this representative internal team to look at the case numbers from the week, what DOH is reporting, and to talk as an internal team on a weekly basis. What does this then mean for our school models, and how is it impacting staffing? And as I mentioned, our attendance of employees, of teachers yesterday, which was the kickoff day for teachers, and 12 months and most 10 months, not all, was yesterday, was outstanding. Nearly 99% showed up or at work, were training, were already preparing, having their meetings. But we know that as we go through implementation throughout this fall, conditions can change that can impact our employee base. And we have to, not just our employee base, but needs from our parents, our student attendance, and so forth. And so that's why this is really going to take from us internally kind of a weekly check-in and the follow-up recommendations to the internal leadership team, which is the assistant superintendents and complex area superintendents working together to then help push out either solutions for problems raised or challenges raised, or to push out information that is needed at that time on a weekly basis. How the board wants to interact, I will caution that the level of reporting on a monthly basis with that data chart is going to be important, but there may be other reports or other check-ins that the board may want to have. I think we should talk about what that looks like, knowing that we are working 7 days a week since March already. And so it's about how do we, as efficiently as possible, get to the board the information that you need for your decision making, and for you to feel that you have the information you need to be able to ask questions about, status checks about where we are. So if there is something other than the monthly reports, we should talk about what that looks like. And again, that's not a static decision now. That's as we move forward, I'm absolutely open to continuing that conversation about what that looks like. Availability of PPEs or cleaning materials, no, a school is not going to be able to open without that being at hand. So if they were to run out, no, we can't, for safety reasons, have that school open. But at the same time, if for some reason there is a school that finds themselves in that situation, unless they're in a highly isolated areas, we have teams of schools that can support one another and have supported one another in all kinds of situations. And so we would be looking at whether we have to shift materials at any point in time. But again, our goal is not to have to ever do that, but rather to have 2 months of supplies at hand. I hope I went through all of that. Again, the teacher changes, if there aren't, let's say, enough staff or teachers or leadership at a school level is impacted, we will make those decisions case by case, unless we start seeing that it's more widespread to an area, and then we have a team, a decision-making team we will pull together, or we have already pulled together.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board Member Fallon.
Thank you, Chair Payne. This question is for the superintendent. This is Lynn Fallon, board member. Some of the written testimony was from representatives of the charter school community. And this is related to health and safety and availability of PPE and related funding. And I know that you do not have direct responsibility for the charters. I understand that. However, there were federal funds received for funding potentially for PPE. Is this something that if the charters have not received any federal funding, that they might be entitled to? And if so, how would they go about receiving that funding? Because some of them are saying they haven't received it yet.
No, so that would not be accurate. The DOE has already and immediately issued that funding to the Charter Commission. The Charter Commission then can answer questions about how they distribute it from the commission level. But that was sent, and they get access when we get funds for public ed. That includes our charter schools.
Thank you
And
very
so
much.
they did receive that. I do want to also just clarify, they also have access to the 100 million that HAIMA has to support public departments, public systems.
Mhm.
That includes education. They have access to that as well.
Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you. Board Vice Chair Uemura.
Thank you, Chair Payne. I just, this is my follow-up for other questions relating to trying to clarify certain aspects of the memo. So it's addressed to the Superintendent Kishimoto, but I kind of waited to make sure that all of the board members had an opportunity to ask their questions, and if the questions covered any of my questions. So before I delve into this, if there's any other board member that wants to ask their question, I'll yield to them, because I have about 3 or 4 questions I want to ask. And so I don't want to take up their time if they have questions they want to ask. So I am going to mute myself and see if Lynn Phelan has a question that she wants.
We have 2 other hands up, Vice Chair Uemura. We have Lynn Fallon and we have Captain Lynn Yatko.
I'll be glad to yield to them, Chair.
Okay, Captain Yatko.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to keep it brief for one. Thank you for yielding. Bringing up the topic of transition this summer. And I know last week at the board there were some very good and passionate points made about transitioning military family members, but also at large. So if I could just bring that up for that reason, and also I forget which one of our board members made the very good point that just sort of keeping the communications current and alive amongst us as members being key. And I know being fragmented as it is, sometimes these pieces, we all don't have the same level of knowledge at the same time. So it's sort of my effort, if there are any questions or concerns about military family members, those students transitioning to Hawaii, I'll pause here to see if there are any questions or concerns on that first. Thank you.
Chair Payne, I have my hand up and I do have a question, but
Would you like to let the superintendent respond to the issue of military transitions and then go to your question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you was asking the board members if there's any questions. So I'm just going to leave my hand up and you can call me when you're ready.
All right. I'm going to give superintendent an opportunity to respond to Captain Yatko's concerns about the military transitioning to Hawaii.
I apologize. I understood Captain Yatko's question being posed to the board if board members have questions of her. I just want to get clarification if that was the intention or whether she was asking me for a general overview of transition of military, the children of military personnel.
Yes, let's get some clarification from Captain Yatko. Go ahead.
Yes, sure. Thank you. So not a concern, but just sort of a leveling of the information and also my intake on any concerns that any board member would have, certainly Superintendent Kishimoto. Maybe I should preface it by just saying, sort of as a short summary, that DoD personnel who are inbound to Hawaii have been in an ongoing, very tightly coordinated restriction of movement. And as many might know, the state granted DoD service members and their families an exception to policy regarding quarantine. But just if I can quickly add from that, the duty of restriction once a military member resides on here is very well coordinated, very strong. the Department of Defense cannot order family members as we can service members. So what I have noticed in coordinating with my counterparts in the services is that certainly out of the concern for health and well-being and following community guidance, if you were to talk to many military family members who do arrive, many of them are in step with their service member. 2 weeks restriction of movement, and only key and essential reasons to leave their place of residence at that time, which most of the time is temporary. It's a hotel room, it's a lodging of some sort. So I wanted to point out that generalization. I wanted to point out that in some of my communications with my team who works closely with experts within the Department of Education, I've noticed some of the issues that are being worked out are promising in terms of validating that restriction of movement. Some of those concerns, their concerns, getting the registration done during a restriction of movement, or even back that up, one, finding out where they're going to live, finding housing, so that could determine which school they would go to. So those common issues that are coming up are validating for me that the families are, being abundantly cautious and doing that restriction of movement. So there, I'll just sort of prefacing, the state of play as it is now. I just make myself available, and again, just wanting to keep that communications flattened on that issue. And Madam Chair, I'll relinquish my my time here and just make myself available for any comments or questions or concerns that the board might have.
Thank you, Captain Yatko. It's important that we remember that element of our community. Board Member Uemura, followed by Board Member Asher. Board Chair or Vice Chair Uemura.
Thank you, Chair Payne. For Captain, one of the, I think you covered or you addressed partly the concerns that I would have about the military, families coming in. I think you mentioned that they're not subject to the 14-day quarantine when they come in, and that the DoD has authority over the military person, but not the family. So I guess, my concern would be because the military also doesn't release COVID information, how does and maybe this is part question to the superintendent, how does the DOE address that? Because it is a concern that, we have a population that's significant to us that's coming in that's not quarantined, and yet we have no way of looking at that. And if I can just piggyback to that, Chair, one of the questions I had in health and safety was, contact tracing, and we all know that we don't have sufficient contact tracing. We don't have. There's a limited number of testing and the turnaround time, and so and as we know, the contact tracing is the one that's going to help us control the spread of the COVID. So correct me if I'm wrong, but we have one section of the population that we can't control, because we can't do any of that. So if you can address that, superintendent or the captain, that'll be fine.
Before you speak to that, Captain Yatko, some of these things might be more appropriately discussed in C, because I'm being reminded that this focus of this discussion is on the change in the calendar. And then we have some more specific items that we have requested information about in C. So I would like to ask if we could hold that question and Vice Chair Uemura until we get to C.
Chair Payne, that is fine. The question has been asked. It's just waiting for the answer. So I'm fine.
Okay. We'll make sure we cover that at some point. And Board Member Asher, comment from you or a question?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So my question is, given the change in the calendar of the school year calendar, I just wanted to know, once school resumes, what are the school plans to assess level of performance for each student, especially after they had a quarter of distance learning? And maybe it's safe to assume that a lot of these kids build that have that learning gap because of it's their first time to go through distance learning. What are the plans to ensure that these educational needs or gaps are being addressed timely before they continue on to whatever is scheduled in class? So there is no big disproportionality in learning for each of the students.
So Superintendent Kishimoto, maybe you could speak to how the calendar will be adjusted for assessment. Because originally you had planned to do assessments during those first couple of weeks of school.
Yes, so Board Member Asher, thank you for your question. The design originally was to schools would take advantage of providing teachers the flexibility to do their initial assessments within those half days, so that they could use that time also to conference with each other about what they're seeing from their students, be able to then conference with students as well. But we made it clear that while part of the goal for those half days was to start those assessments, that school principals could make the decision based on students' needs and readiness in terms of social emotional learning, re-engagement, getting them ready for blended learning using technology, that if they wanted to push that back a little, that they could use the entire any schedule that would fit within the first month to complete those. Again, not holding them to too strict of a timeline, so that just recognizing that students haven't been in school since mid-March. Additionally, these assessments connect back with a board directive to provide feedback on students' readiness to re-engage. That's one of the deliverables in the report that I will be providing as part of that monthly report that will provide a start of the year, a midpoint, and a year-end summary report of students' progress during that time period. So not only where they were initially, but also their progress throughout this year, knowing that there may be additional impacts, but also expecting that we're meeting their needs based on what we learned within that first month of school. So I'm sorry, I want to connect it back to the new calendar.
Okay.
Just very quickly, that means that the month begins effective August 17th instead of August 4th.
Okay, Board Member Asher, did you have any follow-up?
That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Voss.
Thank you, Chair. Superintendent, I have a follow-up question that relates to some of the testimony. We heard from that Maui woman whose 9-year-old Hanai son has severe disabilities and is really looking forward to the August 4th start so he could get the teaching and services he needs. We heard from that Big Island parent who said that at least on his island, for economically disadvantaged kids, school is the safest place for them to be. So the question is, during this 2-week training period under this calendar change, what will we be doing as a system, services or anything, for these types of at-risk students?
Is that a good question for me? I just addressed 1,200 participants. They're all listening.
Board Member Asher, please mute yourself. Thank you. Okay, Board Member Voss and Superintendent, are you ready to respond to his question?
Yes, of course. Board Member Voss, thank you for your question. The concerns that I highlighted at the start of our meeting with with the unions for consensus building and my report today, both proactively indicated that there will be impacts on students with the delay. And one of the impacts that we recognized right away was ESY and any other services that students would be receiving from teachers with an agreement that teachers would have 9 additional days of training at the start of the school year. Those teachers would not be able to provide those services, and so we would not have the staff to do that, and that's where I've been trying to carefully balance between being really concerned about students that are going to have delayed services, delayed supports, and even the delay of, it's not just high need students, it's students that at this point we know need contact with us. They need supports because of COVID, not necessarily because they were high needs before COVID, but they've become high needs. So it's a mix of students that need those services, those that are that need the mandated services, those will be interrupted for that 2-week period.
And Superintendent, I understand it's very difficult and it's a balance. And I think you've done actually a good job of trying to find a balance. But my concern with this schedule is, I mean, this is 2 weeks lost for these at-risk students, completely lost. Isn't there anything we can do to provide some services for them, the highest risk students during this time period?
So I think there was, we had hoped, I'll speak from my perspective as the person leading the administrative team here. I had hoped that the part of the time during the 2 weeks, the principals would be able to continue with the parent and student orientations that they had planned, the distribution of devices. Some of them will do that. Unfortunately, that's going to mean that, or maybe I should say fortunately, right? It's really, they're doing that out of their heart. They're extending their own time as an administrative team. They're volunteering their time to still do some of that device distribution and some of those things. But all of that actually has been pushed back in order to hold to a focused 2-week schedule on training and training alone. Again, I find myself, and I will continue to say it, is I find myself in a really, really difficult situation because I am concerned about that 2-week gap. It's been a 4.5 month gap, right? And we're adding 2 weeks to it. So, yes, I'm concerned about that. Again, through a consensus building process, this is what we could all agree to with everything that each of us brought to the table.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent. I yield, Chair.
Excuse me, I was also muted. Excuse me. Are there any other board members who would like to speak? Board Member Uemura. I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you recall, I was waiting for other board members to pose their questions since I had about 3 questions for the superintendent on the memo, just to get some clarification on some of the things you included in the memo. So if I could do that with the superintendent, and the superintendent, if you don't mind, or the chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to pose a question. I'll just wait for the superintendent to respond and then pose the next question, if that's okay with you guys. So let me start off. I'm assuming it's okay. So let me start off. So superintendent, I asked you a question when I first began questioning, which is that that I wanted to be assured that you're firmly committed to the August 17th start date. And I apologize if I missed your answer to that, but I'm asking you again, and just to be sure that that you are committed to this August 17th date. And then I want to ask you, what can the board expect to see on the 17th? Because we talked about everything from PPE supplies and training, preparation, sanitizing, all that kind of things. And of course, the school year. So if you can just answer the question quickly. I mean, if you say yes, August 17th is the date, you're prepared and you'll be ready to go, that'll be fine. So if you can respond to that, then I can go on to the next question.
Board Member Umura, the memo reflects my certain recommendation of opening up for students on August 17th. Per board directive, we came to that via consensus with the 3 unions. I do stand behind that recommendation. It is my recommendation based on responsiveness to the board's directive. We will be ready to the greatest extent possible. We will certainly keep learning about more things that we need to do, as I mentioned, on a daily and weekly basis. We solve 10 things, we produce 15 more things that need to be done. And we will continue to work like that as long as we need to make sure that we continue to be ready and responsive to our students and families.
Yes, Superintendent, I guess maybe I misunderstood because I thought the board's directive was to, yes, look at August 17, but we were to have a discussion today, and that date could be a different date. So that's why I'm asking the question. So what you're telling me basically is you took that as being the date that the board wants you to reopen and not the date that you feel comfortable with reopening?
No, that's incorrect. I took the directive for consensus as the direction from the board, not the date. The date was decided on via consensus with all the parties at the table.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks for the clarification. Let me go on to the next aspect of your memo, which is a clarification part, and in which you state that this calendar would be approved but subject to further legislative action and funding, board action, and collective bargaining agreements. So would you clarify that as to what this means? Because when you say, when the subject to language is used, it is implied that something has to happen before something else happens. And in this case, you mentioned the 3 things. So are you saying that the change in school calendar may not happen?
I'm looking to where you're referring to in the.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I did just find it. So you're referring to number 3. The calendar would be approved, but subject to future legislative action and funding, board action, and collective bargaining agreements. It's just that that's just a standard acknowledgement that there are decisions that can be made beyond me and even beyond the board through legislative action or even through pandemic impacts that then come through legislative action. Board can always act on this as well, and collective bargaining, any new matters that might be open through collective bargaining might impact this. So it's just acknowledging that those are policy practices that we're always subject under.
Okay, so you're not indicating or you don't know of anything in those 3 items currently. You're just saying it's a possibility that something could happen, but there's nothing on the horizon that you're kind of coaching to say that, hey, this may happen, so board, be prepared.
No, the only thing on the horizon that we have mentioned at the board meeting, though, is the financial state of Hawaii. The fact that the legislature may reopen, not that that's been announced, but it was insinuated at one point, and that we just closed out the legislative session, but the new session, we're already going to be, preparing for it, as you know, as we go into the fall. So it's just acknowledging that those matters are matters that we are subject under the board and the administration in any of its decisions. So no, there is nothing specific in the horizon that I'm trying to allude to there. That's why it's not specifically mentioned.
Okay, great. That's good. And let me talk about your argument in support of the recommendation, which is a good one. But I think because it's contradictory to some extent, because in that it's contradicting that the proposed revision provides schools with much needed additional training. I'm reading from your memo, and professional development days at the beginning of the school year, which could not have been completed prior to the start of the school year due to the fact that most of our school level employees who work with our students are 10-1 employees who do not work during the summer. So in effect, are you saying that we are not ready to open our schools as a result on August 4th, and that this extension really is beneficial to us in opening us a safe school? So that's clarification, because there's a conflict in my mind of what you're stating in your support.
So I don't see it as a conflict in the sense that it's clarifying that the standard calendar of the school year, that's negotiated and is reflected also in the board's approved school year calendar, always includes, I should say, 4 days of training to start up the school year. 2 are teacher directed and 2 are administratively directed. And so that is our model. It's 4 days of training at the beginning of the year, right? Or preparation, updates on policies. So it's readiness for the school year. The readiness for the school year, we acknowledged when we put the reopening plan together that those 4 days were not going to be sufficient, which is why when we met with the unions, we agreed to start the school year with 2 weeks of half days, which would add 2 weeks of half days of instruction and 2 weeks of half days for professional development. So we actually added to the calendar, recognizing that teachers are off in the summer, they're on their vacation, and when we start, the 4 days is not going to be sufficient, so they would have 4 days plus 9 days of half days following that, because we knew we needed more training time.
Yeah, and thank you for that. I think when I look at this, it's a matter of timing then, right? Because in order to be open August 4th, you had 4 days of training, but you thought it wasn't enough, so you added another half days, which is after you open the school. So, that's where when I say there's a conflict here, because you're getting your training days, but it's after you open the school. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, but the model was
yeah.
discussed differently. The model for the 4 days was 4 days without students and 9 days practicing the training as we went. So that was the agreed upon model up front. Then we heard after that agreement, where everyone was in agreement on that, right? In fact, the unions told us that 9 half days was generous. The principals could plan for that. But then as we got closer, just the complexity of the situation and how much additional information that our staff was saying, we like more time to have more flexibility for training and readiness. They said the 9 days was what we thought we needed initially, but we really need more time than that. So that's where we then had that conversation that more time was needed. But but it was the agreed upon plan initially based on what everybody thought was their best thinking. Of course, like I said, you know, as we get closer, everyone felt we really need more time. And that's what I wanted to honor with this switch and this discussion that we had with the unions.
Okay, I think that's a good explanation, Superintendent. Because what you basically did was you pivoted to address the concerns, right? And so let me go to the next one. In the arguments against the recommendation, you state that some may argue that this decrease in student instructional days will contribute to the additional learning loss, as well as to the learning gap, making it especially difficult for vulnerable learners to demonstrate proficiency in grade level standards. Do you think that this argument is a valid one? And I think you sort of addressed it before, but can you just go back and readdress that?
Yes, certainly. The most obvious one, as I mentioned, is the ESY, the extended school year, which is already and has been in place since June 1. This is in-person, face-to-face instruction and supports. So this, we will and have already started to hear from parents who are going to have kids who are impacted with interrupted services. We also have heard from parents indicating that they were counting on August 4th and they already made adjustments, understanding they had to adjust for the half days. Now they were going to have no days. So we were just reflecting there the fact that there are concerns that have been voiced by parents and also by teachers who have independently provided testimony and emails indicating that they're concerned about waiting any longer to get started.
Okay, so just to circle back, so you think that this argument is a valid one then?
Yes, I think that we've had an extensive team taking a look at the situation and working through the various arguments for and against the change of date and the multiple needs that we're trying to meet with this kind of adjustment, recognizing, putting very explicitly on the table that there will be some impacts.
Okay, and my next question is on personal implications, but I think you answered Board Member Keeley's question in that, because initially the substitutes and casual labor were not to be included in the training, but you subsequently indicated there were. So I think that question has been answered. So I'd like to go on to the last one, which is the financial implications. And, in your memo, you talk about impacts of community partners such as student transportation providers and food distributors that have incurred startup costs for August 4th reopening date. So I know you guys, your team are aware of that. And so have you, by moving it back to August 17th, what kind of financial exposure are we looking at? Or have you not made that determination yet?
So the decision not to recommend a longer school year, we recognize in part that there are significant financial implications to extending the school year and needing to take that through a variety of processes. Oh, I'm not sure why I'm getting so much feedback. Okay, don't hear it anymore. No, I'm still hearing it. I'm not sure. Hopefully you can hear me. So we have gone through those financial implications, and there are individual employee groups, such as casual hires, especially in the area of supporting our planned supports in the cafeteria to cover for teachers who would not be in the cafeteria with kids while they're having their lunch, for the bus drivers and that schedule. So there are implications, but the implications right now are to employee groups or some groups of our seasonal workers primarily. The implications to the system, meaning to the DOE, without an extension of the school year, we're really working on a calendar that still works within the budgeted, the budget needed to run the school year as it is, because we're not extending it.
Superintendent, thank you very much, Chair. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much, Board Member Uemura and Superintendent. Are there any other board members who would like to make a comment or question before we consider this motion and take a vote? Seeing none, I will remind you that the motion that is on the floor is move to adopt the revised school calendar for the 2021 school year as reflected in attachment A. So I need to call the roll. I will start with Kenneth Uemura, Vice Chair.
Chair, I'm a little on this motion because I just feel that the August 17th date is fine, but I like to include or later. And so I would be making an amendment to the motion to add that.
Okay, needing to check with my staff here. Can we just amend the motion and get a second, or do we need to withdraw the first one? Okay, Vice Chair Uemura, you need to make a motion to amend the main motion, and then we'll get a second on that.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to I'd like to make an amendment to the main motion by adding the school calendar August 17 or later. So that gives us a flexibility that we need in case something happens.
So let me read what I think you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
Move to adopt the revised school calendar for the 2021 school year that begins for students on August 17th or later, as reflected in attachment K.
That is fine, Chair.
All right. We need a second, and I see Kaimana Bakarsi's hand is up.
I second the motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this? If not, I'm going to now call, I'm sorry, Board Member Takeno. Go ahead.
Thank you, Board Chair. I just question, is that permissible to leave I guess an open-ended date? Or do we need to set a date as the original request was proposed to us in the memorandum, since it deals with the calendar?
Board Member Voss.
I yield.
Okay, Board Member Voss.
The short answer to Dwight's question is no, we can't just say later. And I think what's also important here is that we seem to be conflating two things. Are we talking about or later for the start of instruction, or are we talking or later for the start of in-person visits or teaching rather by the students at the schools? Because those are two very different things.
I would like to ask the board to recall that we did tell the superintendent, and her understanding was that it couldn't be an open-ended calendar that we're voting on. I think board staff helped her to understand that. So we may run into some problems of if we have a calendar that is not specific. And Board Member Voss, is that what you're speaking to?
Exactly, Chair. I don't think we can legally do this, at least not in the form that it was proposed in the amendment.
Okay. So, Vice Chair Mora, would you like to rephrase or withdraw?
No, I think if the date is needed, we can say no later than August 30th. Or September 1st, if that satisfies the requirement.
I would remind you, however, that the calendar that we have in the attachment says the start of instruction is August 17th.
Okay.
Board Member Voss, do you have any further comments? Board Member Takano?
Chair, I just realized that we need to adopt a calendar, so I withdraw my amendment.
Okay. So we have withdrawn the amended motion, and you can do that if there's no objection. And seeing none, we're back to the original motion, which was all of that except for being open-ended. So, are we ready for the vote? Unmute yourself before you vote. Let me see, I just gotta make sure. Okay, I don't see any hands up, and I'm going to start with Board Vice Chair Kenneth Uemura.
Approve.
Board Member Shanti Asher.
Aye.
Board Member Kaimana Bakarse.
Aye.
Board Member Margaret Cox.
Aye.
Board Member Lynn Fallon.
Aye.
Board Member Kili Namau.
Aye.
Board Member Dwight Takeno.
Aye.
Board Member Bruce Voss.
No.
No. All right. The motion has been approved. And we're now going to move to B, which is on a general waiver to allow reduction to the 180-day school year. But before we move to this, I would like to suggest that we take a 15-minute break. We've taken just short breaks, but I'd like to 15-minute break and reconvene at 5:27. So you can review your materials and we'll be ready to have that discussion when we return. So break begins now.
Aloha, I'm Corey Rosenlee, your HSTA president.
I am grateful and so honored to be a part of you.
To our dear Keiki, your public school teachers want you to know that distance cannot separate us. We are finding new ways to support you and your families. We're overcoming challenges and learning valuable lessons together. We miss you, and once it's safe, we can't wait to welcome you back. Until then, stay healthy and know that we're here for you, always.
This is Catherine Payne, and I'm calling the meeting back to order at 5:27 p.m. We have our second action on a general waiver to allow reduction of the 180 school year and 1,080 student instructional hours pursuant to the Hawaii Revised Statute Section 302A-251, consistent with revisions to the department's 2020-2021 school calendar. I would like to call on Rodney Luke, Assistant Superintendent in the Office of Strategy, Innovation, and Performance, to present on this agenda item. Assistant Superintendent Luke.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board Chair Payne, Vice Chair Uemura, and board members. Rodney Luke, Assistant Superintendent with the Office of Strategy, Innovation, and Performance. Thank you for the opportunity to submit and consider board action item to grant a general waiver for the department to waive the school days and student hours as required by the HRS 302A-251 for the school year of 2021 to address the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The proposed revisions currently result in a school year of 171 student instructional days, a reduction of 9 student instructional days, and 54 student hours. The 9 days will be used for training and professional development for school staff in preparation for the reopening of schools. The unions have agreed to further negotiate restoring the 3 student instructional days within the school calendar, which may result in a school calendar of 174 days. As Superintendent shared earlier, during the July 23rd, 2020 GBM meeting, the board approved the revisions to the Board Policy 500-20, School Community Council waivers and School Community Council exceptions. The revised policy allows the board to grant general waivers for specific administrative rules, policies, and procedures under its jurisdiction of specific statutory provisions as allowed by law to apply to all schools under the same circumstances. We seek your approval to grant a general waiver as required by the HRS 302A-251 for the school year 2021. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Luke. Board members, before we begin discussion on this item, I need a motion to approve there's a recommendation in their packet that they provided. So if we could have a motion and then we can discuss. Board Member Takeno.
I make a motion. So thank you, Board Chair, Board Member Takeno. Want to make a motion to grant a general waiver for all applicable public schools from the requirements of Section 302A-251 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes to allow all public schools to implement a school year with no fewer than 171 student instructional days that shall include no fewer than 1,026 student hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Takeno. I think just so that we can have this correct, I'd like you to repeat that because I'm trying to write it down as you are making the motion. You could repeat it, please. Board Member Takeno. Lost him, who I lost. Oh yes, Board Member Takeno, could you please repeat the motion so I make sure that I have everything correct that you are stating? You need to unmute yourself, please. Board Member Takeno, repeat your motion, please. I want to get it written down so that it can be correctly seconded and discussed. I know you're unmuted, but I don't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I show on my screen that I'm muted, so I'm sorry.
You're coming through.
Okay, so my motion is to grant a general waiver for all applicable public schools from the requirements of section 302A-251 Hawaii Revised Statutes to allow all public schools to implement a school year with no fewer than 171 student instructional days that shall include no fewer than 1,026 student hours.
1,000, repeat that.
26.
Okay, got it. Okay, I got it. We can't discuss yet, but I need a second, and I saw Ken Uymore's hand up. I hope you're going to second it so we can discuss.
I second the motion, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, are there any further discussion on this? We can begin that, and I see Lynn Fallon's hand up. So go ahead, Board Member Fallon.
Thank you, Chair Payne. I offer a comment and a proposed amendment to the motion. Earlier, I had asked about HRS 302A-251, so there's a section in it that says the board in its discretion may grant a waiver to any individual school subject to the student hours of, or 100, and that. And then it says the board shall adopt policies and procedures to grant a waiver under this subsection. So the board policy is that the 500-20. So I think, we all want to allow schools the time to prepare at the school site and train to positively impact instruction. We're also concerned about the reduction in school days and instructional time and its impact on learning. So if you look at the policy 520, which is called School Community Council Waivers, which is the tandem to the statute, the third paragraph says that schools shall ensure that requests for waivers and exceptions align with their respective schools' academic and financial plan and demonstrate how the waiver will improve student learning and increase student achievement. So what this waiver in effect does is it requires that at the school level at least, that there is an explanation, if you will, of how the waiver will improve the learning and increase student achievement. So the amendment I'd like to include in the motion is a provided that the waiver per board 500-20 requirement includes all requirements, such as improving student learning and increasing achievement via metrics and general description. Because I think what we're really, we as a board are wanting to know what impact the changes in policy we make are. And so I think this is one way to ensure that through some measurable quality metrics within the waiver, there's some assurance that in fact it's going to have a positive impact. I yield. Sorry.
So Board Member Fallon, are you proposing an amendment to the motion?
Yes. And I wasn't
And
sure.
what is the language that you would propose?
So as Dwight put together, he's saying grant a general waiver for all applicable public schools from the requirement of section 302A-251 HRS to allow all public schools to implement with no fewer than, at the school level, I'm sorry, I didn't write that part down, with no fewer than 171 instructional days that shall include no fewer than 1,026 student hours, provided that the waiver meets the requirements in 520, Board Policy 500-20, which includes provisions for assurances of improving student learning and increases achievement. That's the language in 500-20.
What I'm thinking, and I need to get some guidance here, is whether when we're giving a general waiver to the whole state as opposed to individual schools or complexes requesting a waiver, is there any different?
The statute says individual school.
Right.
And so my assumption is, and there was some of this was in testimony, and I think it is something that we may at some point have to, because we have to report to the legislature, provide that information. So I think it's important for us to look at that now and decide how we want to prepare for that in anticipation. And the only place I could see in the waiver that would do it was some reference to the requirements of 500-20, which is our policy and procedure to grant a waiver. Unless someone else has a suggestion or has other thoughts, I'm open.
Board Member Takeno?
Thank you, Board Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because my screen shows that I'm still muted. I acknowledge Board Member Fallon's concern, but I believe there's another statute under HRS Section 302A, specific 1126, that states in part that any general waiver of policy, rule, or procedures granted by the board to a specific school or schools, with emphasis on that, may be extended by the board to apply to other schools under comparable circumstances. So I think what is being presented is that the circumstances of this pandemic will require this adjustment, right, as a general waiver, so that they'll have time to do the planned training and safety remediation actions that they're planning to engage in. So I do believe that we do have an avenue to consider doing this. I yield the floor. Thank you.
I'm sorry. So should we change the waiver to 302A-25111? I want to be sure that we are, our foundational decision is based on what our requirements are.
So I'm looking at what we approved at the last meeting, which gives us, I believe, the authority to do what Dwight's motion is suggesting. I'm looking at that document that was approved regarding waivers. And while we still need to continue to develop and clarify a process for requesting waivers, because we did not have one, we did make some clarification that would allow for this to occur under these circumstances. So, let's see.
Well, I'm new to the board, so I yield. I'm just trying to make sure we, our foundational premises are accurate. So.
Still open to any comments from board members. Board Member Voss, if you'd like to add to this discussion, it'd be appreciated.
I would, Chair. And I apologize for looking at this like a lawyer, but that's what I am. Let's be clear what this proposed action does. It excuses our public school system from complying with the law at the expense of students. And first, as I read the statute, I don't think this so-called general waiver is legally proper. The statute says, as Lynn said, that a waiver may be granted to, quote, any individual school, unquote. Despite Board Policy 520, which is attempted to be applied here, I don't think it was ever the intent of the statute to allow a wholesale system-wide cut in school days, because that would undercut the entire purpose of the statute. And that's what we look at in terms of, what is the intent of the statute here? And I think the Senate President in his testimony expressed similar concerns. And the other thing is there's a practical issue here. There's no immediate need to grant this general waiver. The superintendent is going into negotiations with the unions to try to recover some of these school days for our students, which they need. And why would we tie her hands at this point by granting a waiver for all 9 days? It just makes no sense. And so because there are questions as to the legality of this action, I think, and because I don't think it makes any sense and there's no need at this point, I would respectfully suggest that we defer this action at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Voss has suggested that we postpone the action. I have been reminded by the Roberts Rules people that we use the word postpone and not defer. So I'm going to try to remember to do that. But I'd like to continue the discussion. Board Member Fallon.
I yield to the attorney. I reviewed this because it was a twofold conflict. So I at this point, I yield. I just want to be sure that, sometimes it's not about how much, it's about, the quality of the action. So if we're going to reduce, we're going to provide training and additional time, it will yield, hopefully, improved student success in these very challenging circumstances to the best of our ability. And so when I added in the provided that, I wanted to be sure that, number one, we were addressing some of the concerns raised around the statutory compliance, if you will, and addressing issues related to, even though we're decreasing the number of days, that there will be some accountability, if you will, by the department around the impact, the outcome of the training.
Okay, I hear that, and what I'm wondering is, speaking to Mr. Voss's comment, just a minute. I'm also getting information from the team. So, but speaking to Mr. Voss's comment, are you suggesting that we just hold off on this? We postpone it and wait and see what the superintendent is able to determine concerning some of the days coming back to students?
Yes, I mean, yes, Chair, thank you. One, I mean, I do have serious questions about the legality here, but again, as a practical matter, yes, we should wait and see what is negotiated. The unions and the department go back to the bargaining table, be flexible, try to recover those days, and then whatever they decide on, we can rule at that point, because we're obviously nowhere near the end of this school year. So yes, I would suggest that we postpone it to use your words.
Okay, so for that, there was no second to the amended motion from Board Member Fallon. So if you would like to withdraw that.
I withdraw. This is Board Member Fallon, Chair Payne. I withdraw.
Okay, so that has been withdrawn. I have to check if we need to vote on postponing this or if we can just let it, because we did have a motion and a second. If we withdraw though, if you withdraw your motion, Dwight, we could just simply let it occur when the superintendent brings back the calendar changes at a later date.
Okay, excuse me, Board Chair, just for clarification, so this does not in any way impact the, I guess the days that were built in to the 17th?
No, because that's already a given, but we're not really sure, I guess, from what I'm hearing from board members and thinking it through myself, we're not really sure where this is going to, how this is going to evolve. I know the superintendent has committed to going back to the unions to see if there's days that we can renegotiate as days given back to students during the school year. I think a lot of this also hinges on what happens with the pandemic. So we have time to make these adjustments a little further into the school year without affecting either of the other two action items.
Thank you, Board Chair. Yeah, with that, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, that motion has been withdrawn, and we will wait to see this return to the board, maybe with more details about what has been accomplished to restore some days. So thank you very much. We're going to move now to C, which is our last one, but perhaps one that will have a lot of discussion also. These are on our expectations regarding focusing additional training and professional development days, including in the revisions to the department's 2021 school year, especially concerning health, safety, and distance learning. And when and the other item that we have heard a lot about in the testimony and from board members is the issue of mandating masks on public school campuses and a detailed written publicly posted guidance from the Department of Health. On July 23rd, earlier this month, we held a general business meeting at which several board members expressed a desire to take action to respond to the concerns that were submitted in written and oral testimony relating to the opening of schools. But there was no sufficiently specific item on the agenda for the board to take action on. So board members requested this special meeting as soon as possible to deliberate and address those issues. We've already addressed separate items that focus on changing the school calendar and waiving requirements to school days, which we postponed. This agenda item that we're looking at now covers 4 main concerns that were raised by board members at the last meeting. The first one is focusing additional training and professional development days on health, safety, and distance learning. The second, starting student instruction for the 2020-2021 school year in distance learning mode, mandating masks on public school campuses, and a detailed written publicly posted guidance from the Department of Health. Further explanation and justification for each of these areas is described in my memorandum. And I've provided a proposal in each area for discussion. I'm not necessarily in favor of all these positions, but I wanted to offer a starting point for our discussion today. I think that it'll be important to take these issues up individually, but we can discuss them in whatever order the board members want. We can make a broad general motion, and then we could take the items within the motion individually. Okay, so. Let me see, I need to find a hand. So I don't see a hand, so you have to listen to me a little more. Okay, board member Lynn Fallon. Board member Fallon.
Thank you, Chair Payne. I really appreciate your providing the discussion and the overview. This is more a question for clarification. On the distance learning, is the specific proposal that schools start in distance learning mode or was it more just a general use of distance learning?
Well, that was one of the big topics that came up in the testimony, and board members wanted to have more discussion on that, and it wasn't really linked to our agenda at that time. So some of the discussion that came up related to what I think again came up in testimony today about phasing in instruction on the campus. And so we've made the change in when instruction would start, and we've made a change in those first 9 days, but we need to have I think, clearer understanding and discussion, especially with concerns about students who may not be able to benefit. In fact, it might be to their detriment to limit their instruction to online. And so those are things that have come up in testimony. And so it's just a discussion of that. Yes. So go ahead. Board member Cox.
Thank you, Chair. It seems to me that number one, we've already taken care of, and the superintendent was talking about the mandatory training on health and safety and distance learning. So when I read number one, it seems like we've already addressed that what we need to be looking at is 2, 3, and 4. And I'm not sure exactly what you're asking for. Are you wanting to have a motion to discuss or to approve? Because I don't approve of all of 2, 3, and 4.
Oh, once again, I've been muted and I'm so sorry. I apologize. To your question, board member Cox, we do need to have a motion before we can discuss, and making the motion does not commit you to agreeing with it. it's just the process that we have to follow. If we move to adopt all of those items, and you don't need to, it doesn't need to be said, it can just say as reflected in the recommendation, then we can begin to discuss them individually and change them by changing the motion. So Dwight, you have your hand up. Go ahead, Board Member Takeno.
Thank you, Chair Payne. So I guess to start it off, I would like to make a motion to adopt the 4 positions as board expectations for the superintendent and the DOE on the reopening of schools for the 2020-2021 school year.
All right, and
May
I have a second to that, and then we can start discussing them. Board Member Fallon.
I second the motion and request Dwight please repeat it.
It's actually in the he read completely from the memo that I sent.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So if you refer to that, I think it'll give you our talking points. So we've had a motion that has been seconded, and I heard Board Member Cox say that we have covered one already in our previous discussion. I think the emphasis that I heard both in testimony and from board members was particularly to the bargaining units that are not the teachers, that really are critical to helping our schools move forward. I noticed, I wrote down some of the testimony, specifically speaking to PPE for people who work with the personal care needs of special education students, and maybe that they should be given different types of protective equipment. So those are the kinds of things that we want to make sure are clear, and that people are fully trained beyond our teachers. So I see Dwight and Lynn Fallon both have hands up. So go ahead, Dwight.
Thank you, Board Chair. I just wanted to see if on item number or position number 1, if that would be the proper time to discuss the testimonies that was presented last week regarding some schools being unable to get sufficient PPE supplies, having other concerns about the health and safety protocols were not in effect. So is this an area where the board can get some sort of report to make sure that their concerns were heard and were addressed during this period of time?
Yes, this is the item. This is the item. So would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Board Chair. Yes, I would. I would like the board to consider some sort of mechanism that we could adopt so that we could get information and data from these individuals who testified to make sure that their concerns, as addressed last week, have been remediated to, I guess, a level where they feel now comfort and security that they can start accepting the students. Because again, that was the emphasis that I took from the testimony that was presented last week. So I'm not really certain whether or not the board, has addressed item 1, because while training was part of the concerns that was being raised, what was really concerning was the lack of safety equipment and personal protective equipment that was not being delivered to the schools as alleged. And I just wanted to make sure that we took a look into that and we have some way of validating that those concerns, again, have been remediated. I yield the floor.
Okay, I think the superintendent spoke to this somewhat, and I will ask her to weigh in, but I'm going to ask board members that would like to speak, give them a chance first. So Board Member Cox and then Board Member Fallon.
Thank you, Chair. The superintendent said that they're going to be having some kind of report every Friday. So, Board Member Capeno, if that was given to the board, would that, because part of what they would be asking is if they're ready and what are they missing and so forth. So if we had that report given to us every Friday, Board Member, would that take care of what you're asking for?
Yes, that might be an option. We'll let the superintendent weigh in on that after we've heard from Board Member Fallon.
Thank you, Chair Payne. In thinking about what information the superintendent provided, part of the feedback we got from the testimony had to do with a level of detail that is, may go beyond our role. But what that tells me is that there are concerns about the nature of the training. And both, especially with distance learning. So I'm wondering if there's any kind, when the reports are done, if there'll be any kind of evaluation of the training and a summary of that we might be provided with.
I do believe there's evaluations of all trainings, so we can ask superintendent to clarify and to report on that. Before I ask the superintendent to weigh in, is there anyone who would like to say something? If not, Superintendent Kishimoto, go ahead.
Thank you, Board Chair. Yes, our PD3 system does collect feedback on trainings. And so I can look into how we would summarize that feedback. That's the feedback we use to make modifications for any of our trainings. So again, I can go back and loop back with my team and take a look at the way in which we can report out how staff are speaking to the relevance of the data and the training, the timeliness of training and so forth. So I can come back to the board with that. I shared the internal process I'm using as the superintendent with a team to move to have my own check-in on Fridays. I do think it would be onerous to ask me to turn that into a weekly report. So I am asking for consideration on that. What I do have set up is the reporting process that I reported on last board meeting. Actually, that was just a week ago when I presented the item that speaks to the data and the metrics I'm using to report back to the board, which includes a status report on PPEs and so forth. And so we already have that in place for reporting to the board. And that was an item that you approved last week. So I think I'm looking for what in addition are you looking for? As I mentioned, I acknowledge that there are some principals that indicated they have concerns about their PPE and or cleaning materials, and we have a team following up on that. And I also indicated that we would not be able to open a school that's not appropriately resourced in those two must-have areas. So again, I think that's an administrative role that you can hold me accountable to, but I don't, I'm not understanding what the board is asking for this time in terms of actually going back directly to someone who is, again, reports to a CAS that reports to me. if I can just get clarification on what accountability you're looking for right now from me, that allows me also to keep this work moving, knowing that I've already said I acknowledge those areas of accountability. Thank you.
Yes, and there's a couple more hands up, but I would say, I believe one of the things, if there's something that is particularly notable that comes out in the meetings that boards should be made aware of, in addition to some of the things that you've just discussed, would probably be good to send that as part of your board report, just so that people are aware of a particular issue that may have come up. And I would ask you to also look at the request from special ed teachers who work with the very high needs students that need a lot of personal care, if the PPE is adequate for them. I do see Lynn Fallon and Ken Uemura. We'll go first to Ken, Vice Chair Uemura.
Thank you, Chair. Superintendent, I just was looking at the proposed motion and the recommendation. And, when I look at administrators are ready to provide instructions to students in distance learning mode, how would you interpret that? Because it's an expectation, obviously, but how would you interpret that to me?
I want to make sure I have that I'm answering your question. The distance learning readiness,
I'm just reading from the page 4 and it says, and administrators are ready to provide instruction to students in distance learning mode. I have my expectation, but I just want to make sure that I get yours. How do you feel? How do you think you can fulfill that part of it?
I'm sorry, I want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. You're talking about page 4 of this item.
Yeah, under 3, recommendation, proposed motion, number 1.
I see, number 1. I'm sorry. I'm looking at number 3. Okay. So we are, as I mentioned, we have 2 parts to this. One is we have to provide a standard quality of training that all teachers receive around distance learning. And so those have been created by a team that includes teachers to design the 7 modules. And so we do have a standard of training there that teachers and substitutes will receive. The other half of that is the opportunity to start implementing distance learning and be able to make modifications by seeing what students need for that training, what parents need for that readiness to support distance learning, and to provide any follow-up after those 7 modules, after initial implementation, to provide continued support. And so each school has a distance learning team or distance learning contact that works to help distribute information. So we've set up an infrastructure also so that there is a contact that the state office team can reach out to directly about follow-up opportunities, ongoing needs, and so forth, knowing that this is a major lift for us this year.
Yeah, I mean, just to address Board Member Takeno's question, which is, really how do you kind of monitor this to the board or report to the board? So when I look at that particular sentence, I'm looking at not only the training, but also, do all of the schools have sufficient devices and the connectivity? Do they have connectivity to do distance learning? And I just learned that a principal has ordered Chromebooks and it's not expected to receive it in October or early November. So I'm not sure, if there's a process in place that you have that you can ferret out extra Chromebooks to that particular principal until he gets his. But that's how I would kind of measure that, is to see. And I know we talked about it in different areas. So it's the percentage of schools that have the devices and the connectivity, and then obviously this also address if your teachers are prepared to actually do distance learning. So I think also to address Maggie's question, it's really, even though it has been discussed, this is really a board expectation. So I think it needs to stay in there because this is what we expect. And that's why, but it's good for us to discuss it with the superintendent to make sure that our expectations are the same as hers. So, we don't get crossed in the communication of reporting the data to us. So superintendent, is that something that you can do, or is it going to be difficult to ascertain?
So, Board Member Uemura, I have been speaking about our survey data. So we have data by school from each of the principals that is driving decision-making around our orders of Chromebooks, laptops, and iPads. Chromebooks are, I had mentioned this in the last board meeting, there's a backlog of 3 to 4 months at best at the national level across the entire nation. And so everyone's trying to buy Chromebooks. I think it was Board Member Voss said, go with the least expensive quality device that we can get into everyone's hands. That's the Chromebook. The problem is that everyone knows that. So it doesn't matter that a principal has ordered it or the system has ordered it. There are no devices. All of the state agencies and our city mayors have all reported the same thing. They can't get access to Chromebook devices either. So they've asked us, if we get an order, can we lend them? So, right? So that's just the state of the nation. Everyone's trying to do readiness for distance learning. That being said, we do have orders that we'll continue to put out there, but I have reported that we have 149,000 student devices across our state for 180,000 students. All students are not asking for a device. We have students who have devices at home. What we're trying to do is meet the demand for the students that need to borrow one, need a loaner. We have sufficient for loaners, but what we don't have is sufficient to double up that if you have a loaner at home, that you can keep it home and come to school for your in-person portion and have one at school as well, which is the ideal situation for a child of poverty, right? To make sure, especially because then they don't have to go home and necessarily share with the adults in the home that may be using same devices, if there's a shared device at home and so forth. So we have sufficient to do what we need to do, but it's not the ideal situation where every teacher can ensure that every child in his or her classroom has the same device, the school has the same device. That's what we're trying to get to. And as we purchase devices, for example, we purchased iPads and we did order the 10,000 Chromebooks in time to have gotten those for summer. So those are in schools. Then our help desk knows the devices that our schools are using. And so when parents call, they know what devices schools are generally using and can provide support to those families that way. So there's all kinds of layers of supports we put in place, and we'll continue to order devices as we free up funds from CARES Act to be able to do that kind of support to schools.
Okay, and Superintendent, I do recall you mentioning the Chromebooks, and remember Voss's comment about purchasing those. But I just wanted to make sure that, we're on the same page, that, what you just said basically was, that even though we don't have the Chromebooks, we have students that have their own devices at home. And so the other question is, of course, training our teachers to do distance learning. And we talked about the platform the last time, didn't we? I think it was in a FIC meeting. So is the platform Acellus, is it Acellus and Arizona State? Are those two platforms you're looking at to do distance learning? And then what about the connectivity? So, I mean, I know you say you do surveys, but is a survey done every week? So you ask the principals come in every Friday and say, okay, this is what we need. This we don't have connectivity. Is that how they report to you?
No, we would not be doing a survey every week. That would drive our principals insane. So I want to ensure the principals, I'm not asking them to do that. We've created the report I gave to the board last week that had those metrics that I'm going to be reporting on. Some of those we can post centrally, and so that way we don't add work to the principals. That was extremely important to everyone. And then there are some reports that principals will be reporting on, such as their PPE levels, whether, and as we fill, what was, I'm sorry, I don't have the actual form in front of me, but there are certain data points that the principals are filling in so that I can give a comprehensive report to the board once a month. But the report, as it gets filled in, we can see their PPE level needs and things like that, not on a monthly basis, but we can track it daily. We can see whether we need to respond to a school, and there's also a contact person in the Office of Facilities and Operations that's in charge of supporting the schools and understanding their needs, and also connecting with HIEMA around those needs.
Okay, so you're pretty confident, Superintendent, that if the board adopts this expectation number one, that you'll be actually able to measure it pretty accurately for the board, so that we have some kind of baseline to look at this?
Yes, so we have another data point for that already, yes.
Okay. Otherwise, no sense put it in, right? So, okay. Chair, I'm going to yield the floor.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Fallon?
Thank you, Chair Payne. Superintendent, you're correct. At the last meeting, we approved metrics that would help us determine the progress on implementing the school reopening plan. There's a lot of interest in distance learning. You know, it's a new frontier for everyone. I understand that. We all understand that. And so as we progress in this area, what I'm hoping is that we can work together on some real-time metrics around quality related to distance learning, so that we all know that it can help guide our decisions, help us improve, and just strengthen and build that system. So having said that, in looking at the metrics we approved on July 23rd, there's a category called in-person instruction. And in that category, you say Hawaii DOE will monitor attendance and enrollment for in-person, distance, and blended instructional programs. And then you have listed percent of daily attendance per month by school model based on instructional delivery. And then percent of students enrolled at a school who choose to remain at home rather than attending in-person instruction. Are there other metrics in addition to attendance that might be used that help to provide a broader picture of the impact of rolling out distance learning? And what are your thoughts on that? And is there a way, because you talk about a tri-level system, right? I think it's tri-level, where it kind of, it comes up to the board, but it's really meaningful for everyone at all levels for their own use, starting with the teacher. I'm just looking for something more than attendance, you know?
It's a great question, but we are really early on into this. Like, we're just getting started, right? So we were trying to find metrics that are easily available. I will mention two others. or at least one other that I have shared with the board, which is we had the surveys in April that were administered. We have a follow-up survey which asks students and parents to give us, I'm sorry, students, parents, and teachers an opportunity to give us feedback about their experience with distance learning. So we have that survey we first administered during school closure. We are going to have a follow-up survey that will happen. In addition to the survey data, which will give us at least some information from those constituent groups about their experience with distance learning, which I think will be extremely helpful. So that data will happen early in the fall. There is also a component on student focus groups that we're going to be running to have students give us feedback on their distance learning experience or their experience with their instructional model of mixed and distance learning. So we'll have that data, which I think will be very helpful because it'll be from the perspective of the user.
Mm-hmm. And would that be real, sometimes, because some of this is more like after the fact, and so it may be too late. So what would the timing of that be?
Yeah, so it's mid-semester. It's not, I mean, there is no data point I can look to now that's going to be real time. I think that will be too onerous for users to be reporting on a real-time basis their experience, unless we were asking students to do kind of a, there are student surveys you can put onto a phone, for example, where they come out of an experience and put a thumbs up, thumbs down, happy face, sad face, neutral face, that's really quick, that gives you some information immediately that day.
So there's there's no system set up, not necessarily, well, maybe related to attendance, where you know how much time a student is actually spending in participating online. Nothing like that. I'm trying to get to kind of like, so, how are the kids doing? And just like you. And are they learning? It's just some real foundational questions, and then trying to find some metrics that help us as the policymakers understand that they are making progress, they're struggling in this area. Here are some policy areas we need to look at.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I do think we need to give our teachers time to work through not only the training, but the balance that they're going to be trying out of how much time should a student be on a device versus working on a project versus collaborating versus doing some hands-on activities. And as they're working out that balance, the last thing I would want to do is do minute counting of time on a device, because that doesn't lead to better instruction. It's really about that overall experience, students' grades, students' completion of credits, which is all part of data that I will be reporting to the board on where we are, just like we did for the fourth quarter when we talked about how many students were off track, how many students are on track, who needs additional support, where is that support coming from? So that's part of that ongoing dialogue about metrics that we already have in place that are really good metrics for monitoring progress.
So it is a work in progress. Okay, I yield.
Thank you, Board Member Fallon. Is there any further discussion on board expectation number 1? Okay, I don't see anything and no changes on that one, apparently. I would like us to look carefully at expectation number 2, because although it does respond, excuse me, to a number of things that came up in testimony, I'm not sure that we intend to direct the department to have all of their schools, 100% of our DOE schools, on distance learning for the first 2 weeks. That is something that has come up in the discussions and in the testimony, but it does conflict with what the department has already done in asking schools to identify different models that work for them. And from other testimony that I think was very prevalent, included, making some accommodations for different schools and different communities in very different situations, so that broad brush is not appropriate. So I'd like some comments on that. And I see Board Member Cox, Board Member Voss, and Board Member Fallon's hands up. We'll start with Board Member Cox.
Thank you, Chair. This is the one that I said I was totally against, because the schools are starting with a hybrid form, some in face-to-face and some online. So this is totally against that whole process that we started with the schools. I yield.
Board Member Voss, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I echo Maggie's concerns about number 2. And just to focus on what we're talking about here, for those in the audience that don't have it in front of them, the first sentence says, the board expects schools to begin the school year for students in distance learning instructional mode for at least 2 weeks or until the superintendent believes all schools are prepared, whichever is longer. My understanding of what the board just approved was, to address the first 2 weeks, the training that was approved, so that as of August 17th, some in-person learning could begin depending on the instructional model that particular school chose. So I think this number 2 has been superseded by board action. And at the appropriate time, I would move to actually withdraw this from expectation. Thank you, Chair. I yield.
Okay, before I ask for that, since we still have a motion to discuss these things, is there anybody else who would like to speak to number 2? Board Member Bakarsin.
Hi, mahalo, Chair Payne. I too oppose this for the reasons mentioned before by Maggie and Bruce, but also, after having discussions with principals and teachers, one, this is not practical, and 2, different schools are at different states. So this would really throw a monkey wrench in some of the plans that schools have already made. Mahalo.
Thank you. And it does work against looking at schools individually and their readiness. So do I see any other hands up on this one for discussion? Wait, sorry, I've got to scroll down here. If not, would someone, Board Member Voss, would you like to move to strike that, or shall we just include that in? Well, yes, would you like to strike it from our expectations? Or
I'm not sure strike's the right word, but we'll go with that. Yes, I would move to strike or remove subsection 2 from the proposed motion as to the expectations of this motion.
Okay, so we have an amended motion on the floor that moves to remove subsection 2, so that we are going to renumber 3 and 4 to 2 and 3. And we still haven't discussed 2 and 3. So, all right. May I have a second to that motion? Board Member Cox.
Board Member Cox, I second.
Okay, so the new motion that we are still discussing brings us to 3 expectations with some sub-expectations included. So that is what, unless we further amend this motion, that is what we are discussing now, and we need to move to the next one, which is the board expects everyone on public school campuses to wear a face mask or a face shield if a medical condition prevents the extended use of a face mask. So, wait, I'm getting a message here. Hang on, I need to consult my Robert's Rules people here. Okay, we had a motion. We didn't vote on the first motion, so I didn't think we needed to vote on the amended phrase. But I guess we do. But let me double check, because I was thinking we could just continue the discussion and then vote on the whole thing. Sorry, folks. Meanwhile, get ready to think about the face mask issue and any comments you want to make about that. Okay, the experts on Robert's Rules said that since we have finished discussing item 2, we need to vote on the amendment to remove it. So I have several helpers texting me and chatting with me about this, so they must be right. So I need to do a roll call vote on removing item 2 from our proposed motion. And I'm going to call Board Member Uemura.
Aye.
Board Member Asher.
Aye.
Board Member Bakarse.
Aye.
Board Member Cox.
Aye.
Board Member Fallon.
Aye.
Board Member Nama'u.
Aye.
Board Member Takeno.
Aye.
Board Member Voss.
Aye.
Okay, so that carries, and now we have a 3-part motion. So face masks, what are your thoughts on that expectation? Board Member Takeno, followed by Cox, followed by Voss.
Thank you, Board Chair. As a board member, I would support the expectation that some sort of mask or shield be required, especially with the rise in cases on Oahu. I think what we're trying to do from all the health experts is to try to minimize contact and spread of this disease, or this virus. And I believe that all the research and all the scientists say that some sort of face covering or face shield is the best way to prevent the spread. And so having this is a small price for an inconvenience for individuals and students, but it would protect the overall health and safety of not only the students and the staff there, but the community in general. So learning can still take place. The shield can still review, I guess, the articulation of the speech and the mouth movement. So again, it's just a small inconvenience to protect, again, not only the students and the staff, but the community in general. So I yield.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Takeno, Board Member Cox, and then Board Member Voss.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in agreement with this, but my question is this, and I don't have a copy with me handy, but the HSTA MOU had something about face covering. Is this any different? Because I don't remember the exact wording that was in the MOU. I yield.
Okay, Board Member Voss.
Thank you, Chair. I have a technical but important question for the superintendent on masks. I do support this expectation. It has to do with masks with valves, sometimes called sports masks. There's been a lot of talk about those. They've actually been banned in some places as masks because they, in fact, some people say concentrate, the emissions from the person. So my question to the superintendent is, you talk about masks that are going to be required at schools. What is the department's position going to be on masks with valves or so-called sport masks?
Superintendent?
Yes. I'm processing the question.
Yes.
So we have not, board member Voss, provided a specific position on type of mask, although we have a series of masks, again, that are provided via HAEMA that we're using on school buses, school grounds, that are a mix between the disposable mask and we've also distributed several 100,000 washable masks. And so, no, we have not taken a position on type of mask at this time. If we need to, because there's new guidance around safety concerns or effectiveness of the mask, then those are the kind of things we'd have to keep track of. We do have, for example, posted the CDC latest considerations for the use of cloth mask coverings amongst K-12 students. And there's a whole checklist that is provided from CDC. We also just posted and published our guidance on, or I should say our clarity on our guidance around wearing face masks in the school buildings and school grounds and any property, which would include school buses, that we've gotten feedback from the field that says this is much clearer about what we mean. So essentially, we are saying that everyone has to wear masks, but we are also clarifying that there are points in time that a mask is not needed. And while you raised the question about the mask for sports related, we also need to acknowledge there are times in instruction, like if you're playing an instrument where you are not going to be wearing a mask, but we are requiring 6 or more feet of social distancing in order to be able to do that instruction. So I want to make sure that whatever guidance the board provides in this item, that it is still aligned to those instructional considerations that have been deeply vetted and agreed upon. And those are on our website and has been distributed to the field. They're making, posters, again, because they felt that that was clearer than the initial statements we made around masks.
Well, Superintendent, I think that the considerations as to...
I went longer than you asked for. I went beyond your question.
That's quite all right. It is important because the instructional considerations or requirements that you just talked about, I think everyone on the board would agree that those are implicit in this expectation. But I would encourage you, because I can see disputes or disagreements over, whether this is really a mask as defined into the policy, to try to provide some more clarity, particularly to teachers in the classrooms. I mean, you can almost see the confrontation, some high school student and a teacher. There's some clarity as to what is or is not a permissible type of mask. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. I agree.
So Board Member Voss, if you could think about some additional language to add to that, which would address the considerations for instruction and clarification to all people in the DOE community, which I think is already being done. But I don't want our expectation to be in conflict with what is out there already. So be thinking about that while Board Member Takeno is speaking. Go ahead. Member Takeno. I see that Board Member Takeno, that your mute is going off and on. It's on now. Do you have something that you would like to add?
So I'm sorry, Board Chair. No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else, Board Member Namau?
Thank you, Chair. Since Superintendent did mention something about busing and math, I did have a question was brought to my attention. Some families are having concerns about the busing and math. And if a child were to come on board a bus, for example, are you having bus drivers provide masks to students as they're entering onto the bus, or are you providing masks at all for students if they're coming to school without masks, because some students may not have the ability to bring masks with them? And are the schools prepared to provide masks for students? Thank you.
Thank you for your
Go ahead.
question. Oh, sorry. Thank you for your question. The county mayors all have requirements for masks out in public, unless you are a very young child. So families already have masks for their kids, and many, if not, all who are coming into the schools have some experience of masks and are using it if they're going to the supermarket, the stores, the beach, the parks, and so forth. And so you probably have also heard here in Honolulu, our county mayor here Caldwell has also talked about stepping up and expanding the utilization of masks, again, trying to make it definitely ubiquitous and across or work that, or interactions out in public and even in buildings and so forth. I'm mentioning that because that's an important support to what we're doing in schools. We are asking and principals are notifying their parents that children need masks and they need to prepare for that. They need to keep them clean. They need to wash them if they're not disposable, or if they're disposable, certainly to change them out periodically. If a child shows up at school or at a bus, they are not allowed to enter our properties without a mask, which means that we have disposable masks available at school, and school bus drivers have them. In fact, when we had our demonstration the other day at Kapolei Middle, we had a bus driver there showing how he would be distributing masks, disposable masks, where he keeps them in terms of readiness. So our bus drivers are all ready for this. That being said, a student that shows up at a bus or shows up at school without a mask will get a note home from the school reminding parents of their responsibility to ensure their child is coming onto school property with a mask. So it's a learning process, and also support by having disposable masks at hand.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? Board Member Voss, do you have a little language that you'd like to add to supplement this expectation?
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's great language, but I would add something to the effect at the end of, after the parenthetical, understanding that there may be situations where masks need not be worn because of instructional requirements or other specific department policies.
Okay. Those department policies might be what?
Well, I say that because the superintendent, specifically referenced that there are other situations in addition to what she said that may, in limited circumstances, permit masks, and maybe she can clarify that if I'm wrong.
Okay. So it just gives a little flexibility or consideration to specific instructional requirements. Is there anything other than instructional requirements, Superintendent, that might need to be included?
Yeah, it depends on whether instructional requirements includes the piece that we have in our guidance that speaks to masks not being worn during recess, as long as kids are maintaining 6 feet of social distancing or more. And so that is not typically considered instruction, but it is what we built in with parent and teacher feedback, that kids are going to need a break from their mask during the day, and it helps with them having their mask on, understanding that there are built-in breaks with that social distancing in place. So it's instruction, and it's during those recess times.
Okay.
Or when they're eating in the cafeteria. So again, we have a kind of a list of areas where it's naturally you would need to take off your mask. You're running around for resource, you have social distancing, you're eating food because it's lunchtime, there is social distancing requirement there, or the instructional design is such that the mask should be removed.
So would this statement capture what Board Member Voss said and you? So after that parenthetical element, say with consideration given to specific instructional requirements or other DOE policies with respect to recess and lunch?
Yes, I would call them procedures or
not policy.
I'm sorry, guidance instead
Guidance,
of
okay.
policy. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so number 2 has been expanded to include everything that is there, but with clarification added with consideration given to specific instructional requirements or other DOE guidance with respect to recess and lunch. So that change, I think we have to vote on also. But is there any further discussion on the masks? Yes, Board Member Bacarse.
Mahalo, Chair Payne. Superintendent, I had a quick question that was sparked with your last remark. And I do understand the students' needs to, get a break from the mask. Recess, especially with the younger ages, is a time where kids enjoy socializing, playing. When they run around with each other. How are we going to, or how are our teachers going to ensure that they maintain the social distance of at least 6 feet during a time it's for them to take a break and really get to know each other a little better? Do you think it's really possible to maintain that 6 feet is, I guess, what I'm really asking? Mahalo.
Superintendent?
So yes, we know that kids like to socialize at all ages. And so the teachers have been great about talking about the when there's more risk of kids coming in closer to each other and interacting in that more free space, then they would be requiring that mask. When they are organizing activities, and they've done it with hula hoops, with jump ropes and things that delineate you're kind of doing these group activities, but everyone is distanced and there's more, it's a little more organized play and not completely free form. And we had lots of great designs and ideas that were produced over summer school around how to do that. You may have seen some of those tweets that went out from teachers as they have been needing to design around this. Does that answer your question?
Board Member Bacarse, did you have any follow-up?
It does. Mahalo.
Okay, so I see Board Member Takano.
Thank you, Board Chair. So I guess, I think, while I recognize and I acknowledge my colleague Bruce Voss's statement, are we now saying that masks are required and will get, I guess, specific conditions upon which it wouldn't be? Because I don't want it to be now, again, subject to, I guess, one situation where one school is doing this and another situation where they're not consistent, and then we get back into this, I guess this a standard that's not really a standard across the board. So I guess I acknowledge what the discussions are about. It's just I want to make sure that we're gonna have some consistent standards where there won't be deviations from school to school, because it shouldn't be, because it should be just based off the activity as well as health and safety. So is there going to be some sort of list that we or the department is going to produce that is going to say under these exceptions only? Because I do not want to have a situation where, again, there's no consistency among the practice at different schools. So again, I just want to make sure that we're not going to water down this expectation and then go back to where we were with HSTA's, I guess, vagueness in their MOU. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Superintendent, could you speak to the guidance that you're providing all schools?
Yes, so I am referring to guidance that has been published, it has been posted, it has been distributed, that does provide the expectation of wearing masks and where there are specific situations where mask is not needed. And I'm sorry you don't have it in front of you. It is part of the school reopening document that was reposted this week with all the updates, including this poster that schools are using. So there will be consistency because this provides it. So it says things like masks will be worn when entering and exiting the school campus, on school buses, during campus transitions. And it explains what those transitions looks like. In the cafeteria, masks can be removed only when students are eating. 6 feet of physical distancing should be adhered to. In the classroom, when facial features need to be seen, I'm not going to read all of it, but students may need temporary breaks from wearing a mask. If 6 feet of distancing is maintained, masks may be removed for a temporary period of time. If students are seated less than 6 feet, they have to wear masks, they have to be facing in the same direction. So again, that's based on the instructional design. Students should maintain at least 6 feet of distancing during group activities such as choir, band, and physical ed, where students may not be wearing a mask. So again, there's a running list, and that is the poster and the guidance that all schools are following. And this is the one that I said that we vetted with the field and got feedback from principals and complex area superintendents who agreed this is much clearer about the expectation for masks at all time and when it is appropriate to temporarily remove that mask. It also states as part of this poster when wearing a face shield would be used or not used for an adult who's working in a special ed setting. In addition to having this greater clarity, we also have a mandated training for within that 9-day period that all employees have to go through around the appropriate use of a face mask, face shield, etc.
Okay, can Board Member or Vice Chair Kenneth Uemura?
Thank you, Chair. I think I agree with Board Member Takeno's interpretation of this. It's better that we keep our expectations as general as we can, but so it covers a standard application to all schools, and we leave the implementation of that expectation to the superintendent, which she had just described in her health and safety handbook, which I've read before, and it's included in there. So I would be in favor of leaving the recommendation as is, rather than making changes to that, and have the superintendent implement it. I yield the floor.
Board Member Takeno?
Thank you, Chair. So, and thanks, Superintendent, for the explanation. But again, that's where I guess the pinch point comes, because in some of the guidance, it's not really clear. So for like adults and staff, it states to the extent possible, all adults should cover their mouths and noses, da 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 da, when under 6 feet of physical distance from a student or staff is not permissible. So I guess my thing is it can take it both ways, where okay, I don't have to wear a mask when I'm not within that 6 feet range, but that's not what I think I'm trying to get at. I think I'm trying to get at that everyone needs to wear a mask throughout the entire time that they're on campus, right? They should be wearing a mask, and there should be exceptions to the fact that you can wear a shield and maybe you need a break. I can see that, but it has to be very clear that the mask needs to be worn, or face covering should be worn at all times, you know, and then if there's the exceptions, should just be for, you know, very specific situational things. I read the guidance and I think it's good, but it has to tighten up, or else again it's subject to interpretation, and then we're going to get into this where one teacher is going to say, or one administrator is going to say, I read it one way, and then another administrator says I read it a different way. So while guidance is great, I think the language needs to be tightened up, very specific. So like again, it seeks the intent of what the board is trying to place as an expectation, that at all times a mask should be worn. And again, it's just because of the fact that maybe, you know, because on Oahu the spread is getting a little bit out of control, and maybe the neighbor islands don't feel it. But I mean, I think just as a good practice, we should all be, you know, trying to enforce this in a very more comprehensive and stricter fashion. With that, I yield the floor.
Board Member Voss.
Yeah, I want to get real specific here in terms of what's in the classroom, because we can talk about our expectation. You know, we can talk about what's in the policy manual, but what really matters is like what's in the classroom. What can the teacher point to? So, Superintendent, is there going to be is there already, or will there be a poster in every classroom, you know, maybe a one-pager on the teacher's desk that, as Dwight says, very specifically says what is or is not permitted?
Go ahead, Superintendent.
So as part of the training, we are sharing the one pager for all staff members to use. And we have schools that have been putting up their posters around mask requirements. I can ensure that during the trainings that we are very explicit that the standard of practice is that masks are required. Right, that's the standard of practice. And then there are, and we can ensure also that we are asking our leaders to distribute and have available at each office, each classroom, the one pager that I was referring to. So we can build that into our training to ensure. And I won't take it for granted that as part of our training, again, as a follow-up to this conversation, we can build that into, again, that mandated training for all employees.
Okay, so is there any other comments on this? I've heard several things. Some amend the language to offer that flexibility for specific situations, or leave it as is and allow the superintendent to give guidance that allows for some flexibility in a few situations. Board Member Takeno?
I prefer the second option, to just make it strict and then very limited flexibility.
So are you suggesting that we don't offer that statement with respect to any flexibility in our expectation. We just let the superintendent let us know what she's had to do for instruction and other occasional times when masks will not be worn.
Yes.
Okay, so that means there's no amendment for that one unless I'm gonna scroll down here. Is there any other board member that would like to speak to this, or do you just want to leave it as is? And then we'll check in with the superintendent after things have gone on for a while to see if anything is problematic with that. Oh, I see Board Vice Chair Uemura's hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick comment on that. And I think we all have to realize that we know that the reopening plan and the health and safety handbook is a living document. So we can make changes. So by adopting what is the stricter version, which is what is in there, we can then look at the handbook to make changes there. So that's why I support leaving as is, because we have a vehicle to talk to the superintendent about making changes. And I think that's what the plan is anyway, because it is a living document. Thank you, Chair. I yield the floor.
Okay, any other comments on this one? If not, we can move to the last item, which is now the new number 3, which says the board expects the DOE to rely on detailed written public available guidance from the Department of Health when formulating its own guidance to schools, and the board urges the Department of Health to issue such guidance. That's actually in the MOU with the union. It's clearly one of the frustrations that we hear from testimony, whereas we have some guidance attached to the opening plan. There's still a lot of lack of clarity on some of the other big issues about when do you close a school and what are the triggers, which superintendent has said they're working on. So Vice Chair Uemura. Vice Chair Uemura, you need to unmute yourself. Vice Chair Uemura, your hand is up, but we're not
Okay,
here.
I thought I unmuted it. So, okay, let me
start
say it
over.
again. I wanted to go back to the questions that I had made to Captain Yatko regarding the military, the 14-day quarantine, and this really falls under, really getting guidance from the Department of Health, because as I mentioned earlier, the military has they don't have to do the 14-day quarantine. And so the question is, what policies and procedures are we looking at when we have children that come from outside the islands, enter a school system and doesn't have the 14-day quarantine that they have to do? So how do we integrate them?
I'll let Captain Yatko, if she had something she'd like to say to that. I think circling back to what she said earlier, they are following up within the military on that. But go ahead, Captain Yatko. You're unmuted, but we're not hearing you. I don't know if staff can assist her, but there is no, she's not, Captain Yatko is no longer muted, but we're hearing nothing from her. And maybe Superintendent, if you could.
Can you hear me better now?
Can you say, hello, Captain Yatko, are you hearing us?
I am.
Okay, we can hear you, but you sound far away, but we'll listen hard.
Sorry, bad luck on my part here, but I will speak up. And thank you for the comment and certainly the concern.
So, sort of picking up where I had left off a little bit ago, to the point about, and make sure I get this right, addressing perhaps this category of students who might not have quarantine, or as we are implementing your restriction of movement, which is the type of quarantine that allows for exceptional circumstances to be able to go attend to these things. So I would offer a couple of points, given that family members were granted the exception to policy regarding Hawaii quarantine and are not part of the ordered to ROM military. So, just a course of action. One point is certainly what are other students who are inbound this summer to Hawaii who are not Department of Defense? What type of verification is the Department of Education doing to ensure that those students are quarantined? For example, a proof of arrival or proof of quarantine start and stop date to verify that the 14 days have been executed. I would say that certainly DoD students, family members who are students, not being permitted to attend school unless that student certifies that they had quarantine for 14 days. That seems just. So while we cannot require restriction of movement through our means currently, certainly the Department of Education can envelope them under their overall standards for all new students. So I'll pause there with those comments if I have any questions, etc.
Okay, I know it was a little difficult to hear, but I did hear her say that, I think, and correct me, that the DOE could still require documentation of a 14-day quarantine for incoming military students, as we possibly might do for incoming other students who are moving here to Hawaii. And I think Superintendent Kishimoto, we probably need you to weigh in on this, because I haven't seen any policy on that for any new students coming in and how we're managing that documentation.
Board Chair, I just want to state that we would be treating all new students the same. There's a registration process. For new students, we're asking them where they're arriving from. We're asking them when they arrived, and then we're holding them to the same expectation of all students. So we're not distinguishing that a student is a student from a military impacted family versus a non-military impacted family. And so we would still be asking if the state is still under that quarantine requirement, all students to wait 14 days before they start school. But it doesn't distinguish one student from another. We want to be consistent in our policy implementation.
Okay, Board Member Uemura, your hand is up. Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I guess I had a hard time hearing what Captain Yatko had said, but I appreciate the superintendent's comments, and I'm just wondering, Superintendent, if it doesn't make sense, and we're talking about the Department of Health guidance now, right? If the Department of Health would come in with a guidance specifically addressing the military students that bypass the 14-day quarantine, but of course, working with the DoD to make sure that we're not overstepping our bounds, but we need to make sure that these students are indeed having the 14-day mandatory quarantine. So with that, I'll yield the floor, Chair.
Okay, Captain Yatko.
Thank you. I'm going to check if you can hear me better.
Oh, this is much better. Much.
Okay, very good. Yes, so Superintendent Kishimoto, given your statement, which I couldn't agree more with, it sounds like if there would be a problem, that would take care of any problem of a military student not having restricted a movement for 14 days. So you're applying the same standard. The exception that the state provided service members and family members was not for the purposes of going to school. It does not excuse them from your rules, regulations on admitting new students in. So I think, and then just to double back if anyone hadn't heard me, given that the order of a military family member to have a restriction of movement is not in place, then what I'd said a little bit earlier, just to sort of kind of, level the reality, is what we're finding is the vast majority of family members are executing a 14-day restriction of movement along with their military service member. I'm seeing that through the examples of some of the challenges family members are facing when they get here and the questions they're asking, and certainly from folks who are, very anecdotally are reporting to me from transferring here this summer. So, but perhaps addressing the blind spot is if a family member student has not and is trying to register in a Hawaii public school, then certainly you're verifying their ROM/quarantine gives you the authority to make a decision on whether it is appropriate for that student to start school. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Yatko. Vice Chair Uemura.
Just a follow-up question. Thank you, Chair. Captain Yatko, I just was wondering, because the military doesn't release any COVID-related cases, so we don't know where it's, if there's any on the base where the families are staying. And so we can't do the contact tracing, which in essence would allow us to trace if there's a COVID and where the person has been. So is that something that the military and the DoD is addressing or looking at all? Because if we don't know if there's a case on base, we can't do the contact tracing. So that limits the ties our hands, basically.
Okay, so thank you for that question. I'm taking notes as you were talking. I'll be happy to go and ask the right people what that process and procedure might be. Again, getting back to the superintendent's great words, if a student were to test positive or alert the school as they should, if they can't attend school for those reasons, then I would argue for starters that all the same procedures that the Department of Education is doing for a non-military student, that they would put forward for a military student. It should self-correct itself, just in general terms. But in terms of reporting of military numbers, that I'm veering a little outside of my expertise, and we'll be happy to do some digging and ask some questions, and I'll get back to the board on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Yatko. Vice Chair Uemura, your hand is
down. Just a follow-up to Captain Yatko. So, because the concern from my perspective is, yes, we find a student, the military student has the COVID, and we have to do contact tracing, which is what the Department of Health really would take over, according to our plan. So, is that a problem, having the Department of Health and go to the military bases and do the contact tracing there? I know it's it's more a logistics question, but I'm just a little curious. I'm just little, I guess, concerned that because we don't get information from the military, that it'll be harder for us to do the tracing that's needed when a student is identified that has the COVID.
Chair, would you like me to jump in there?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks again for the comment and question. I understand your curiosity, certainly. I don't have an answer for you. I will be happy to go and look into that. You know, I can say, generally speaking, that the Department of Defense, certainly the services on this island that we're talking about, take safeguarding the health of service members, their family, and the public very seriously. And the degree to which we have our restriction of movement, people under investigation, you know, if they've come in contact, all the types of things, is a very rigorous process and one that I sort of observed from the side a little bit. But I know folks who are digging into this deeply, and I'll be happy to, you know, see what I can get and get that back to you with the goal that perhaps you'll feel a little bit in a better place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Captain Yatko. Vice Chair Uemura?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm going to yield the floor.
All right, thank you. I have, if anybody, I see Board Member Voss and then Board Member Takeno, and I have another question I would just like the superintendent to think about in maybe one of the responses is, does the Department of Health have a timeline that they're working on to identify some of the bigger issues and the triggers that you spoke about in your testimony? So I'll ask that, but I also see Board Member Voss, followed by Takeno, followed by Fallon, and then we'll hear, the superintendent can kind of speak to all of us, I guess.
Thank you, Chair. This is Bruce Voss. You actually asked part of the question I was going to ask, and again, just so people in the audience know what we're talking about, the first phrase says the board expects the DOE to rely on detailed, written, publicly available guidance from the DOH. And so as to that guidance, Superintendent, and understanding that the DOH has got a lot on its plate, what exactly is that guidance expected to contemplate with respect to the schools, and when roughly do we expect to get it? Thank you, I yield.
So the approach that the DOH used was to review our school reopening plan, which includes some of the changes that I shared with you. And Director Dr. Bruce Anderson issued a letter which has now been posted saying that he has reviewed and signed off on our school reopening plan. That is the approach that DOH has used. And I think the question is whether there are additional specific kind of written guidance that the board is expecting, and the other than the approach that Director Anderson has used. Again, he is a different agency. I don't know that the board can mandate from him, but I can certainly communicate a different level of expectation. He has been wonderful to work with, and can loop back with him if we are saying that the way that he has responded to us around that written guidance is not sufficient, or whether the board was not aware at this time, although we did talk about it at the last board meeting. So the last week we did talk about the letter that Director Anderson issued, and it has been posted, and I don't know if all the board members have had a chance to take a look at that.
I think, Superintendent, what a bunch of the testimony revolved around is the sort of the what if, and understanding that all circumstances will be different. But, you know, what if either a teacher or a student is tested positive? You know, what is the department's specific guidance to the extent it can be specific in that circumstance? I think that's what people are looking for. So are we going to get that? And if so, when?
So it was the response from DOH was in the form of two flow charts that show what happens when there is an incident or a potential positive case. So those have been posted, and the letter from Dr. Anderson. The one piece that's still forthcoming is the piece that Governor Ige spoke to on asking the Department of Health to now create a model of the triggers for shutting down the state that would include shutting down the schools. And no, I don't have a timeline on that yet. But again, because of the board meeting today, I missed one of the meetings with Governor that would include Bruce Anderson's update report. So until I can loop back on that, I can find out whether there is a timeline that has been set.
Okay, Board Member Takeno, followed by Board Member Fallon.
Thank you, Board Chair. So this question is for the department and I guess Superintendent Kishimoto. I guess following up on Board Member Bruce Voss's comments, what is the department and the Department of Education and the Department of Health's plan on releasing information about positive COVID cases on school campuses in certain communities? Since apparently now we found out that it had already happened on there was 6 different cases from what I heard was clarified. Is there some discussion or is there a plan on whether or not that information will be released or not?
So yes, oh, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you?
No, I yield the floor. Thanks.
So the information I forwarded to board chair included a question about how the board may want to receive this information and how frequently. We have not established a way in which we report, or I report to the board, any incidents, or how then we take a DOH report, because they're the ones that formally report. So how I take their report and extrapolate just the school-based data and provide that in a way that is appropriate to my role and responsibility for reporting. So I do need to do more work on that. We've been in the midst of conversations about how to capture information about a family that reports that a student has potentially or is positive, and the contact tracing that then happens through DOH, and then determinations made that may or may not impact the school. And they determine whether there's risk and what the risk level. So they'll determine, for example, that there's a medium to high risk or there's a low risk of any exposure at the school. And it's really about appropriately reflecting that information. I do think I need to get back to the board quickly with a model for reporting, 1, internally to the board, and 2, externally to the public in a way that's appropriate.
Okay, so just for clarification, Superintendent, so it's actually what I'm hearing, it's you can communicate that information to the board, but the information that's going to be released to the public will be at the Department of Health's discretion.
See, there are 2 different matters here. So let me try to be a little clearer. When I'm told there may be a positive case, that does not mean that there's an actual positive case. It means that there needs to be quick action, or a parent has called or a staff member has called. And so as everyone works quickly to get that, that person, potentially impacted person, tested, get results, and then do contact tracing, I wouldn't be reporting to the public that there's a potential case, because there are lots of false cases, right? Someone is sick and they have a fever and they just came from an auntie's house, so they think that they might have COVID because those are the signs, right? The fever, but that's also the sign of all kinds of other things. And so we have lots of situations, or I should say we have a few situations where someone has said, maybe I have COVID, they go get tested, they stay out a couple of days, the test comes back negative, and DOH says there's no case there, right? So the alert to the board, if the board is interested, could be, we're investigating a potential case at. If the board thinks it's too much information and you really want to know when there is a positive case, then the information that we would be reporting to the board and the public looks the same. But I'm not alerting the public that there's a potential. There's lots of potentials that are false. And that's what I'm saying. I want to be really clear about what it is I'm going to report to the board, and at what point in that process, and that the board is in agreement with, and what that looks like outward facing, since the responsibility for reporting is DOH.
Okay, so again, if we were to run out that scenario and we as a board collectively say we are interested in the positive cases, the expectation is that it will be publicly released after the board is advised of it?
The expectation is, well, I should say, the clarification I need to get is whether DOH will report on with enough specificity that allows for the accountability of what you expect of me to be reporting without disclosing anything that's protected information, obviously, or whether there's a format that I can come to agreement with DOH about what's appropriate for me to take from them to report. And when are they getting it to me, right? Because they can end up putting something out, obviously before I know, because it's someone that they've identified, a student hasn't been in a school building, no risk. They do contact tracing. The contact tracing is about the housing they live in, and it's not related to the school. And then when I get the report, again, it's just the complexity of making sure I am reporting appropriately, and I'm reporting what I should be reporting within the context of the DOE versus the DOH. And so what I'm asking for is, I need to go back and work with Bruce Anderson's team and determine this and share with the board the process I'm going to use.
Yeah, and I think that maybe we can give you some clarity if we work with our staff to identify the specifics that you're requesting. I don't think we can come up with that right now at this board meeting, but I think it's something that is really important. Yes, Board Member Takena.
I guess my answer is really basically the department will be reporting to the public going forward. That's my question.
Unless the agreement I come up with DOH is that they're using a format to report to the public instead of having me report. And that's what I'm saying I'm going to seek clarification on.
Okay, so in the end, either the Department of Education or the Department of Health will report something out.
Yes, because the DOH is the party responsible, and so I am not the one authorized to be reporting out. It's DOH. And so I can report out, I can resend something they've reported and say DOH has reported. And that's where I want to be really clear about that process, since that is what had already been determined, or who had been determined, the agency of Department of Health is the one that is authorized to do this reporting, not me.
Okay, so I guess now I'm getting more confused here. So that doesn't mean that if there is a positive case, there will be a report from one department or the other. That's not what I'm hearing now, right? It's basically Department of Health's discretion on whether or not they're going to release anything. And if they allow you to release, then you release. But if they decide not to release, then it will be released to the public.
I would say exactly, because that is health information that only they have the authority to do at this point.
Acknowledge, thank you. Yield the floor.
Vice Chair Uemura.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I have a couple of questions regarding this. One is to, again, back to Captain Yatko, and I just wanted to see if you could add this to your list. Since the military is not reporting COVID cases, would they then, and so if there's an active case on base, they're not going to report that. But will they alert the schools that there could be that one of the students has exposure to the COVID? So I know you're going to check. So I don't expect an answer, but it's part of my follow-up questions on the military side, because it's like I said, I have a curiosity to it, but I also want to see the reverse side and impact to schools, because the schools are asking the student, but we're not getting any alerts if there was somebody on base that had it and the student was in contact with that person, if you know what I mean. So let me go to the next question, and I was following board members Dwight Takeno's line of questioning, and I guess the thing that, and I might have missed that, but the problem is, for me, is, when you have reporting that the board gets from the media, and what you're saying is that the Department of Health is the one that should be reporting, but they didn't. And then you get reporting from the fire department, First Hawaiian Bank, those other entities. So how does that get released? And so, the thing that I'm concerned about is that because the contact tracing that we have here at the Department of Health is not going very well, because it takes a long time for them to be able to do all of that, because they only have 30 or so contact tracers. So as the cases start building up as it is now, it's making them more difficult for them to follow up. So the turnaround time now becomes longer. So that's a concern of mine. And one of the things I want to talk about on the reporting is that I would recommend that the board gets informed, and we can do it with the same criteria that we use for the hotline, which means, because it's confidential data, but the board gets the report of cases. It could be reported, it could be active, whatever we decide we want to do. But that's something that I would probably want to see, because I don't want to hear from the media the cases that we have in our public schools. That should come from you, Superintendent. So with that, Chair, I'm going to yield to give other board members an opportunity.
Okay, I'm looking for hands. I don't see any hands. So is there anybody? Oh, okay. I see 3 hands. I see Board Member Takeno, Cox, and Nama'u. Go ahead, Board Member Takeno.
Oh, I'll let Board Member Cox and Nama'u go first, and then because I already went through it, I'll save mine for last. Thank you.
Oh, okay, Board Member Cox.
Thank you, Chair. This is Maggie Cox. I'm trying to think. It was like 2 or 3 Fridays ago. The complex area superintendent of Kauai held a Zoom thing, and we had about 1,000 people that plugged in, and one of the presenters was from the Department of Health. And so the process was that as soon as they could, they would contact the complex area superintendent and then the principal, and in cases that while they were doing that, the classroom, the teacher, the students were all on quarantine for 2 weeks, or sometimes it wasn't reported because 2 of those cases were on Kauai. So it wasn't reported to us or the schools. But of course, Kauai is really small, so we knew what was going on. And it felt like, even though it wasn't reported, but it felt like that the process that they were using was actually really good and that it was really addressing the safety of the schools. So I'm in agreement that we probably should have heard about it in an official way and not from gossip, but at least I was pleased with what the lady from the Department of Health on Kauai gave us as the process that they followed. I yield.
Board Member Nama'u.
Board Chair. Listening to this, listening to the news last night was very disturbing to me that there were these particular cases going on in summer school, and that was definitely the first time that I had heard of it. So, Superintendent, personally, I would prefer that you somehow contact the board and at least make us aware of what is going on. I mean, there have been other situations, other confidential situations that have occurred at schools, and you immediately contact us and let us know to be aware of certain situations that are happening on those campuses. And I would appreciate that you do that in terms of this, if you can. I mean, I'm very curious at this point, what did happen with those summer school cases, those 8 cases, as to really what happened at that time? Were they really positive cases? And how did the schools respond to this? And how did the department respond to this? I mean, I would want to know these things. I'm not sure if you're in the capacity to answer that, but I'm hoping that eventually we're going to get some answers to this. I yield.
Okay. Superintendent, did you want to say something or should we move?
I prefer not to until I have a cleared process. In
Yes.
terms of the 6 cases, I did provide the board some information that should be in your inbox if you want to take a look at that. But again, ongoing process, I want to get that verified and get back to you with a comprehensive approach. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Bakarsi.
Mahalo, Board Chair Paines, Board Member Bakarsi. Superintendent, mahalo for clarifying what you know you can and you cannot share out at the moment and what's the Department of Health's responsibility. So maybe if you could take a step back, you did say earlier that you're able to share with us the amounts that that the department is investigating or looking into, or that's being looked into or whatnot. That might be a good place to start. If we could understand on a regular cadence, perhaps weekly or every other week, how many possibilities were reported, how many of that was cleared, and then when we eventually get the report from the Department of Health that can confirm how many were positive, that would give us a bigger picture, and it also, I think, give us a little more comfort in understanding, how the reporting process is going and how many possibilities there actually are out there relative to how many are deemed positive. Mahalo, I yield.
Board Member Takena.
Thank you, Board Chair. I guess this question is for the superintendent. I kind of recollect that there was this announcement made with the governor that in order to support the schools, there are going to be something like 15 or so public health nurses hired to be equally distributed to the complexes. And have those hirings already been done? And we have people in place so that on the 17th, we have 15 public health nurses as what was told to the public? I yield.
Superintendent, you can speak to that.
So Board Member Takeno, it's 10 nurses, 10 RNs, and I think a supervising nurse distributed amongst to serve the 15 complex areas. That is something I announced last week, where we just got those funds and worked very quickly with UH's School of Nursing that's helping to provide and train up those nurses. So I can provide an update shortly on where we are with those. We don't hire them, the UH provides those nurses to us, meeting the criteria of the MOU that we already have with them. So I'll have to provide an update on that, but I just announced that, I think it was last week. But the intent was to be able to have them in place as quickly as possible for the quickly soon after the start of school, to start being an intermediary between the schools and DOH in terms of providing training, supports, and so forth.
So could I ask a further question, Superintendent? So when would be the date that we could that the public as well as the board could expect that you would have the capacity that you asked for all in place, knowing the fact that the 17th of August is pretty much when we're planning to have students come back? The expectation for everyone would be that these key personnel that you got the funds for will be hired no later than August 30th, 2020, or can we give a approximate date upon which we can have those promises fulfilled?
So as you're asking me the question again, I quickly checked with my staff. It's the beauty of technology. I just want to clarify, it's 15 RNs and 1 APRN. The goal is to have them in place by the end of September. We're advertising now, and as they become available, we'll start bringing in as soon as they're available. We have our already KK nurses that we work with, so this is really to supplement beyond that, knowing that there are concerns with not just COVID, but also flu season soon after that, and making sure that we have enough support internally, which was an ask I had of Governor to support us in with these additional supports. And as soon as I got that word, I went and my team has gone and worked with UH almost immediately to put that in place.
Okay, so I guess you will follow up on that and provide us a report.
I can give you status reports, absolutely, of how, the hiring, just like we've done with some of our other, new staff, like when we added the 15 homeless liaisons. I provided updates on how many of those 15 positions were filled by when. We'll do the same with these additional RNs.
Okay, thank you. Much appreciated. Yield the floor.
Okay, any other board members have a comment to make on this last item? It sounds to me like the language is adequate to meet our expectations. So we have a motion on the floor as amended to adopt what are now 3 positions on the board's expectation for the superintendent and the DOE with respect to opening of schools for 2020-2021. So if there are no objections, I'm going to do the roll call vote now. This is our last agenda item. Thank you for the few hundred people that are still out there hanging in with us. So the motion, is everybody clear on the motion? If you look at your memo, we have deleted number 2 so that it just includes the additional training and professional development days to ensure that schools can open safely for students and teachers. The item with respect to masks, we left intact, that everyone is expected to wear a face mask or a face shield as appropriate, and we understand that the superintendent will provide additional guidance for exceptions to that. And then the board expects the department to rely on detailed written publicly available guidance from DOH when forming guidelines to schools. So we're going to do a roll call on that, and those 3 items are our expectations. Board member, Vice Chair Kenneth Uemura. You need to unmute yourself and vote, everybody. So Board Vice Chair Kenneth Uemura.
I tried to use the space bar, but it didn't work. But I saw that Keely had her hand up, so you might want to ask her if she has a question.
Okay. Pardon me, Keely. Go ahead. I did not see your hand.
Hey, Calamite Chair. Before we take this final vote, because my concern is that once we take this final vote on this last action item, that you might, at that point, just immediately adjourn the meeting. And I just wanted to bring up a concern that, I know that we're just addressing these specific items under initially these 4 points that we had specific concerns. And I'm just wondering when we might be able to have the opportunity to offer other concerns that I've been hearing from the public. When will we have the opportunity to bring that forward to everyone, to the superintendent, so that she can address them? I'm also concerned that our next board meeting is scheduled currently for August 20th. And because of the situation that we're all going through with the rolling out of the schools, and because the numbers of COVID are spiking at this time, I'm just wondering if there will be an opportunity for us to meet again sooner than later, so that we can be a little bit more on top of the situation here and be available to the public and to the superintendent to discuss anything further as this starts to roll out. I'm just hoping that there'll be opportunities to do this. And I don't know when else I could bring this up except for now, right before this last roll call vote. I yield.
Okay, and I'd like to reassure Board Member Ma'u that certainly as issues come up that you don't want to delay discussing, you can speak to the superintendent. You can have a conversation with her individually. You can bring anything to the attention of our executive director, Allison, or Kenyon. Bring those up to both of our staff. We also could consider a special meeting if it's appropriate. I think it's a little premature to do that right now, but I do understand that we're going to want to have some updates probably before the end of August. So we can consider that as a board. But I would encourage you either to give a concern to Allison for her to ask the superintendent, or feel free individually. I know the superintendent has said she would welcome any individual conversations with board members about concerns that you have. And those may also come up at meetings for public discussion too. So does that answer your question, Board Member Namao?
Yes, I realize that I do have a lot of those options, but I think that the concerns are great out there in the public. And I think they would want to see us as a board have the abilities to convene sooner than later. So this is more just an assurance to the public that we as a board are committed to the safety and health of everyone in the department and at the schools. the students as well as the teachers, the staff, that everyone is safe in these difficult times.
I think that's very well taken, and we will work to address that. I can say that I think all of us have experienced communications from the public and testimony from the public individually and collectively at our meetings at a level never before experienced by boards of education. So I think the public is very interested in this topic, and we will do what we can to make sure that the teachers, the school level folks, all of them, and the community, the parents and others are aware that we are staying on top of things. And just by passing this is not like the end of our work. Absolutely not the end of our work. So, but I think it's a little premature to identify a meeting at this point, but I think within a week we'll know what our next steps need to be. Any other thoughts before we take the vote? Okay, checking for hands. Oh, Board Member Takeno.
Thank you, Board Chair. Yeah, I just kind of want to right on the coattails of Board Member Namau's concerns, because we tried to schedule a meeting to have this discussion as soon as possible, and it seemed as though we didn't have enough latitude to get around the sunshine law. So we have to just keep in mind that we still have to post in advance, and it's going to be a week later. So time is really shortened if we're going to try and do something prior to the next board meeting. So if we as a board decide that it's important for us to meet, then we should start looking at dates now rather than letting time roll and expire. And I yield the floor. Thank you.
Would you be agreeable, though, to having our staff do that kind of research and finding appropriate dates for a future meeting rather than doing it right now? Board Member Takeno and maybe Board Member Namau.
This is Board Member Namau. Yes, I would be very agreeable to that. The staff definitely knows what is most appropriate and how to proceed forward. Thank you.
Board Member Takeno.
Yes, I was on mute. So yes, I wasn't recommending, or I wasn't suggesting that we look at dates now, but I was just wanting to emphasize that because of the requirements of having things posted, that we need to start looking at it sooner rather than later, but doesn't have to be at tonight's meeting. Thank you.
And I can't let that go without really thanking the staff, because the work that they have to do to get everything posted and to get things out to you folks and to the community, they have put in lots and lots of extra hours. So I do want to thank them for that publicly, because it's not easy just to throw a meeting together, especially something as important as the kinds of meetings that we're having. Are there any further comments before we vote now? I don't see any hands. Last call. Okay. Remember the motion we're voting on, and Vice Chair Kenneth Wood.
Aye.
Board Member Asher.
Aye.
Board Member Bakarse.
Aye.
Board Member Cox.
Aye.
Board Member Fallon.
Aye.
Board Member Namau.
Aye.
Board Member Takeno.
Aye.
And Board Member Voss.
Aye.
Okay, that motion has been approved. and that was to approve the 3 items on our expectations. So thank you very much. Apologize for my voice. It comes and goes, and I don't seem to know how to keep that from happening. But thank you very much. And with there being no further business at this meeting, I'd like to have us adjourn at 7:56.